Chapter 231, Legendary Genius. Blackie and the others had been trapped in the trial of God for several days now. If they remained inside, Shifeng didn't know when he could go to the demon's castle to obtain the demon's heart. Hence Shifeng needed to know their current progress. If they were truly unable to leave the trial anytime soon, his only option was to seek Gentle Snow's help. However, he did not want Gentle Snow to know too much about him. Unless it was a desperate situation, he would not turn to Gentle Snow for help. Right. I totally forgot to tell you since I was so excited about the workshop. Blackie lightly tapped his own head. The matter of the workshop was simply too shocking. He continued, Brother Feng, just where did you find such an expert little sister? She's just too awesome. Originally, we nearly despaired from the difficulty of the trial. However, thanks to her, we all made it through the trial with great ease. Right now, we're about to head to the highest floor to receive our reward. An expert? Little sister? Are you talking about fire dance? Haven't you already seen how amazing she is? Shifeng curiously asked. No, it's not fire dance but Violet. We managed to clear the trial only thanks to her. But really she is simply too strong. Blackie lamented. At the beginning of the trial, little sister Violet had only healed us from behind. As we progressed, her healing grew better and better and she was able to grasp the timing of her heals perfectly. However, the monsters in the trial also grew stronger. After some time, we were barely surviving even with little sister Violet's excellent healing. It was then that she took action. Although her combat standards in the beginning were very crude, as the battles continued one after another, her combat standards increased endlessly. Within just a day she had already surpassed fire dance. I even felt that the trial of God was created specifically for little sister Violet. Inside the trial of God, for every trial we cleared, we would be given an evaluation and an appropriate reward. Meanwhile, ever since little sister Violet took action, she always obtained an evaluation of rank A or above. Her equipment and skills continuously upgraded, and regarding damage output, even though I had the Mavis's guard, I only won against her by a small margin. If little sister Violet also had an epic ranked staff, she would have long since left me in the dust. Little sister Violet is the most talented person I have ever met in God's domain. Brother Feng, if you saw her frightening growth rate, you too would be shocked. After having mentioned Violet Cloud, Blackie could not stop his mouth as he talked on and on about her. Blackie spoke as if Violet Cloud were the strongest expert in God's domain, and nobody was above her. Of course, Blackie was speaking about Violet Cloud's innate talent, and not her current strength. After all, Violet Cloud's rate of improvement was simply horrifying. With such an improvement rate, she would sooner or later become the strongest player in God's domain. It's good that you guys passed the trial. However, you shouldn't just pay attention to Violet. Don't forget that you are a cursemancer while she is a cleric. You also hold an epic ranked staff in your hands. If your damage really does lose to hers, then you're going to have to hand over the Mavis's guard to Violet. Shifeng joked. However, he was truly relieved. It was no wonder Violet Cloud had managed to become a cleric god in the past. Her innate talent was not a sham. However, maybe because Violet Cloud had played a cleric in the past, she had never revealed her true potential during the early stages of the game. However, after leaving Ouroboros, Violet Cloud could no longer depend on her healing to play God's domain, as she only had herself to rely on in battles. Hence, she started to display her frightening talent. Similar to the current situation in the trial of God, healing alone was not enough. Hence, Violet Cloud had no choice but to engage in battle as well, inadvertently revealing her explosive talent. Maybe she is one of the legendary geniuses, Shifeng sighed. In the past, although his techniques were good when compared to Violet Cloud, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was no wonder Violet Cloud had become a cleric god. However, Shifeng would no longer waste his time in this life. He would not ignore training his body. Currently, the workshop could accommodate up to several hundred people. Moreover, there were also private rooms meant for upper management. Furniture of superior quality decorated these private rooms, and just the cost of a single set would have left Shifeng's past self in awe. Aside from the private rooms, Shifeng had also set up a workout room that allowed one to carry out some simple exercises. God's Domain was not just any random game where players could become a tyrant by pulling a few all-nighters. If one wanted to campaign in God's domain, they needed to prepare for a long and arduous war. Hence, players in God's domain needed to balance both work and rest, and most importantly, train their bodies if they wanted to succeed. Brother Feng, the university's fellowship party is the day after tomorrow. Should we buy a luxury car and drive there? At that time, I want to see just who would dare look down on our zero-wing workshop. Blackie said excitedly. I'll pass on the luxury car. I cannot afford such a thing right now. Feng shook his head as he laughed. Although Feng had similarly thought of buying a luxury car to keep up appearances, he was currently tight on money. He still owed a large sum of credits. It would be better to take a more pragmatic approach. Following which, Feng and Blackie spent the entire day putting up the finishing touches to the workshop. The remaining problem they faced was the lack of members. They needed to recruit a large number of new members with potential. When night arrived in the real world, Feng entered God's domain once more. Shortly after leaving the forging room, a low ring sounded by Feng's ears. It was the alert tone that signified the arrival of a system message. However, the alert did not end at just that once. The ringing persisted for a long time and only stopped after over 10 minutes had passed. With a headache, Feng called up the message interface. Immediately, several thousand messages appeared on his display, and all of these messages had been sent to his alternate ID Black Flame. Feng then took a look at these messages. All of them were from people attempting to purchase the basic mana armor kits. Moreover, aside from the players in White River City, even the guilds from other cities were trying to contact him. However, Feng simply revealed a smile at these messages, as he had already achieved his goal. Fame. Not Starstreak's fame but Black Flame's. Moreover, as long as he had the basic mana armor kit, Starstreak trading firm's business would not sour. According to Anna's latest report, the Starstreak trading firm had earned over 900 gold per day. However, this was only the beginning. As they increased the number of forgers and potion makers under their command, their daily production rate would also increase. As a result, the money they earned would similarly increase. It was only a matter of time before they managed to earn 30,000 gold. However, there was still a far more important matter that Feng needed to deal with right now. Hence, Feng immediately contacted Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, can I ask you for some help? I wish to buy a few advanced whetstone recipes from you, Feng asked. The drop rate for the advanced whetstone recipe is extremely low, and even Ouroboros has only managed to procure several copies. Since we are old acquaintances, I can sell a few to you. However, I want to conduct the trade using basic mana armor kits. Gentle Snow revealed a smile. She rejoiced at the fact that Black Flame came to her for help. So she could just directly request to exchange for the basic mana armor kits. Ever since the basic mana armor kits were revealed to the public, she immediately had her subordinates conduct an investigation on the item. However, they promptly discovered something unusual. It did not drop from anywhere at all. It seemed to be a special forging design obtained through a quest, so there was no way for others to obtain it at all. Hence, if they wanted to obtain any mana armor kits, they could only obtain them from Black Flame himself. Alright, but I wonder how Miss Snow plans to exchange. 1 advanced whetstone recipe for 20 mana armor kits. I can trade 3 copies with you. Deal. You can send one of your subordinates to conduct the trade at the Starstreak trading firm. Feng did not hesitate to accept Gentle Snow's high price. After they agreed upon the transaction, Feng disconnected the call. He then took the mana armor kits he had just finished producing to the Starstreak trading firm. Feng intended for Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile to learn these advanced whetstone recipes. After all, he still had many matters of his own that he needed to deal with. He couldn't just forge items all day. In the future, the Horizon Alliance's main strength would still have to depend on them. Thus he purchased those recipes. Brother Feng, we're out of the trials. When do we head to the demon's castle? Shortly after Feng had finished dealing with his own matters, Blackie's message arrived. Chapter 232, Returning from the Trial. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the teleportation hall of White River City. We're finally out of that suffocating place. There are so many players in White River City. Of course. We've been stuck in that broken place for so many days now. The conversation of these new figures resounded throughout the teleportation hall, and these players were none other than Fire Dance and the others who had just returned from the Trial of Gods. The moment they set foot out of the teleportation hall, the group immediately attracted the attention of many players. The equipment Fire Dance and the others wore was simply too dazzling, nearly blinding all observers. Even the elite team members of first-rate guilds were not immune. After all, among the 8 members of the team, the poorest quality equipment they wore was mysterious iron rank. Meanwhile, out of everyone in the party, the cleric Violet Cloud had the best quality equipment. Although she did not have any set equipment, she still had 6 pieces of secret silver equipment and a fine gold-ranked staff. No matter how one looked at it, Violet Cloud's equipment far surpassed that of any member of a guild's main force. Moreover, such magnificent equipment decorated Violet Cloud's slender and elegant body, making her look even more stunning than usual. She looked like an angel descending to the mortal realm, simply breathtaking. Aside from a beauty like Violet Cloud, there was another female member of the party who was equally beautiful. Garbed in a flame-red, tight-fitting leather shirt, the sexiness of Fire Dance's polished body was further accentuated. With 2 exquisite beauties present, the team of 8 would naturally attract a lot of attention. As a result, many of the teams present who were originally about to set out to a dungeon crowded around Fire Dance and the others. They sent Fire Dance invitations one after another, requesting Fire Dance and her team to join them in raiding a 20-man team dungeon. Having a powerful cleric like Violet Cloud would significantly increase their chances of success. Moreover, aside from Violet Cloud, the Guardian Knight Kola also had superb equipment. If these experts were willing to do them a favor, they could easily gain a few pieces of top-tier equipment. Unfortunately, their beautiful dreams were doomed from the start as Fire Dance rejected them all without hesitation. We've fallen pretty far behind in levels. After we replenish our necessities, let's go level up, Fire Dance said, speaking in the team chat, completely ignoring the hungry gazes of the surrounding players. Nobody in the team opposed her suggestion. After getting along with each other for several days, Fire Dance had already become the core of the team. Everyone had especially acknowledged Fire Dance's ability to command. Simply put, if it were not for Fire Dance's leadership, they would not have survived the trial of God. Just when Fire Dance and the others were about to head to the Starstreak trading firm to purchase some recovery items, over a dozen players walked towards them. Although these players did not possess a guild emblem on their characters, they were clearly not a team to be underestimated. Even though the shield warrior leading this team was a man with an emaciated face and thin body, his appearance could not overshadow the keenness of his gaze. Moreover, this man currently wore a complete level 10 mysterious iron set equipment, in addition to a secret silver-ranked shield and one-handed sword. Possessing such items was a clear proof of his strength. While Fire Dance and the others were shocked by the equipment and strength of the team moving towards them, the team in question was similarly shocked by Fire Dance and the others. Crap. Who is that little sister? She actually has 6 pieces of secret silver equipment on her. I'm not seeing things right. Smuggled goods, I look down upon you. You're actually only paying attention to the girl's body. Can't you see the weapon the cleric girl has? Also, look at that vulgar-looking Cursemancer's staff. It should be secret silver rank or stronger. Scram. I have no interest in flat chests. I am obviously talking about the hot little sister standing next to the cleric. Although the Guardian Knight of Fire Dance's team was lacking compared to their own MT, their cleric and Cursemancer were obviously much worse than the 2 before them. Moreover, the 2 teams were similar in that they both were independent teams and neither belonged to the main force of a guild. In White River City, where guilds occupied most of the important resource points, it was a rare sight for an independent team to possess such top-tier equipment. So how could they not attract attention? Hello, I am War Wolf, team leader of the Holy Grail Knights. The emaciated man War Wolf took the initiative to introduce himself to Fire Dance. Zero Wings team leader Fire Dance. Fire Dance replied, her interest to befriend this new team growing. Shifeng had passed the management of the team to Fire Dance, and Fire Dance knew Shifeng had done so due to his trust in her. She did not wish to betray that trust. Hence, taking their future guild into consideration as the manager of the team, she naturally had to think of a way to expand and strengthen the team. Meanwhile, the foreign team before her was clearly a formidable independent team. She felt their leader, Werewolf, was more than he appeared. Although she had never fought with him before, she knew that he was one of the rarely seen apex experts. If she had to PK against Werewolf, she would not have any advantage against him. If she could recruit such an expert and team into their guild, they would have no worries when raiding large-scale team dungeons in the future. Fire Dance. Werewolf was slightly surprised when he heard this name. He then said, "So you're Fire Dance, the earliest player to get first place on White River City's ranking list? How fortunate to meet you." Werewolf's evaluation of Fire Dance rose even higher after learning the news. Aside from Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, Fire Dance's imposing aura was likely the most powerful of all the female players he had met. Moreover, Fire Dance was also an independent player. "I was just lucky." Fire Dance smiled as she said, "I see that team leader Wolf is about to go dungeon diving." "That's right. We're currently about to raid the level 12 Frost Nest," Werewolf revealed. "Is Miss Fire Dance interested in joining us?" The Frost Nest was a level 12 20-man team dungeon. Currently, aside from the main force of the major guilds, no other team possessed the strength to challenge such a dungeon. "Thank you for your kind offer, but we still have our own matters to attend. We will definitely join you if we have the chance in the future." Fire Dance immediately rejected Werewolf's offer. Feng had previously instructed them to raise their levels as he still had some important matters to deal with. If they entered a dungeon right now, their leveling speed would suffer and they might even lose some EXP. Hence, Fire Dance chose to reject the offer without a second thought. "That's truly unfortunate. Let's add each other as friends, Miss Fire Dance. If we have a chance to raid a large-scale team dungeon together in the future, we can contact each other more conveniently." Werewolf sent Fire Dance a friend request. Since Fire Dance was also an expert of God's domain, common equipment would not satisfy her. Yet to obtain high-quality equipment, aside from killing Lord-ranked field bosses and completing special quests, the only other option was raiding a team dungeon or a large-scale team dungeons. However, an independent team was different from guild members. The teams were loosely formed and the strength of the members usually varied. If an independent team relied solely on themselves, they would have no way of clearing a large-scale team dungeon. Hence, independent teams needed to cooperate with one another. Only by combining the strength of multiple independent teams would they have a chance of raiding a 50-man or above large-scale team dungeon. Yet not just any independent teams would be fit for the task. A sufficiently strong independent team was necessary. Otherwise, entering a large-scale team dungeon would be suicide. Hence, Werewolf planned to befriend powerful independent teams. If they had powerful allies, they would have a much easier time raiding large-scale team dungeons. Just as Fire Dance and Werewolf added each other as friends, Feng had arrived at Blackwing City. He had come to conduct his third business transaction with Aqua Rose. This time, however, Feng had not brought a lot of the level 10 equipment and weapons he had forged. Now that the majority of the players in God's domain were over level 10, these items were no longer as valuable as they were before. Hence, Feng did not produce many of them. Instead, he prepared something better, something that could even attract the attention of first-rate guilds. In addition, the Blackwing auction house was holding an auction today. To any wealthy player, this was a chance that must not be missed, including Feng, who currently possessed enormous wealth. However, after Feng had arrived at the appointed restaurant, Aqua Rose did not show up, even after a long time had passed. Instead, a pot-bellied man resembling Methria walked over and quietly sat opposite of Feng. With a gentle and elegant smile, he said, "Hello there, Master Black Flame. As Miss Aqua has some urgent matters to attend to today, she has sent me to represent her in this transaction. Miss Aqua expresses her sincerest apologies." Chapter 233, Astronomical Transaction. Miss Aqua has some urgent matters? Feng was slightly surprised. "That's right. Although I cannot reveal to your excellency what those matters are, I, joking scholar, can represent Miss Aqua in conducting the transaction with you." However, Feng did not believe him. Every time he and Aqua Rose completed a transaction, both sides would gain massive profits. Logically speaking, there should be nothing more important than this matter. Even if Aqua Rose truly had an urgent matter, She should have at least notified him beforehand. However, Aqua Rose had not. Shifeng carefully observed this Mithria-like person. Although he appeared absolutely harmless, his body exuded a sense of shrewdness that spoke of vast experience in the business world. Virtual reality. In this realistic world, regarding a player's expressions or demeanor, both would be fully displayed on their characters. With over a decade of experience campaigning in God's domain, Shifeng could immediately perceive the delight and panic hidden behind those beady little eyes. Since Miss Aqua has some matters to deal with, let us postpone our business transaction till next time then. Shifeng smiled calmly before standing up, saying, I still have some matters that I need to attend to, so I'll leave first. Hearing that Shifeng had no intention to continue the trade and intended to leave, Mithria's facial expression immediately changed. A hint of panic appeared in his friendly smile when Shifeng stood. Master Black Flame, don't be in such a rush. Although Miss Aqua is absent, Twilight Echo sincerely desires this trade's success. We are willing to pay 30% more than the previously mentioned price. Joking Scholar hurriedly stood and held back Shifeng. 30%? Seems that you guys really are sincere about this. Shifeng halted his steps, smiling. He then turned to face the panicked Mithria, saying, Since you've already made the offer, let us negotiate the price. Of course. Joking Scholar hurriedly nodded his head, once more revealing his friendly smile. Following which, the two sat and resumed their business transaction. Do you have what I asked of Miss Aqua the last time? Shifeng asked. Master Black Flame, please have a look. Joking Scholar retrieved several ore bags. Hard stones and rare forging materials filled the majority of these bags. Moreover, aside from taking out 5 400-slot ore bags, which were the largest ore bags currently available to players, he had also taken out a black leather bag. There were many runes carved on the exterior of this bag, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item with just a glance. It is as expected of Twilight Echo. They even have a runic ore bag. Shifeng was inwardly shocked. The runic ore bag was a mysterious iron-grade ore bag. It had a massive capacity of 1,200 slots, 4 times that of a common grade ore bag. However, this item was not easy to obtain. Only Lord-ranked bosses in mines had a chance of dropping this item. Compared to the previous encounter, this transaction would be far larger. Joking Scholar had prepared over 2,000 stacks of hard stones, 300 stacks of fine iron ore, 400 stacks of silver ore, and 200 stacks of mithril oregon. Furthermore, there were also 100 stacks of gold ore, which was currently unavailable in Starmoon Kingdom. Just how much manpower and resources had they spent in the process of gathering such a large amount of precious ores? This was precisely the strength of a first-rate guild. It was not something a normal guild could compare to. Good, everything that I requested is here. Deducting all these ores, if we factor in the 30% increase in price you previously mentioned, you just need to pay me an additional 120 million credits. Shifeng took out a letter that had been encrypted by the system and placed it on the table. Only a specified person could open this letter, and outsiders had no way to discover its contents. When Joking Scholar heard the price of 120 million credits, his smiling expression immediately froze. He had nearly spat the black tea that was in his mouth, the teacup in his hand nearly falling to the ground due to his trembling. The 120 million credits is the price of this encrypted letter. Joking Scholar looked at the white envelope on the table, his facial expression turning extraordinarily ugly. His previously beady eyes abruptly widened as he sent a chilling glare at Shifeng, coldly saying, Master Black Flame, aren't you going a little too overboard? We of Twilight Echo have come here with the sincerest intentions to conduct business with you. Are you looking down on Twilight Echo? Or do you not take Miss Aqua seriously? No matter how stupid Joking Scholar was, he knew that no transaction in God's domain could currently achieve such a frightening cost. That was 120 million credits. Not 120 million hell money. Such an amount was sufficient for a normal person to live the rest of their life in luxury. Even Joking Scholar himself would not earn such an amount in this lifetime. The only possibility was that Shifeng was toying with him, or that Shifeng had already found out that he was a fake. However, as a preventive measure, he still used Aqua Rose's name to warn Shifeng. Shifeng calmly smiled at this Mithraya's reaction. He paid no mind to joking scholar's chilling and threatening gaze, unhurriedly saying, "How could you say such a thing? Weren't you the one that suggested for the 30% increase in price? I've fully followed our previous agreement and have brought what that Miss Aqua requested. Could Miss Aqua have forgotten to tell you about it? Or is it because you are fake?" A chilling light suddenly flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he loudly questioned. "You?" At this moment, joking scholar gnashed his teeth in anger. Shifeng had clearly pretended to be the fool here. Yet he could not just reveal Shifeng's act. "Master Black Flame, of course I was sent here by Miss Aqua. Please stop trying to probe me. Miss Rose never agreed to this." Joking scholar was no fool. He thought that Shifeng was currently trying to probe him, so he quickly cooled his temper. "Probe? What reason would I have to probe you?" Shifeng smiled as he said, "I am very serious. If Aqua Rose didn't mention such an important agreement to you and you have no knowledge of it, then it seems you are indeed a fake. If that is so, then I am truly sorry. Our business transaction ends here." Saying so, Shifeng stood and prepared to leave. Joking scholar immediately panicked. He could no longer discern whether Shifeng's words were true or not. In the beginning he thought Shifeng was trying to swindle him. Now, however, it would seem that his previous preconception might be wrong. Have I really guessed wrong? Was this letter actually what they intended to trade? Joking scholar felt that his brain was no longer sufficient to process this matter. He could not see through Shifeng at all. Previously, Shifeng had expressed immense interest in continuing the trade. Now, however, Shifeng was about to leave after scoffing. Just what was he supposed to do? Joking scholar had personally witnessed the benefits Aqua Rose had obtained through her transactions with Shifeng. If Twilight Echo could periodically conduct similar trades with Shifeng and obtain such immense profits every time, the other first-rate guilds in their kingdom would have no chance to compete with them. They would become the tyrant of their kingdom. Just by becoming the lord of a city, the benefits that ensued were enough to attract the world-class corporation's investments. Not to mention receiving a few hundred million, they could even receive tens of billions of credits. If Twilight Echo could become the tyrant of a kingdom, they could receive investments from over 10 major corporations. The credits they could earn were unimaginable. In comparison, the 120 million credit transaction right now could be considered negligible. However, 120 million credits was not pocket change either. Moreover, their guild had only obtained the many ores before him through the painstaking work. If they gave them all to Shifeng, the losses would be mind-blowing. Of course, if such a powerful benefit were truly available, it could greatly assist Twilight Echo in elevating its current position, becoming the tyrant of the capital city. However, joking scholar could not see past Shifeng's thoughts at all. He did not know whether Shifeng had the sincerity to continue their current cooperation. With his status, he did not dare make this gamble. "Master Black Flame, please wait a minute. Maybe Miss Aqua has forgotten to mention this to me. I'll have to ask Miss Aqua about this before making a decision. If there truly are no problems, then the 120 million credits and these materials will all be yours." Joking scholar decided to hold Shifeng back for now. He needed to report this matter to his superiors and let them decide what to do. That way, he won't have to take responsibility for this matter. Chapter 234. While the priest climbs a post, the devil climbs 10. Naturally, Shifeng could not just walk away after hearing joking scholar's words. Although he did not know what had happened to Aqua Rose, if he could swindle so many materials and credits, he would make a huge profit. "Fine. I'll give you 1 minute. I'm in a hurry." Shifeng swept a glance at the clock displayed on the system interface. There were still 2 hours before the auction started at the Blackwing City auction house. If he missed this chance, he would have to wait for several more days before the next. Since a lot was at stake, joking scholar dared not waste any more time. He immediately sent a message to his superior, awaiting the decision. After waiting for half a minute or so, joking scholar received a reply. Joking scholar immediately felt his mood refresh when he read the reply. "Master Black Flame, Miss Aqua has said that, due to the transaction being of such magnitude, if we are to conduct this trade, we need to verify the item that you have provided. Of course, I will preside over this verification. If there truly are no problems, We will immediately transfer the money to you, Joking Scholar confidently informed Shifeng. That won't do. If you guys get a look at the contents of this letter, then the information inside will no longer have any value. What if you decide not to pay me? Wouldn't I take a huge loss instead? Unless you give me the money first, I will not let you look at the contents. Shifeng sneered. Since Twilight Echo doesn't have any sincerity in continuing this trade, so be it. Contrary to Joking Scholar's belief, the information inside the encrypted letter was the real deal. It could instantly promote a large guild to the next level. The information was especially useful to a first-rate guild. Of course, this information would not actually sell for an astronomical price of 120 million credits. Since he had cooperated with Aqua Rose in the past, he would not betray her and cooperate with someone else. Hence, he had only mentioned such an astronomical price to play with Joking Scholar. Master Black Flame, we are very sincere in this matter. If you continue responding to our sincerity in such a way, we can only take it as you toying with Twilight Echo. None who attempt to make fools of Twilight Echo find a good ending. If Master Black Flame doesn't want a misunderstanding, please let me take a look at the information contained in the letter. As long as there are no problems, then based on Twilight Echo's credibility, we certainly will not go back on our word and ruin our own reputation. Although Joking Scholar spoke with an amicable tone, he did not try to hide the cold glint in his eyes in the least. Are you threatening me? Shifeng's tone turned cold as he said, although Twilight Echo is a first-rate guild, don't think that I, Black Flame, am someone you can easily mess around with. Since this matter has reached this point, our cooperation ends right here and now. Shifeng immediately left the restaurant, leaving behind a dumbfounded Joking Scholar. Joking Scholar never thought Shifeng would react so decisively. In his opinion, Black Flame was only a forger. How could he possibly dare call shots with a first-rate guild like Twilight Echo? Hence Joking Scholar decided to threaten him. Yet Shifeng had not reacted as he had expected at all. So much so that his threat had yielded the exact opposite effect he had wanted. The higher-ups of the guild had tasked him with maintaining the current business relationship they had with Black Flame. If there were a possibility, the best-case scenario would be to recruit Black Flame into Twilight Echo. How abominable! This Black Flame is simply impervious to reason. Joking Scholar had originally intended to hold Shifeng back once more. However, doing so was simply too humiliating. After speaking those decisive words, if he had to suddenly change his tone and try to ingratiate himself with Shifeng, he simply could not do it. He is definitely toying with me. That's the only plausible reason why he isn't willing to show me the contents of that letter. Immediately after, Joking Scholar contacted his superior. Scholar, how did it go? A dignified tone came through the communicator. Boss, that Black Flame rejected our proposal. He refused to let me take a look at the letter's contents. However, I am very sure that he is trying to play us for fools. There is nothing important in the letter, Scholar confidently assured. I understand. Although it is slightly unfortunate, Black Flame has also given us some enlightenment. Since Black Flame is unwilling to do business with us, we can just look for someone else. I hear that Star Moon Kingdom, where Black Flame is from, should be in dire need of ores. Look for a powerful guild from Star Moon Kingdom at Blackwing City. I believe that they should be very willing to cooperate with us. Yes, boss. Currently, Joking Scholar felt exhilarated. Black Flame, did you really think that you are so amazing? Once I sell these ores to some other guild in Star Moon Kingdom, we'll see if you can still survive there. Soon after, Joking Scholar had departed from the restaurant as well. He started looking for a new business partner from Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, after Shifeng left the restaurant, he immediately changed his appearance using the demon mask. He had long since waited for Joking Scholar's departure. Although Shifeng did not intend to do business with Joking Scholar, that would not stop him from swindling the man. After all, it was not easy for him to obtain so many ores. Moreover, it was not his style to just let Joking Scholar escape. Previously, he had used the appearance of Black Flame, so he could not swindle those ores from him. However, now that he had changed his appearance, even if he swindled Joking Scholar, he would be fine as long as he immediately donned a new appearance. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of wealth and manpower to procure the ores. If they failed to sell them, keeping those ores for their own use instead, They would need over 10 days to exhaust such a large supply fully. Twilight Echo could not bear such a heavy cost. After all, these ores could not increase their guild's battle prowess. They could only do so by turning these materials into currency. However, if they wished to turn these ores into money, they had to sell them to a guild that was in dire need of ores. As for independent players, they simply had no way to deplete such a stock. Unless they paid with credits, even a first-rate guild could not afford so many ores. However, would Twilight Echo lack credits? That's right, they didn't lack credits. If they could spend credits to purchase a large amount of gold coins, they would have spent several 100 million credits without hesitation. However, the main god system had not activated an exchange system for coins. As for the virtual trade center, there was simply not enough gold coins to satisfy their demands. Most importantly, if they purchased gold coins in bulk, their actions would inflate the prices of gold coins endlessly, and doing so was not a worthwhile investment. This was also one of the reasons why large guilds normally would not purchase gold coins in bulk. If Twilight Echo could not sell these ores quickly, it would wound the guild's development. However, it would not be an easy task to find a business partner willing to purchase so many ores. The only possibility they had was to look for a guild from Star Moon Kingdom. As long as Twilight Echo investigated, they would immediately discover that Black Flame was from Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the fact that Black Flame purchased so many forging materials proved that Star Moon Kingdom was in dire need. As long as the upper echelon of Twilight Echo had brains, they would naturally look for someone from Star Moon Kingdom to cooperate with. Unfortunately, Twilight Echo had miscalculated one point. It was not easy to obtain the pass required to enter Blackwing City. Even for a large guild, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort to obtain one. Not to mention, the majority of the guilds and players in Star Moon Kingdom didn't even know about the existence of Blackwing City. Quite some time had passed since the launch of God's Domain. However, the players from Star Moon Kingdom who could enter Blackwing City were among the extreme minority. It went without saying there were even fewer players who could afford so many ores. An hour quickly passed with Shifeng trailing Joking Scholar. Sure enough, Joking Scholar failed to find even a single player from Star Moon Kingdom. The majority of the players he met were independent players from other kingdoms and empires. Even when he met players belonging to guilds, these players were not part of their guild's backbone. Most importantly, none of these players had any interest in Twilight Echo's ores. This situation depressed Joking Scholar. He wondered just why he could not meet any players from Star Moon Kingdom. It would be fine even if it were even an independent player. At this moment, Shifeng took on Lone Tyrant's appearance using the demon mask, and he walked towards Joking Scholar casually. Chapter 235, Extreme Squeezing. Shifeng's disguise looked extremely similar to the real deal. Moreover, the equipment he wore had also changed appearance. He now wore a complete secret silver set equipment. On his back he carried the fine gold-ranked blood-red longsword and blood-red cross shield. Not to mention the guild leader of a second-rate guild, even the guild leader of a first-rate guild would find it difficult to obtain equipment as dazzling as Shifeng's. In addition, Shifeng had completely replicated Lone Tyrant's arrogant air, creating a vivid image of the guild leader. Right now, even if someone familiar with Lone Tyrant stood before Shifeng, they could not tell whether he was the real Lone Tyrant or not. The players that walked past Shifeng involuntarily found their heads turning towards him. Both envy and admiration filled the gazes they sent his way. The glowing effect of a fine gold weapon had nearly blinded their eyes. At this moment, Joking Scholar was still blindly searching the streets for his target, a gloomy expression portrayed on his face. However, when his eyes landed on Lone Tyrant, who was Shifeng in disguise, his eyes flashed with a glint of excitement. His equipment. Not even our guild leader compares to him. The guild he belongs to must be very powerful. I hope he is a player from Star Moon Kingdom. Joking Scholar made a silent prayer as he walked towards Shifeng. Hello. I am Joking Scholar of Twilight Echo. May I ask if your excellency comes from Star Moon Kingdom? Joking Scholar asked in anticipation. Are your eyes a decoration? Of course I am from Star Moon Kingdom. If you don't even know who I am, why are you even playing God's Domain? Shifeng arrogantly scoffed. Contrary to expectations, not only did Shifeng's scolding fail to anger Joking Scholar, but it had also made him rejoice. Immediately, Joking Scholar used an identification skill on Shifeng. Lone Tyrant. Affiliated Guild, Dark Star. After reading Shifeng's basic information, Joking Scholarly immediately started a search through the official forums for information. Very quickly, Joking Scholar uncovered most of the information available about Lone Tyrant, and his mood instantly lifted higher than before. How careless of me! I did not expect to meet the well-renowned guild leader Lone Tyrant of Star Moon Kingdom. I wonder if your excellency would be interested in purchasing some ores? Joking Scholar spoke unhurriedly. However, Shifeng inwardly smiled at Joking Scholar's words. Just as he had guessed, Joking Scholar was in a hurry to get rid of the ores in his hands. Ores? Are you looking down on our guild? Shifeng angrily demanded. Guild leader Tyrant has misunderstood me. Of course, I know that your excellency does not lack materials. Joking Scholar calmly said, however, what about the other guilds in Star Moon Kingdom? If guild leader Tyrant can sell a large number of ores to those guilds at a low price, wouldn't your excellency make a huge profit? At this moment, Shifeng faked an interested expression. Guild leader Tyrant, after the recent update of God's domain, fighting monsters places a huge toll on a weapon's durability. Hence, I believe that every guild would be very interested in whetstones. Meanwhile, the main material needed to produce whetstones is hard stones. I just happen to have plenty of hard stones with me right now, and I can sell all of them to your excellency at a very low price, Joking Scholar hurriedly said. Cheap hard stones. Shifeng appeared even more interested now, saying, speak then. I can sell these hard stones to your excellency at a price of 10 silver coins a stack. Similarly, I can also sell the other ores I have with me for much cheaper than those found in Star Moon Kingdom, Joking Scholar offered confidently. You call 10 silver coins per stack cheap? Are you trying to toy with me? Do you think I have so much time to waste on you? Shifeng growled, I will pay at most 5 silver coins a stack. Otherwise, we do not need to continue this conversation. Your Excellency, I know how much hard stones sell for in Star Moon Kingdom. Normally, each stack can sell for 11 to 12 silver coins. By reselling the hard stones your Excellency buys from me, your Excellency can still make an effortless 1 to 2 silver coins. Moreover, the amount of hard stones I have with me is by no means small. They can allow your Excellency to make an immense profit. Joking Scholar had done his homework, thoroughly researching the prices of ores in Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, Joking Scholar felt confident that Lone Tyrant was interested in buying the hard stones. Lone Tyrant was simply trying to lower the prices to maximize his profits. 12 silver coins? Shifeng disdainfully said, that was the price 2 days ago. Now that everyone's level is higher, the available locations they can farm hard stones from has also increased. It is absolutely impossible to sell them at such a high price anymore. I'll repeat myself one more time. 5 silver coins a stack. If you don't want to sell, then so be it. Immediately, Joking Scholar grew flustered at Shifeng's words. Indeed, he had investigated the ore prices in Star Moon Kingdom 2 days ago. Moreover, just as Shifeng had said, players' levels rose constantly. Not only would the drop rate of hard stones from monsters increase, but players could also obtain quite a number from mining ores. Take the hard stones Twilight Echo had gathered, for example. Twilight Echo had previously paid around 3 to 4 silver coins per stack while gathering the hard stones. If they sold them for only 5 silver coins a stack to Shifeng, they wouldn't make a huge profit. Your Excellency drives a hard bargain. How about this? What do you think about 8 silver coins a stack? Joking Scholar probed. Scram. If you're not going to sell them, then forget it. Shifeng pretended to grow angry. Although Shifeng stated that the prices of hard stones had fallen, the prices in White River City had not decreased by much. Each stack could still sell for around 11 silver coins right now. However, Shifeng was in no hurry. He knew that Twilight Echo was deeply afraid of keeping the hard stones and having their value depreciate as time passed. Such a loss could greatly hamper Twilight Echo's growth, letting the other guilds surpass them. Your Excellency, please wait a moment. How about 7 silver coins per stack? Joking Scholar hurriedly bargained when he noticed Shifeng about to walk away. However, his offer failed to halt Shifeng's steps. All right, 6 silver coins. I can't lower the price any further than that. Joking Scholar felt helpless at Shifeng's unyielding attitude. However, it was simply too difficult to find players from Starmoon Kingdom in Blackwing City. It was especially true for a guild leader like Lone Tyrant. If Joking Scholar could not sell these hard stones as quickly as possible, their value would continue to depreciate. However, reality was cruel. Shifeng did not halt his steps at all. Joking Scholar started to panic now. He hurriedly ran to stop Shifeng, saying in an urgent tone, "Your Excellency. Are you really not going to consider it? 6 silver coins is already a very low price. You can't find such an offer anywhere else." "Can't find?" Shifeng smiled. Although Starmoon Kingdom ranked above average among kingdoms that produced herbs, regarding mineral production, Starmoon Kingdom ranked below average. Thus, the mineral supply in Starmoon Kingdom lacked constantly. However, not every kingdom and empire was in a similar situation to the Starmoon Kingdom. Immediately, Shifeng loudly yelled, "Selling hard stones for 6 silver coins a stack. You definitely can't find a price lower than this." Shifeng's actions dumbfounded Joking Scholar. However, many players on the street sent gazes of contempt towards Shifeng. "Stop joking around. You call 6 silver coins a stack cheap? Even 5 silver 30 coppers is expensive where I come from. If you want to purchase in bulk, I can sell them to you at 5 silver coins a stack." I nearly died from laughter just now. Many players on the street started laughing at Shifeng. However, the one who was truly embarrassed was Joking Scholar. At this moment he felt so ashamed that he could not even raise his head to face Shifeng. His absolute confidence from before had returned to slap him in the face. Moreover, someone had already made an offer of 5 silver coins per stack. Nothing could have a more powerful impact than this. "How about it? Didn't you say that your hard stones were the cheapest? Didn't you say that I absolutely couldn't find a lower price than yours?" Shifeng snorted as he asked, "Why is everyone offering me a lower price then? Did you really think that I am a fool? This is a misunderstanding. Really?" Joking Scholar hurriedly said, "Just like your Excellency suggested before, how about 5 silver coins a stack?" "Too late. I'll offer at best 2 silver coins now. Before, I had only casually asked around on the street and already someone has offered me a price of 5 silver coins. If I ask even more people, I might even find a cheaper offer than that. There are plenty of kingdoms rich in ores." Shifeng smiled contemptuously. Chapter 236, Mysterious NPC. Shifeng's offer this time truly shocked Joking Scholar. However, Joking Scholar knew that it was no longer possible for him to sell the forging materials for a good price. At this moment, Joking Scholar had finally realized that making money in Blackwing City was not an easy task. Although Blackwing City provided players with various opportunities, the competition here was more intense than any other city in God's domain. The players in Blackwing City came from various kingdoms and empires, and each one of these kingdoms and empires had their own specialties. Although Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild, they held no advantage whatsoever in this city. Even the forging materials they were so proud of held no advantage in this city. Joking Scholar honestly wondered how Aqua Rose had managed to make so much money from her trips to Blackwing City. "Your Excellency, can you give me some time? After all, the price you offered is simply too low. I need to consult with my superiors before making a decision," Joking Scholar persuaded Shifeng. "Fine. It just so happens that I need to purchase some items. We'll meet up in this plaza in 30 minutes. Shifeng nodded. The two promptly added each other as friends. After parting, Shifeng immediately walked into an empty alley. The reason he had offered an extremely low price of 2 silver coins was to force Joking Scholar to contact his superiors. More importantly, he had done so to part with Joking Scholar. Otherwise, he would have no way of realizing his plan. After walking into the alley, Shifeng immediately used the 7 Luminaries crystal and returned to White River City. He then rushed to the bank, retrieving several hundred stacks of hard stones and other ores, before using the 7 Luminaries crystal again to travel to Blackwing City. Afterward, Shifeng looked for a dark, narrow alley. Glancing at his surroundings and making sure that he had not been followed, Shifeng changed into a new appearance again. This time he disguised himself as an old man with white hair. He then donned a black hooded cloak and changed his name to Carlos. Aside from his name, he had concealed his information. That should be about it. Shifeng examined his disguise. Regarding outward appearance or temperament, both looked extremely mysterious. Moreover, his body also exuded a frightening aura. He did not look like a player at all. After confirming that there were no problems with his disguise, Shifeng walked towards a relatively populated street. On the street, he discovered a relatively well-equipped guardian knight, and without hesitation he walked towards this guardian knight. While he walked past this man, Shifeng pretended to accidentally bump into him, knocking the man down to the ground. Originally, the guardian knight was enraged from being knocked down. However, just before he started cursing, he noticed that the old man before him had a shockingly powerful aura, so much so that he could feel his own body trembling slightly before this elder. Immediately, he used an identification skill on this old man and found out that the old man was called Carlos. Meanwhile, any remaining information about the old man displayed as unknown. In God's domain, there were only two scenarios that resulted in an unknown return from an identification skill. One was when the targeted player used a special item to conceal their information, while the other was due to a large gap in strength. In both cases, a normal identification skill would not suffice to determine the target's information. Meanwhile, the old man before him was clearly not a player but an NPC. Hence, the guardian knight determined that the old man named Carlos was very powerful. Afraid that he would earn the ire of this mysterious NPC and get himself killed, the guardian knight immediately swallowed his words. "Young man, are you all right?" Shifeng spoke in a dignified tone, casting an overlooking gaze at the guardian knight. "No, there are no problems at all," the guardian knight hurriedly said. "It's good that you're all right. However, it is still my fault for bumping into you. As compensation, you can come to my place to purchase items in the future. I will sell them to you at a discount," Shifeng said. Immediately, he started walking towards a nearby alleyway. Could my luck have come? The guardian knight reacted quickly as he immediately followed Shifeng into the alleyway. Shifeng was shrouded in mystery, and the aura he exuded was extremely frightening. Coupling that with the fact that he had bumped into a player, he would naturally attract the attention of many players on the street. Although Shifeng's words had not been loud, many of the surrounding players had clearly heard him. There were countless fortuitous encounters in God's domain. It was especially so for a place like Blackwing City. It was not strange for players to purchase some rare items from a hidden NPC. The elderly man before them was such a powerful NPC. It would not be odd for him to sell some powerful rare item. So, how could they possibly miss out on such a good opportunity? Hence, every player on the street followed Shifeng and the guardian knight. Damn, why are there so many people following us? The guardian knight felt depressed when he noticed the crowd of players trailing behind him and the old man. However, his feet did not stop as he continued after Shifeng. Meanwhile, when Shifeng noticed the large number of players following him, his lips curled into a smile. He had already achieved his goal. Soon after, Shifeng led the crowd of players past the street where Joking Scholar was. As Joking Scholar had only needed to notify his superiors about the current situation, he had not wandered too far from his original location. Naturally, he also noticed the strange sight of a crowd of players following a mysterious old man. Hence, he hurried after one of the players trailing Shifeng. After making a short inquiry, Joking Scholar learned the reason for this strange situation. His face lit up with joy as he too joined this army of players. Seeing that Joking Scholar had taken the bait, Shifeng located an unoccupied gazebo and took a seat there. His expression remained indifferent as he gazed at the players following him. The guardian knight from before immediately walked up to Shifeng without hesitation. He intended to find out what items he could purchase from the old man. In response to the guardian knight's actions, Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he retrieved hard stones and many other types of rare ores. He then quoted extremely low prices for all these ores. Shifeng quoted 1 stack of hard stones for 40 copper coins, a stack of 200 iron ore for 4 silver coins, a stack of 200 fine iron ore for 6 silver coins, 200 silver ore for 10 silver coins, and 200 mithril ore for 12 silver coins. The Guardian Knight was immediately dumbfounded when he heard these prices. The prices Shifeng quoted were far lower than the current market prices. It was especially true for the hard stones that were currently in high demand. Your Excellency Carlos, I wish to purchase 30 stacks of hard stones, the Guardian Knight said, excitement clear in his voice. After all, if he returned to his own country and resold these hard stones at 5 silver coins, he would make an immense profit. Anyone would grow excited over such a situation. Hence, the Guardian Knight spent all of the money he had on him to purchase hard stones from Shifeng. Meanwhile, the players that arrived a tad bit later were immediately stunned by the Guardian Knight's transaction. Immediately, they rushed forward to purchase hard stones from Shifeng. A majority of the players currently in Blackwing City were independent players. The money they carried did not amount to much, so the number of hard stones they could buy was limited. Most of the players only bought a dozen or so stacks of hard stones from Shifeng. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had already sold over 200 stacks. The players who managed to purchase hard stones from Shifeng left with wide smiles. Some had even purchased gold coins using credits, shouting their offer on the streets. If they were to purchase coins through the virtual trade center, the coins would need at least 2 hours to arrive in their accounts. If it were a private transaction between players, however, they could immediately pay and receive the coins. Hence, these players immediately started yelling on the streets, going so far as to offer double the market price. Joking Scholar immediately panicked. This mysterious NPC was actually selling these items and at such a low price. There were even so many players purchasing coins on the streets. If news of this matter reached Dark Star's guild leader Lone Tyrant's ears. If that happened, he would never get rid of the forging materials in his hands. Immediately, Joking Scholar sent this information back to his superior, and just as quickly he received a reply. They ordered him to sell as many of the materials as he could at a low price. Following which, Joking Scholar immediately rushed towards the meeting location he had agreed upon with Shifeng. He then sent Shifeng a message stating that they could conduct their trade immediately. Joking Scholar was deeply afraid of Shifeng discovering the matter with the mysterious NPC. If Shifeng found out about it, he wouldn't even be able to sell his hard stones for 2 silver coins a stack. Shifeng revealed a faint smile after receiving Joking Scholar's message. Immediately, he told the players that he had sold out for the day and that he would return tomorrow. Many of the new arrivals were gravely disappointed. They lamented over the fact that they had been so slow, and they had no choice but to return tomorrow. Soon after, Shifeng vanished from the players' sight. He searched for a secluded location and donned the appearance of Lone Tyrant once more, before hurrying over to the meeting location. Chapter 237. If you don't do stupid things, they won't come back and bite you in the ass. In the central plaza of Blackwing City, many players wandered, sightseeing. Blackwing City was a must-see destination as it had been built atop the peak of a mountain. Meanwhile, the stargazing tower loomed in the central plaza of the city. Through the usage of a floating platform, players could arrive at the top of the tower and witness the full beauty of Blackwing City. Beneath the stargazing tower, Shifeng located Joking Scholar. At this moment, panic painted Joking Scholar's face. His eyes were like searchlights as they scanned the plaza. When he finally spotted Shifeng, he hurried over. Guild Leader Tyrant, the higher-ups have given me my instructions. To maintain long-term cooperations with Guild Leader Tyrant, we agree to sell the hard stones to you at 2 silver coins a stack. As long as you take these forging materials back to Starmoon Kingdom, you can earn back at least 3 to 4 times the cost, Joking Scholar said as he walked up to Shifeng, a smile filling his face. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of time to obtain these forging materials. They had even spent an impressive sum of coins and credits in the process. Meanwhile, their main goal was to turn these forging materials into coins. If luck would have it, they could even make a small profit from the trade. By the looks of it, however, that would not happen. After all, not only were the forging materials of other kingdoms and empires similarly cheap, but there was also a mysterious NPC in Blackwing City selling these materials far below bottom-line prices now. The only thing Joking Scholar could do now was turn all these forging materials into coins, even at the cost of taking a small loss. He could then head to the Blackwing City auction and purchase some items that would benefit the guild's development. However, although ideals were wonderful, reality was very cruel. It was clearly impossible for Shifeng to spend hundreds of gold to purchase these materials. Even if he had over 3,000 gold coins, he still wouldn't spend it in such a way. Not to mention Shifeng had spent so much effort in swindling Joking Scholar. He naturally wouldn't stop at just 2 silver coins. 2 silver coins a stack, now that's what I call sincere. However, just before I came here, someone mentioned to me that they are willing to sell a large amount of hard stones for 1 silver coin a stack. Moreover, if I am willing to purchase over 1,000 stacks, they will lower that price even further. Shifeng shook his head, feigning disinterest. What? 1 silver coin a stack? Who said that? Joking Scholar was already on the brink of insanity. He had only found a large transaction after much difficulty. Now, however, someone was trying to undersell him. Moreover, that person clearly knew about the mysterious NPC selling forging materials. If he had to sell each stack of hard stones for only 1 silver coin, he might as well take them back to his own empire and sell them there. Yet the various guilds in Storm Empire, the empire Twilight Echo belonged to, was far from lacking forging materials. As for the independent players there, most were self-sufficient. As a result, the players purchasing hard stones were very few. On the contrary, there were plenty of players selling them. However, due to Twilight Echo's recent mass purchase, the prices of hard stones in the Storm Empire had increased. Originally, 2 silver coins would be more than enough to purchase 1 stack of hard stones. If these hard stones were forged into whetstones, though, the demand would slightly increase. You will have to investigate this person yourself. If there aren't any more matters here, I'll be going. I still have to discuss the exact pricing with that person. If I buy several thousand stacks, I wonder if he will sell at an even lower price? Shifeng laughed. Guild leader Tyrant, please wait a moment. Joking Scholar hurriedly said, if you are willing to purchase a large amount, Twilight Echo is willing to offer the same price as that person. If you are willing to buy more than 20,000 stacks, I can offer you a price of 60 copper coins a stack. Take it as a sign of friendship. Currently, Joking Scholar no longer cared about price. The only fortunate matter to him right now was the fact that Lone Tyrant had yet to discover the mysterious NPC. Although Twilight Echo would incur an astronomical loss by selling the 2,000 stacks of hard stones they currently had at a price of 60 copper, they could simply purchase more hard stones at a price of 40 coppers from the mysterious NPC. If they resold those hard stones at 60 coppers, they would make a clean profit of 20 coppers per stack. If they resold 18,000 stacks, they could easily recoup their losses. Hence, Joking Scholar needed to take action quickly. If Lone Tyrant found out about this matter, he might not even be able to sell the hard stones he had for 40 coppers a stack. 60 copper coins a stack? Moreover, you guys actually have over 20,000 stacks. Shifeng feigned astonishment as he spoke. Of course. This is our way of showing sincerity. However, you have to buy 20,000 stacks to get such a low price. Joking Scholar nodded his head, smiling. Hold on a minute. I'll ask that person what price he is willing to offer if I buy 20,000 stacks, Shifeng said. Hearing that Shifeng was about to contact the person who knew about the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar's panic grew. Anyone aware of this information only needed to spend as much effort as flipping a hand over in this transaction. Even if they made a profit of 1 copper coin per stack, they could still earn 2 gold coins from selling 20,000 stacks. However, Joking Scholar's situation was different. Hence, he hurriedly shouted, Guild leader Tyrant, please wait a minute. I don't wish to waste time competing with those people, so I'll offer you a cost price of 50 copper coins. Take it as me trying to befriend you. However, you have to purchase 50,000 stacks. I'll even gift you 300 stacks of iron, or 400 stacks of silver, or 200 stacks of mithril, or 100 stacks of gold, and also a mysterious iron-ranked runic or bag. Nobody can offer you a lower price than me. You're offering 50 copper coins a stack and they come with a gift of rare ores as well? There are even 100 stacks of gold or a high quality ore that I have never seen before. It seems that you are indeed sincere. I doubt that the other side can offer a price lower than this. Alright then. I'll buy 50,000 stacks of hard stones from you. Shifeng smiled contently. He was already quite satisfied that he could purchase 2,000 stacks of hard stones for only 50 copper coins a stack. At the expense of selling over 200 stacks of hard stones at a price of 40 copper coins a stack, he could purchase over 2,000 stacks at a price of 50 copper coins in return. He had made a huge profit out of this transaction. As for the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones, if Joking Scholar uncovered the truth, he would never sell him hard stones for such a low price again. Basically, there wouldn't be another business transaction between him and Twilight Echo. However, Shifeng paid no mind to this. With this batch of forging materials, he would not run out of hard stones anytime soon. Let's sign a contract then, Guild Leader Tyrant. Joking Scholar took out an electronic contract. With the main god system bearing testimony to this contract, neither party involved was allowed to violate the conditions set. What is the meaning of this? Shifeng wrinkled his brows slightly. Guild Leader Tyrant, this is a large transaction that involves 50,000 stacks of hard stones. If Guild Leader Tyrant suddenly decides not to buy the hard stones, wouldn't I suffer the loss? Of course, I am not trying to question Guild Leader Tyrant's credibility. However, to avoid any future disputes, let us be villains before nobles, Joking Scholar explained. Still, isn't there a problem with this agreement? I don't mind that the trade has to be done within 10 days. But why do I have to compensate you 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits with gold coins as priority if I renege on the contract, while you guys don't have to pay anything if you renege on your commitment? Shifeng angrily said, You call this not questioning my reputation? From the way I see it, maybe we should forget about this business transaction altogether. Although Shifeng appeared angry inwardly, he couldn't be any happier. Originally, he had no hopes of getting the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones. He would never have thought that Joking Scholar would take such an action. Contrary to being furious, Shifeng couldn't help but eagerly agree to this contract. The evil one brought upon themselves truly was the hardest to bear. Please wait, Guild Leader Tyrant. I simply forgot to write it in. If Twilight Echo reneges on the agreement, we will similarly compensate you with 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits. Moreover, Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured about the validity of this contract, as our Guild Leader has personally signed. The only thing remaining is Guild Leader Tyrant's signature. Joking Scholar hurriedly amended the agreement. He had indeed forgotten about this matter out of panic. After all, he was deeply afraid of Shifeng discovering the mysterious NPC who sold forging materials. However, as long as both parties signed this agreement, even if Lone Tyrant discovered this mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar had nothing to fear. Now that's more like it, Shifeng said with satisfaction after finding no problems with the agreement. Shifeng was nearly unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. After calming his excited mood down, he signed the contract. However, Joking Scholar was far more excited than Shifeng. His heart was about to break out of his chest. As he watched Shifeng finally sign the agreement, the contract receiving the recognition of the main god system, he simultaneously revealed a cold smile. Chapter 238, Perfect Substitute. Let's first trade the 2,000 stacks that I have with me then. Joking Scholar felt fully relieved now. Sure, Shifeng revealed a faint smile, nodding. Joking Scholar then called up the trade interface, initiating the trade. With the agreement in effect now, even if Lone Tyrant discovered the secret, he would not dare renege on the deal. If he did so, he had to pay 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits, with gold coins set the priority. Hence, he could only gnash his teeth as he purchased 50,000 stacks of hard stones for 50 copper coins a stack. The full transaction would total to 250 gold coins. Meanwhile, by reselling the 48,000 stacks of hard stones he would obtain from the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar could make a clean profit of 48 gold. In addition to the 10 gold he just obtained, he would have a total profit of 58 gold. Such an amount could allow him to purchase quite a lot of items at the Blackwing City auction. He could also use the leftovers to increase the guild's fluid funds. Joking Scholar nearly roared with excitement. This feeling is great. However, Joking Scholar suppressed his excitement. He still needed to maintain a proper outward appearance. Now that Twilight Echo had such fluid funds, they could develop at a much faster rate. Also, since his contribution in this matter was so great, Joking Scholar wondered just what sort of reward the guild leader would give him. Currently, Shifeng also felt exhilarated at the sight of so many forging materials. Most importantly, he had only spent 10 gold coins for all of them. Nothing could feel better than this. As long as he resold them in White River City, he could earn 200 gold coins from the 2,000 stacks of hard stones alone. If he forged all of them into whetstones, he could make 800 gold. If he turned them into advanced whetstones, that would be a 2,000 gold profit. Although he could not make whetstones and advanced whetstones at a 100% success rate, after deducting costs, he could still easily earn over 1,000 gold. Moreover, this was only in the case for 2,000 stacks. If he received the full 50,000 stacks of hard stones from Twilight Echo, he could easily achieve the 30,000 gold needed for his epic quest. Guild Leader Tyrant, please hold on a moment. I'll go and retrieve the remaining hard stones. Joking Scholar was satisfied after receiving the money. He would immediately use this money to purchase even more hard stones from that mysterious NPC. Fine. Let's meet up at the bank then. Shifeng couldn't help but smile as well when he saw Joking Scholar's smile. Although players could not retrieve their personal belongings from the Bank of Blackwing City, they were still allowed to store items. Right now, Shifeng's bag was full to the brim. It would be inconvenient for him to attend the Blackwing City auction in such a state. Hence he planned to store his items first. As for the remaining forging materials he had been promised, Shifeng no longer held any hopes of receiving them. After all, he could already envision the end result. Shifeng wondered just what sort of expression Joking Scholar would make when he found out that not only was the NPC that sold the forging materials no longer there, but the NPC would also never return. Very quickly, Joking Scholar ran over to the gazebo the mysterious NPC had previously occupied. Where is he? Joking Scholar looked at the scarcely populated alley. Aside from a few players, the mysterious NPC was nowhere to be found. Are you referring to that NPC that sold the forging materials? You came late. That NPC sold out of materials a while ago. He said he would only return tomorrow after restocking. You guys are gullible. Did you really think such things will happen every day? I bet this was a one-time event triggered by some sort of quest. I highly doubt that old man will return. Otherwise, if the old man sold so many hard stones every single day, wouldn't it break the market? The main god system shouldn't make such a mistake. Two kind-hearted players passing by suddenly started chatting about this incident. How could this be? Hearing the words of the two kind-hearted players, Joking Scholar's face instantly turned ashen. Words could no longer describe his current mood. God, just what have I done? Whether the mysterious NPC sold the hard stones in limited amounts every day or stopped selling altogether, to Joking Scholar, there was no difference between the two. No matter which scenario occurred, it was impossible for him to put together 48,000 stacks of hard stones within 10 days. If he failed to do so, then he would break the terms of the contract. So he would have to compensate Shifeng with 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits. Faced with such a heavy price, Joking Scholar had instantly fallen from heaven directly into hell. Moreover, he had fallen to the most horrifying 18th layer of hell, Avicii. If he had known such a situation would occur, he absolutely would not have sold those forging materials he had for such a low price. In the end, he had only gained 10 gold coins for all those precious materials. Moreover, he had even dug his own grave and bought his own coffin by signing that 50,000 stack contract with Lone Tyrant. What was he supposed to do now? This won't do. I need to contact Lone Tyrant immediately. I have to think of a way to scrap that contract. At the end of the day, Joking Scholar was still a veteran businessman. Now that he knew what he should do, he hurriedly ran towards the Bank of Blackwing City. If he had only lost this batch of forging materials, Twilight Echo could still bear such a loss. It would not greatly hamper the guild's overall development. Furthermore, he had at least received 10 gold coins for those materials. However, the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones would take Twilight Echo's life. If he took Twilight Echo's life, the guild leader would take his. Just after Shifeng stored all the materials in the bank, he noticed Joking Scholar running over to him in a flurry. Although Joking Scholar tried to feign calmness, with the immense pressure and fear bearing down on him, he failed. Brother Scholar is fast. It must be exhausting for you to transport the stones back and forth. I wonder how many stacks you have brought this time. Shifeng poked fun at Joking Scholar. Your Excellency Tyrant, I need to discuss a certain matter with you. Joking Scholar no longer had the confidence from before. He even started using honorifics in his speech. However, he had no choice as his life was now in Shifeng's hands. We are already business partners. If you have anything to say, just say it. Shifeng nodded. Your Excellency Tyrant is right. We at Twilight Echo have always been villains before gentlemen. Since we are business partners, we have to consider each other. If we trade 50,000 stacks of hard stones in a single go, I'm assuming that your Excellency Tyrant won't have enough gold coins. Even if given 10 days, that should not be possible. Hence, after careful consideration, we have decided to alter the contract, loosening the conditions stated on it. How do you feel about this, your Excellency Tyrant? Joking Scholar slowly explained, his words sounding very logical. If Shifeng hadn't known that Joking Scholar was trying to renege on the contract, he might have been moved to tears by Joking Scholar's words. As expected of a veteran businessman, he can still wear a straight face when tricking someone. For a moment there, I even believed he was thinking of my own good. Shifeng inwardly sneered. Unfortunately, such words could not move his heart or trick him, especially since he had long since known Joking Scholar's true colors. Many thanks for Brother Scholar's worries. However, Brother Scholar can rest assured that as long as I return to my kingdom with these materials and resell them, I can earn the money back very quickly. I guarantee that I can clear the debt within 10 days, so there is no need for the extra trouble of altering the contract. Shifeng faintly smiled, saying, Let's hurry and finish the trade then. The auction is about to start. Following which, Joking Scholar gave a dozen more reasons to cancel the agreement, such as lowering the price even further, or increasing the trade amount, and so on. Unfortunately, Shifeng had rejected each and every one of them. This situation had pushed Joking Scholar to the brink of insanity. However, Joking Scholar didn't wish to reveal his intentions accidentally, so even though he was close to the point of vomiting blood out of anger, he chose to hold it in. Brother Scholar, you don't have to waste any more words in trying to change the agreement. I will not change it no matter what. After all, I can purchase 50,000 stacks of hard stones at a price of 50 coppers a stack. That is a rare opportunity that I won't find even if I try. Even if I bought them from an NPC, I definitely couldn't buy so many. You knew all along. Of course. Who wouldn't know about such a huge incident? Is there something wrong with your head? You wanted to resell the hard stones you bought from that NPC and make a huge profit off of me? Keep that in your dreams. I already felt that the NPC was unreliable. Thus I agreed to your offer. Seeing your frustration as expected, that NPC really was unreliable. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of the remaining 48,000 hard stones. You swindled me. I am representing Twilight Echo. Aren't you afraid of angering Twilight Echo with your actions? We can extinguish a third-rate guild like Dark Star at any given minute. Oh. Twilight Echo is a first-rate guild. I'm so scared. Unfortunately for you, Twilight Echo is based in the distant Storm Empire. You guys are simply too far away from Starmoon Kingdom. So what if you are amazing? Can you do anything to me? What can you do to Dark Star? If you have the ability, then come to Starmoon Kingdom. I'll gladly exterminate Twilight Echo and remove its name from God's domain permanently. However, for now, you guys best think of a plan to deal with the compensation. Haha. Saying so, Shifeng departed from Blackwing City's bank, laughing loudly and leaving behind an utterly dazed Joking Scholar. Joking Scholar was completely unable to accept the reality that he had been swindled. However, compared to being swindled, he felt more humiliated over the fact that Shifeng had been toying with him from the beginning. Moreover, he had gladly jumped for joy like a monkey. When Joking Scholar thought about this, he felt utterly humiliated. After a good while had passed, Joking Scholar bellowed, Lone Tyrant, just you wait. Twilight Echo's power far exceeds your imagination. We will definitely destroy you and Dark Star. Chapter 239. Surprised again and again. After Joking Scholar recovered from his shock, he immediately called up the system communication interface and reported to Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo. Guild leader, that lone tyrant clearly looks down on Twilight Echo. He has already resolved to swindle 5,000 gold coins from us. Joking Scholar reported everything that happened to Glorious Echo, trembling as he spoke. Although he was one of the core members of Twilight Echo, he had caused a huge loss to the guild this time. Who knew what the guild leader would do to him? I understand. However, a mere third-rate guild is not yet worthy of me taking action personally. I'll send Brilliant War God to deal with the corporation standing behind Dark Star in reality. If Lone Tyrant is sensible, he should know what to do. If he thinks he can easily take 5,000 gold coins from me, he should think again. However, Scholar, your performance this time has disappointed me. After you're done with the auction, return and hand over your duties to Green Wave. Yes, Guild Leader. I will meet with Green Wave once I return. Although Glorious Echo had not scolded Joking Scholar, he had made his intentions clear. Instantly, Joking Scholar's outward appearance seemed to age by over a decade. Even if he inwardly felt reluctant, he could only accept this conclusion. At this moment, hatred of Lone Tyrant filled Joking Scholar's very soul. If it weren't for Lone Tyrant, he would not have fallen to such a fate. Unless he could perform astonishingly, bringing a huge benefit to the guild would no longer regard him with any importance. No, I can't just give up. As long as I can buy an item at the Blackwing auction that will surprise the guild leader, he might even decide to rescind my punishment. A final trace of hope ignited in Joking Scholar. With the 8 gold he had brought from the guild, in addition to the 10 gold he previously obtained, he currently had 18 gold on him. With so much money, not even a first-rate guild could contest him in the auction. Elsewhere, Shifeng had already arrived at the Blackwing auction house under the guise of Black Flame. Shifeng's plan had succeeded magnificently. Not only had he earned a large sum of coins and credits, but he also helped Dark Star make a powerful enemy. Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild. Meanwhile, as the guild leader of this first-rate guild, Glorious Echo possessed over 20 years of experience playing virtual reality games. Furthermore, he had led Twilight Echo in campaigns in the virtual world for over a decade, so he had a wealth of experience, and his strength and techniques were also extremely powerful. Aside from such an impressive guild leader, Twilight Echo also possessed tens of top-tier experts. In the past, every one of these experts had become Tier 4 or above powerhouses. In addition, Twilight Echo also had 3 members who had achieved a Tier 6 class in the past, becoming God-ranked powerhouses. Among those 3, one was none other than Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo himself. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and one of her good friends took up the other 2 spots. This was the reason Twilight Echo stood out amongst the many tyrants surrounding them, becoming one of the few super guilds in God's domain. In the past, Twilight Echo had far surpassed Ouroboros in every aspect, and they had even established a gigantic virtual empire for themselves. Back then, Twilight Echo was an existence that Shifeng could only admire from afar. Of course, Shifeng could not take the current Twilight Echo lightly. After all, Twilight Echo was still a first-rate guild. It had an extraordinary background, and there were countless corporations supporting them financially. They similarly had a large influence in the real world. To deal with a third-rate guild like Dark Star, they could simply put some pressure on Dark Star economically in reality, and Dark Star would suffer. Hence the reason Shifeng had chosen to disguise himself as Lone Tyrant when toying with Twilight Echo. Right now, Shifeng still did not know who supported Dark Star from behind the scenes. However, with a first-rate guild like Twilight Echo placing financial pressure on them in the real world, Shifeng could, at least, glimpse the powerful organization standing behind Dark Star. That way, Shifeng could take appropriate measures to deal with them in the future. Just as Shifeng was about to take a seat in the auction hall, Shifeng's system communicator rang out. The person contacting him was none other than Aqua Rose, who had been out of reach all this time. Miss Aqua, you sure are a busy person. You actually sent a representative for such an important business transaction, Shifeng teased. Shifeng was very clear that Aqua Rose's absence had something to do with Glorious Echo. After all, Aqua Rose's recent performance had been too impressive. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down. Glorious Echo must have felt Aqua Rose was a threat to his position. Master Black Flame, you must be joking. I've only managed to log into God's domain after much difficulty. However, it seems that I am still too late. Aqua Rose's tone was helpless as she spoke. What happened? Shifeng asked curiously. Based on Aqua Rose's tone, Shifeng could tell that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, why would a strong woman like Aqua Rose reveal a trace of depression and helplessness? At the end of the day, Aqua Rose was still an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. Her position in the guild was extremely high. Moreover, Aqua Rose's family in the real world had a powerful background. Her family was also one of the corporations supporting Twilight Echo financially, so they possessed significant shares of the guild. Thus, unless Glorious Echo had gone insane, he should not have taken any vicious actions against Aqua Rose. The current situation was merely a business competition, and both were still doing it to develop Twilight Echo. At worst, both parties would only feel dissatisfied with each other. They would not break off all relations with and start an all-out war. It's nothing much. I only left Twilight Echo, that's all, Aqua Rose casually replied. What? You left Twilight Echo? Did your family not say anything about this? Shifeng nearly thought his ears had played a trick on him. Although Aqua Rose sounded relaxed, Shifeng could feel the aggrieved feelings hidden behind her words. After all, he had personally experienced a similar situation in the past. Still, the corporation behind Aqua Rose possesses a significant number of the Twilight Echo's shares. That Glorious Echo must have gone insane to expel Aqua Rose from the guild. My family tried to force me to do something that I didn't want to do. I refused, so I was expelled from Twilight Echo as a result. In a fit of rage, I also ran away from home. I am penniless now after buying a new virtual reality helmet. I wonder if Master Black Flame would be willing to shelter me? Aqua Rose giggled as she joked. She had only been joking about her current financial state. After all, it was a fact that she was the princess of a major corporation. It was inevitable that she would have some money saved up. Even if she ran away from home and did not rely on her parents, the money she had in her bank account could allow her to live the rest of her life in peace without working. Sure. I would gladly welcome a powerful helper like Miss Rose. How does an annual salary of 1 million credits, in addition to 5% of my workshop's shares, sound to you? Shifeng naturally knew Aqua Rose only joked with him. However, Shifeng did not wish to miss such a fortuitous opportunity now that it had landed in his lap. Who knew how long he would have to wait to encounter such an opportunity again? Aqua Rose was immediately dumbfounded by Shifeng's offer. Normally, it was already impressive for a guild to offer an annual salary in the millions. Yet Shifeng went as far as to offer her 5% of his guild's shares willingly. This was an unimaginable offer, and it clearly showed how highly Shifeng viewed her. Aqua Rose suddenly felt bewildered. Originally, she had intended to start up her own workshop from scratch. After all, some of her loyal subordinates had left Twilight Echo with her after learning of her expulsion. With this group of people under her command, she could still establish a relatively strong workshop. In the future, she intended to build a guild powerful enough to rival Twilight Echo. She wanted to teach her family that their decision was a mistake. The only problem remaining would be Twilight Echo's oppression. It was also why she currently had a massive headache. If she wished to continue developing herself and her workshop in the Storm Empire, they would have to face the full brunt of Twilight Echo. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was very clear on just how amazing Twilight Echo was as a guild. But now that Shifeng had invited her with such sincerity, she was at a loss on what to do. Chapter 240, Purgatory's Shadow. If that is still not enough, you can become the vice leader of the guild. You can also form your own elite team and maintain independence. How about it? Shifeng added. Twilight Echo's abandonment of a future Tier 6 God-ranked powerhouse was the same as crippling both of their arms. The reason Shifeng thought both and not just one of their arms was because without Aqua Rose, her Tier 6 friend would not join Twilight Echo. Hence, Twilight Echo's decision to expel Aqua Rose was the equivalent of expelling two future God-ranked powerhouses. Meanwhile, Shifeng had single-handedly caused this tragedy of Twilight Echoes. albeit unintentionally. If he could recruit Aqua Rose into his guild, he very much looked forward to the guild's future. Even if I agreed to your offer, I still have a group of subordinates in the Storm Empire. I might be able to afford the expensive teleportation fee for myself, but they won't be able to. Moreover, for my sake they chose to leave Twilight Echo and abandon their bright futures there. I can't just abandon them for my own selfish reasons. I am truly sorry about this. Although Shifeng's offer was very attractive, Aqua Rose was not willing to abandon her subordinates. Are there a lot of them? Shifeng asked. There should be over 100 people. Master Black Flame, you should just give up. Not even Twilight Echo can afford the teleportation fee for so many people. Aqua Rose naturally understood Shifeng's intentions behind the question. Teleportation across countries was costly. Moreover, the Storm Empire was very far away from Starmoon Kingdom, so the teleportation fee involved would be far more expensive. A rough estimate for a single player was 2 to 3 gold coins, while the total for 100 players would be at least 200 to 300 gold coins. Not to mention just one first-rate guild, even 10 first-rate guilds combined couldn't afford such a price. It was impossible that Shifeng would possess so many gold coins. So, it's only 100 or so. Fortunately, there aren't too many. Shifeng sighed in relief. If there were over 1,000 players, then he would truly feel heartache from the teleportation fees. Come to Starmoon Kingdom then. I'll pay the teleportation fees. He had earned a ton from Twilight Echo before, and right now it just so happened that he could return some of it to Aqua Rose. This could be considered as a type of fate as well. However, if Glorious Echo found out about this, he would most likely vomit blood out of anger. Master Black Flame, that's 300 gold coins, not 3 gold coins, Aqua Rose reminded Shifeng. Yes, I know that. I'll send 300 gold to you in a moment. After you arrive in White River City, head to the Starstreak trading firm to look for me. As the Blackwing auction had already started, Shifeng disconnected the call after saying so. Shifeng's words left Aqua Rose utterly shocked. Just what kind of power is behind Master Black Flame? How could he have such astonishing wealth? To casually hand over 300 gold coins. Could it be one of those super guilds? Shifeng's tone when he spoke had been very casual, as if the 300 gold coins he mentioned were merely 3 gold coins. Aqua Rose shook her head. No, even those super guilds can't spend 300 gold coins with such ease. This is interesting. Anyway, I'll get my answers as long as I arrive at White River City. Aqua Rose revealed a faint smile, anticipation filling her heart. Meanwhile, the venue of today's Blackwing auction was already packed with players. Among all these players, a majority consisted of the upper echelons of large guilds. These guilds had scraped up every single coin they could for today's auction. From their inquiries, they learned that the auction house sold many astonishing items. Even if it was only in the normal auction, items such as fine gold equipment and materials required to forge dark gold equipment would be available. There was also a small possibility for items such as dark gold weapons and epic ranked items to appear in the auction. One only needed sufficient coins to purchase these precious items. After going through several warm-up auctions, the fiery atmosphere in the auction venue reached its zenith. From the start, players desired every item that had been up for auction. However, none of these items piqued Shifeng's interest, as all of them were only mysterious iron rank. Although such items were useful to a guild's elite members, they were not of much use to him. Meanwhile, the following item that appeared on stage instantly caused the eyes of every player present to shine. They all expressed great interest in this item. This item was a fine gold ranked dagger. Ice Thorn, dagger, fine gold rank. Level 15. Attack plus 134. Strength plus 18, agility plus 24, endurance plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Power of Frost. Deals 50% frost damage to the target, reducing target's movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 4 seconds. If an assassin equipped this dagger, they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Even if the assassin failed to kill the enemy with a single hit with the speed reduction in effect, they could continue linking skills to destroy their enemy. Aside from the Ice Thorn, there was also a dagger called Raging Flames Dagger. Raging Flames Dagger, dagger, fine gold rank. Level 15. Attack plus 134. Strength plus 18, agility plus 24, endurance plus 15. Additional skill dash. Power of flames. Deals 50% flame damage to the target, reducing the target's defense by 10% for 20 seconds. Effect stacks up to a maximum of 5 times. All assassins in the auction venue grew excited at the appearance of these two daggers. They practically drooled, wishing they could equip these blades. Regarding the speed reduction, the armor break effect, or the additional 50% magic damage, they were all precious to assassins. One could say that these two daggers were the best weapons for assassins at this stage of the game, and they were second to none. However, the minimum bid also caused the players to feel helpless and frustrated. The bidding started at 5 gold coins. Moreover, the minimum increment for each bid was 10 silver coins. If they were to compete for this item, the price would still increase by a lot. If one of the large guilds present bid on these daggers, that guild would lose the ability to compete for the following items to show up in the auction. Unless they had a particular need for these daggers, none of the guilds present would insist on buying them. Not bad. They are indeed top-tier weapons for a level 15 assassin. It just so happens that I can gift them to Fire Dance, Shifeng said in satisfaction after examining the attributes of the daggers. Great. Heaven has yet to forsake me. If I can present these daggers to the guild leader, he would definitely be very happy. He might even decide to my repeal punishment. Sitting at the forefront of the auction hall, Joking Scholar's eyes turned crimson as he looked at the Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger displayed on the stage. If level 200 guards were not present, he might have rushed onto the stage to snatch the weapons. After the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding, the entire auction hall exploded. 5 gold. 5 gold, 50 silvers. 6 gold. Before a minute had passed, the price of the daggers had reached 7 gold, 20 silvers. When the majority of the guilds saw such a price, they quickly gave up on the daggers. You all can compete with each other all you want, but don't even think that you can win against me. Joking Scholar was completely confident at the moment. He was not afraid that someone could bid higher than he could. Moreover, this was only the start of the auction. Many more items would appear later on, and no one knew how powerful the following items would be. Everyone would hold back their bids. Hence, Joking Scholar was not afraid of someone competing with him over the daggers. Seeing that the bids had stopped, Shifeng opened his mouth and said, 10 gold coins. The auction venue instantly fell silent. Although these daggers were top-tier weapons for an assassin, that price was simply too high. However, that was not to say that these daggers were worth such a price tag. Rather, not many players currently present could afford such a price. They had not brought that many coins with them to the auction. If the auction were conducted using credits, many players would be more than willing to spend 500,000 credits to buy these daggers. Black Flame? Shit. He is actually trying to compete with me. How could he have so much money? Joking Scholar was on the brink of insanity. If he offered an even higher price for the daggers, then he could not afford to bid on later items. Yet if he did not buy these daggers, his future would be bleak. In the end, Joking Scholar made a decision, loudly shouting, 10 gold, 20 silvers. In response, Shifeng merely smiled as he casually said, 12 gold. 12 gold, 10 silvers. Joking Scholar gripped his chest in pain as he shouted, his hatred for Shifeng growing intensely. Annoying little pest. 20 gold. Shifeng did not wish to waste his time with Joking Scholar, so he abruptly raised the bid by a huge margin. He did not mind spending such a small amount of money. After all, he had made a huge profit off Twilight Echo today. Black Flame. Joking Scholar glared at Shifeng, a hint of despair hidden within his eyes. He only had 18 gold on him right now, so he had no way to compete for the daggers at all. He never imagined that, in the very end, the black flame he had looked down on would give him the final blow, sending him into the abyss of despair. On the other hand, Shifeng felt it troublesome to pay attention to Joking Scholar. He did not even glance at the Mithria as he focused on the next auctioned item. Purgatory's Shadow. This was one of the 3 treasures one could only find in the Blackwing auction house. Chapter 241, Envious Wealth. All the players present at the auction venue were awestruck by Shifeng's bid of 20 gold coins. Players who could attend the Blackwing auction all had extraordinary backgrounds. Even so, none of them could afford such a price. Although plenty of the players present were provided funding by their own guilds, that only amounted to 10 gold or so. Even the wealthiest guild present had brought only a little more than 20 gold. Hence, nobody present would be willing to go all out just for a pair of level 15 daggers, even if they were weapons of supreme quality. Although these daggers could instantly turn an expert assassin into an apex assassin, they would not be of much help to the guild in the long run. Even if the players present could afford to buy these daggers, they would not spend 20 gold to do so. After the auctioneer slammed his hammer for the third time, everyone in the audience started laughing maniacally. What a stupid guy. He actually spent 20 gold for those 2 daggers. I wonder who he is trying to impress for him to willingly part with so much money? Haha. At least I have one less competitor now. 20 gold. What a rich tycoon. While ignoring everyone's mockery, Shifeng paid 20 gold to the auction house and received the 2 daggers. He then shifted his focus to the next item up for bid. Purgatory's Shadow, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 20, can be upgraded twice. Attack plus 273. Strength plus 30, agility plus 25, endurance plus 22. Attack speed plus 2. 20% chance to cause 300% damage. 10% chance to reduce damage dealt by target by 20%. Effect not stackable. Additional skill dash. Purgatory power. When activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. In God's domain, weapons and equipment could be categorized into 2 types. Those that could be upgraded and those that could not be upgraded. A majority of the weapons and equipment available belonged to the latter category, and only a scant few items could be upgraded. Normally, only items of epic rank or above could grow along with a player's level, and very rarely would any item below epic rank possess such a capability. Can be upgraded twice? As expected of one of the treasures of the Blackwing auction house. If this item could be upgraded to level 30, it can still be of use even when players reach level 45. Shifeng was very satisfied with this weapon. He could equip the Purgatory's Shadow once he reached level 20, and he would not need to waste time looking for a new weapon. Not only was the Purgatory's Shadow suited to swordsmen, it was also suitable for shield warriors and guardian knights. If an MT equipped this sword, not only would their maximum HP greatly increase, their damage output would similarly increase by a huge margin. They could aggro monsters much more firmly. However, the most important feature of this sword was its ability to reduce a target's damage dealing by 20%. This weapon was practically made to counter boss monsters. If used inside a team dungeon, its effect would be decisive. Compared to the 2 fine gold ranked daggers from before, the dark gold ranked Purgatory's Shadow would be of much greater help to a guild. However, the minimum price for the Purgatory's Shadow was likewise greater. Many guilds were overwhelmed by the sword's starting bid of 15 gold. With the funds they possessed, they could only sit on the sidelines in this auction. This sword belongs to me. Everyone else, don't even think of trying to compete against me for it. Who the fuck are you? We world dominators have taken a liking to this sword. Whoever dares to bid will be looking for trouble with us. Do you guys think you are the only first-rate guild present in this auction? Our guild is the bloodthirsty war god. Anyone who dares to bid will be dead meat. Although the price of the Purgatory's Shadow was high, the competition for it was still intense. It made one truly wonder just what price it would achieve in this auction. Hence, the many first-rate guilds present started sending warnings to the other guilds in the hopes of buying the Purgatory's Shadow at a cheap price. Idiots. Shifeng helplessly shook his head at their actions. Did these people think that the ones buying items here were limited only to players? Although the minimum bid for the Purgatory's Shadow was 15 gold, according to Shifeng's understanding, one needed to bid at least 25 gold in order to secure the item. Otherwise, it would be bought out by NPCs. Did these first-rate guilds think that, by voicing threats, they could take advantage of loopholes in the system? Soon after, the bidding for the Purgatory's Shadow started, and the price for the sword soared continuously. In a blink of an eye, the price of the sword had already reached 20 gold. The ones currently bidding for the sword consisted of only first-rate guilds. Second-rate and third-rate guilds did not have the funds to take part in this auction at all. They could only look on in silence, unwillingness filling their hearts. Meanwhile, Joking Scholar similarly felt helpless as he sat in the front row of the auction. If he had not been swindled by Lone Tyrant, he could have bought those 2 daggers already and also this Purgatory's Shadow, while the other guilds could only watch as he did so. After the bidding continued for several minutes, the price for the Purgatory's Shadow finally stopped increasing. At 24 gold 30 silvers, this price was very low where level 20 dark gold weapons were concerned. Not to mention this was also a dark gold weapon that could be upgraded. Haha. This Purgatory's Shadow belongs to me now. Seeing that nobody else was outbidding him, the Berserker from World Dominators cheered. The members of other guilds could only look at this Berserker with unwillingness in their eyes. In an auction, players competed with one another in terms of wealth, not influence. However, immediately after the auctioneer slammed his hammer for the second time, someone broke the silence and made a bid. Moreover, it wasn't just limited to a single person. 25 gold. 26 gold. This sword looks finely made. I can add it to my collection. I'll bid 30 gold coins. At this moment, a nobleman of Blackwing City placed an astonishing bid, stupefying all the guilds present. Why are the NPCs joining the bid as well? This question baffled many of those present in this auction. If NPCs were going to bid against them too, how were they supposed to compete? That man was an NPC. A noble of Blackwing City at that. How were players supposed to outbid him? Damn. This auction house is clearly trying to toy around with us. They're only letting us players compete for the non-precious items. If I had known this would happen, I would have bought those 2 fine gold-ranked daggers from before. That person was truly lucky. He managed to so easily obtain those 2 daggers. Many of the players present started regretting their previous inaction. They never thought that the auction house would play such a card. 31 gold. At this moment, a familiar, indifferent voice resounded in the auction hall. Every player in the venue immediately turned their gazes toward the origin of this indifferent voice. However, their eyes were immediately filled with both shock and disbelief when they discovered the owner of the voice. The person who called out this bid was none other than Shi Feng, the person who previously bought the 2 fine gold-ranked daggers for 20 gold. Now he had once again placed a bid of 31 gold. How much money does this fellow have? Everyone started making speculations that Shi Feng might have robbed an NPC noble. Otherwise, how could he have so much money? After Shi Feng shouted his bid of 31 gold, the great noble immediately countered with a bid of 32 gold. However, Shi Feng did not fall behind as he followed up with 33 gold. As both parties took turns placing bids, the price of the Purgatory's Shadow gradually increased. Every player witnessing this scene had their mouths gaping wide in shock. Finally, Shi Feng secured the Purgatory's Shadow at a price of 39 gold. Following which, several rounds of auction passed without much commotion. Compared to Shi Feng's 39 gold purchase, the other auctioned items were sold at much lower prices. Although another treasure appeared during the auction, it was a dark gold-ranked leather armor that failed to pique Shi Feng's interest. In the end, the equipment was bought by an NPC for 32 gold. When the auction reached its peak, the bid for the third treasure finally started. This third treasure could also be considered the grand finale of this auction. Just the starting bid of this item was already set at 30 gold, causing every guild present to give up on bidding for it. After all, they already knew that, in order to secure this item, they would have to bid at least 50 gold or above. Unless several first-rate guilds pooled their funds together, it would be an impossible feat. However, the notion of forming such an alliance was simply unimaginable for the many first-rate guilds present. Lending money to other guilds at this point in time would be no different from lending money to an enemy. Even if they did join together and purchase the item, there would only be one copy of the item. How were they supposed to split it? Hence, it was impossible for any of the guilds present to form an alliance. Chapter 242, Arclight Shield. Originally, the guilds attending the Blackwing auction had already given up on bidding for the final item. They merely stayed to take a look at how high the price of the final item would reach. The minimum price for the item was 30 gold. None of the guilds present were that flush with fluid funds. However, the moment their sights landed on the final item, they instantly had a change of heart. The reason being the item displayed on stage was simply too important to a guild. The final item was neither weapon nor equipment. Instead, it was a forging design. If the forging design was for a normal weapon or equipment, nobody would have paid any attention to it. However, the forging design being auctioned was for the Arclight Shield, a level 15 fine gold ranked shield. If they could produce this item, it would definitely provide a huge improvement for the MTs in their guilds. This shield was especially useful during this crucial period of the game. With more and more first clears of 10-man and 20-man dungeons taken, the various large guilds had already started challenging 50-man team dungeons. However, there was one problem that vexed them without end. Their MTs could not even tank the first boss of the dungeon. If their MTs couldn't even survive the attacks of the boss, how were they supposed to raid it? However, if a handful of MTs equipped this Arclight Shield, raiding the dungeon would become a much easier endeavor. This won't do. Our guild needs to get this item. I have to contact the guild leader immediately. This shield is simply too good. I must have it. The representatives of the first-rate guilds present had, at the first moment, contacted their respective guild leaders and reported this matter to them. The answer these representatives received was also one of confirmation. They were told to obtain the forging design at all costs. These representatives were also told to contact the other second-rate and third-rate guilds present at the auction venue, to seek their cooperation. In return, the first-rate guilds would produce the appropriate amount of Arclight shields for them based on the amount of money they contributed. Originally, the second-rate and third-rate guilds present had long since given up on bidding for the Arclight shield forging design. After all, they could not even afford the minimum price of the item. Now that they were given new hope, they would naturally be more than willing to lend their help. More and more second-rate and third-rate guilds started allying themselves with first-rate guilds. They pooled together all the funds they had, and very quickly plenty of first-rate guilds had managed to collect a total sum of around 50 gold. They then proceeded to place bids one after another. The price of the Arclight shield forging design consistently rose. Starting from the minimum bid of 30 gold, its price quickly increased to 51 gold. The guilds strived very hard to outbid each other. As soon as they received the funds of another guild, they would immediately call out the highest bid they could afford. They were deeply afraid that if they gave the other guilds too much time, the other guilds would be able to obtain even more funds. Just as these guilds were competing against one another with a fiery passion. 60 gold. Shifeng immediately raised the bid by 9 gold. Shifeng did not wish to waste too much time on this auction. In any case, it was a must for him to obtain this Arclight shield forging design. Why do you have so much money? Just who is this brat? Previously, they had already been shocked by Shifeng's wealth. Now, however, they started feeling frightened. After spending 59 gold to purchase 3 weapons, Shifeng was still able to place a bid of 60 gold. If they had not been aware of the fact that players were not allowed to place a bid without having the corresponding amount of money, they would definitely have thought that Shifeng was just joking around. Faced with the pressure of 60 gold, 2 first-rate guilds immediately joined hands to place a new bid. Meanwhile, the guild to take the lead in this alliance was World Dominators. The representative for this guild yelled out his bid of 61 gold right away. 70 gold. Shifeng no longer wished to play around in these muddied waters. Otherwise, he would have to pointlessly waste a lot of money. 71 gold. 80 gold. 81 gold. 90 gold. Before even a minute had passed, the price of the Arclight shield forging design had already reached a staggering 106 gold. If such an amount was converted into credits, that would be more than 1 million credits. If one took into account the inflation that would occur due to the volume purchase of coins, then the value of 106 gold coins might even reach 2 million credits. 2 million credits just for a forging design. If a normal player were to learn about this, they would definitely consider Shifeng insane. a spendthrift that had nowhere to spend his money. However, Shifeng felt that the arc-light shield forging design was worth such an amount of money. After all, the value of this forging design would only grow higher once it entered his hands. Damn. To actually run out of money at this crucial time. We definitely can't fall short at this final moment. Who else has money? Overlord War Bear, the berserker from World Dominators, started panicking. His guild leader had already given him the command to obtain the forging design at all costs. However, even after joining hands with another first-rate guild and more than a dozen second-rate and third-rate guilds, they still could not outbid a single Shifeng. War Bear was truly at a loss on what to do now. He had even secretly contacted Shifeng before. As long as Shifeng was willing to let World Dominators have the forging design, he was willing to compensate Shifeng with 1,000,000 credits. Yet the price of the forging design still continued to increase higher and higher. He was already nearing the brink of insanity right now. I can lend you a hand. I have 18 gold with me here. This should be enough to suppress that black flame. Joking Scholar walked over to War Bear at this moment. What conditions do you have? I advise you to give up if they are too outrageous. I won't hand over this forging design no matter what. Of course I know this. My conditions are simple. After World Dominators obtains the forging design, just give me the arc-light shield that I deserve. In addition, I also wish for you guys to take care of that black flame. He is affiliated with the Star Moon Kingdom, and I know World Dominators has quite a number of members there. Dealing with Black Flame should be no problem for you all. Aside from his hatred for Lone Tyrant, Joking Scholar's remaining hatred was targeted at Black Flame. Unfortunately, Joking Scholar did not know that both persons were actually one. Fine, I'll agree to your conditions. In truth, without needing your mention, World Dominators would similarly take care of him. Overlord War Bear revealed a faint smile. The two of them quickly reached an agreement. Joking Scholar then traded all his gold coins over to Overlord War Bear. Just as the auctioneer was about to slam the hammer for the second time, Overlord War Bear hurriedly shouted, 108 gold. Shifeng sent a glance at Joking Scholar and Overlord War Bear, a sneer on his face. He couldn't help but shake his head as he indifferently said, 115 gold. 121 gold. I don't believe that I can't surpass you even after I bid everything I have. Although Overlord War Bear did not know Shifeng's bottom line, the increment on his latest bid was much lower than usual. Shifeng was definitely reaching his limit. Hence, War Bear immediately added 6 gold to the bid. Shifeng definitely could not take out so much money. Brat, you're 100 years too early if you think you can compete against me. This is your bottom line? Shifeng calmly smiled. 135 gold. He increased the bid by 14 gold in a single go. World Dominators would not be able to fill up this gap even if they included another second-rate guild into their little alliance. As for recruiting a first-rate guild, that was an extremely difficult matter to achieve. 135 gold. How could this be possible? I must be dreaming. How could he possibly have so much money? Isn't he just an independent player? Joking Scholar was immediately dumbfounded when he heard Shifeng's bid. As for Overlord War Bear standing beside Joking Scholar, he was fervently contacting other guilds to form an alliance. However, although he received a favorable reply from another first-rate guild, the condition set by that guild was for them to receive the forging design instead of World Dominators. Naturally, Overlord War Bear refused this condition. Yet the few additional third-rate guilds he managed to recruit barely had any money on them. Even after summing up all the additional coins he received, Overlord War Bear did not have the right to shout out a bid at all. 135 gold going once. 135 gold going twice. Even when the auctioneer's hammer landed for the second time, not a single guild present was able to place a new bid. They watched blankly as the auction proceeded toward its end, powerless to do anything about it. 135 gold going thrice. Let us congratulate Mr. Black Flame for obtaining this arclight shield forging design. Following which, a beautiful hostess brought the forging design to Shifeng. After Shifeng paid the 135 gold to the auction house, the hostess similarly handed the forging design over to Shifeng. After officially receiving the Arclight shield forging design, Shifeng wondered just what sort of attributes the shield itself possessed. With such a thought in mind, Shifeng tapped on the item and took a look at its description. Immediately, his lips curled up slightly in a smile. Chapter 243, Bountiful Harvest. Overlord Warbear and Joking Scholar felt great resentment for Shifeng when they saw his smile. They thought Shifeng was mocking them and looking at them in contempt. In reality, Shifeng's smile was purely due to his joy. However, compared to when Overlord Warbear and Joking Scholar first met Shifeng, they dared not underestimate him any longer. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with vigilance now. Shifeng showed everyone that he was more than capable of spending such a large amount of coins. If someone were to say that Shifeng did not possess any major power supporting him from behind, not even a ghost would believe them. The only question that remained was, what sort of power backed Shifeng? Since Warbear failed to complete the task given to him by his guild leader, his expression looked extremely bad right now. However, he was simply helpless in this matter. 135 gold. Even if every member of World Dominators pooled their coins together, they still wouldn't be able to collect such an amount. It was only natural that he lost the bid. Compared to Overlord Warbear, Joking Scholar was in a much more tragic situation. First, he had ruined the matter of the business transaction. Now he didn't even manage to buy a single item in the Blackwing auction. What kind of explanation was he supposed to give his guild leader, Glorious Echo? However, Shifeng was very grateful for Joking Scholar. It was only thanks to Joking Scholar's greed that he managed to obtain so many forging materials. As for the reason why he had smiled, it was simply because of the materials needed to produce the Arclight shield. The main ingredients for producing it were mithril ore and gold oregon. Though difficult, Shifeng could still find ways to obtain the mithril oregon. For gold ore, however, it was simply too rare in the Starmoon Kingdom, not to mention White River City. However, Twilight Echo had given him quite an amount of them, enough for him to make plenty of Arclight shields. As for the other material needed, it was the magic crystals that were dropped by the bosses of Team Dungeons with a 100% drop rate. This item was not particularly precious. However, due to the amount dropped each time being low, it would be difficult for Shifeng to mass-produce the Arclight shield. Furthermore, the attributes of the Arclight shield had far surpassed Shifeng's original estimation, and he could already envision the popularity of the shield itself. Arclight shield fine gold rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, strength 90. Defense plus 460. Block rate 37%. Strength plus 15, endurance plus 25. Evasion plus 8. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Sound of Life. Every attack received will grant user a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 3% and received healing by 1% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Refraction. Triggers once every 30 seconds. Becomes immune to one attack. Leaving aside the shield's high defense and block rate, just the passive skills Sound of Life and Refraction would greatly increase an MT's durability. Not to mention the basic attributes of the shield itself were also very good. The Arclight shield was definitely an excellent piece of equipment. If a 50-man team could have all their MTs equipped with the Arclight shield, they might have a very high chance of successfully raiding the normal mode of a 50-man team dungeon right now. It should be about time for me to return. Shifeng was very satisfied with his trip to Blackwing City this time. He had reaped a bountiful harvest. First was the 50 million credit agreement. Next was his successful recruitment of Aqua Rose. Now he had even obtained the forging design for the Arclight shield. Most importantly, Aqua Rose was also going to bring her 100+ elite players over. Their addition had instantly increased his guild's overall strength by a large margin. The next problem he had to deal with was how he would integrate these new members into his guild. Over 100 people, huh? Aqua Rose has truly given me a huge help this time. Now, I won't have to worry about lacking members to raid the demon's castle. Shifeng felt that it would not be enough just to have a workshop. He needed to make some additional preparations and initiate his follow-up plans. After Shifeng departed from the Blackwing auction house, he immediately mailed 300 gold to Aqua Rose. He then returned to White River City, intending to await Aqua Rose and her allies' arrival at the Starstreak trading firm. However, the process of mailing money to other players usually took between 30 minutes to an hour. Hence, Shifeng decided to first head to the Adventurers Association. Currently, none of the guilds in White River City had their own guild residence yet. Members of various guilds had to visit the Adventurers Association in order to receive guild quests, which they complete to increase guild reputation and strengthen the guild. Hence, the Adventurers Association had become the second most popular location in White River City. Just as Shifeng was about to enter the Adventurers Association, his communicator rang. It can't be this quick, right? At first, Shifeng thought Aqua Rose was contacting him. However, when he saw that the caller ID displayed actually belonged to Gentle Snow, he couldn't help but be shocked. Don't tell me it's about the mana armor kits again. Previously, Shifeng had used quite a number of basic mana armor kits to trade for a few advanced whetstone recipes with Gentle Snow. He had then let Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile learn the recipes. During this period of time, both girls had already been promoted to intermediate forging apprentices, and were currently in the midst of striving to become advanced forging apprentices. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that both of them were indeed future master forgers. Both of them improved very quickly. In addition, the more they forged, the higher their success rate. Currently, they already had a 20% success rate at producing the advanced whetstones. When compared to the forgers of other guilds, the two girls were ahead by leaps and bounds. In a few more days, the two of them could very well be promoted to advanced forging apprentices, becoming a true help to him. Miss Snow, did you find some new advanced whetstone recipes? Shifeng asked. Master Black Flame, how could you hide such an important matter from me? I feel hurt. Gentle Snow faintly smiled. Hide? Miss Snow, you must be joking. I am a very superficial person that can easily be seen through. How could I possibly hide anything from you? Shifeng joked. Alright, stop acting. You placed yourself in the limelight at the Blackwing auction house just now, and the news of this matter has long since spread throughout the various first-rate guilds. Each and every one of them wishes to seek cooperation with you and purchase those arclight shields from you. Gentle Snow smiled as she continued, Aren't we old friends? Shouldn't you sell them to me for a cheap price? Your information gathering is truly efficient, Miss Snow. Shifeng smiled bitterly as he said, I can sell a few arclight shields to you. However, you must pay for them using coins, or exchange for them using the magic crystals you obtained from Team Dungeons. Magic crystals? Although the bosses drop them every time, the amount they drop is minimal, yet these magic crystals possess a very wide range of uses. Let's just use gold coins. I wonder how much you are charging for them, Master Black Flame? Alright then. Since it is for you, Miss Snow, I won't rip you off. As the Arclight shield is a fine gold-ranked shield, I imagine that you know how precious the materials needed to produce it are. Moreover, the success rate of producing it is also very low. I'll sell you each Arclight shield for 25 gold, no negotiations. Shifeng had already expected Gentle Snow to decline exchanging the shields for magic crystals. However, it was much better for him if she used gold coins to buy them. 25 gold. Even if I took the fluid funds of every Ouroboros branch in the Star Moon Kingdom, I still won't have that much money. Can't we trade using credits? How about 500,000 for each shield? Gentle Snow was astonished by the Arclight shield's price. However, she similarly knew of the difficulty of crafting a fine gold-ranked shield. If it were up to their forgers to make the shield, the cost might not even stop at just 25 gold. Yet it was clearly impossible for them to fork out 25 gold to purchase an Arclight shield, unless of course, they decided to stop the guild's development. Still, halting development at this stage of the game would put the guild into a decline, so they absolutely could not stop their development. Currently, all the major guilds were attempting to obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon, while the Arclight shield was a must-have item for them to get a lead over the other guilds. Faced with two difficult choices, Gentle Snow could only bitterly smile as she was caught in indecision. Alright then. I'll exchange using magic crystals, Gentle Snow helplessly said. Ouroboros, a grand and mighty first-rate guild, was actually poorer than a single independent player. Black Flame was truly a monster. That's fine as well. The exchange ratio would be 1 to 100. I'll notify you after I manage to produce them. Shifeng smiled as he disconnected the call. He then proceeded to enter the Adventurers Association. Chapter 244, Establishing the Guild. At this moment, there was a crowd of players surrounding the quest board in the lobby of the Adventurers Association. Although the EXP awarded by these quests were negligible, the guild reputation they gave was very high. Moreover, each player was limited to only 3 guild quests a day. A guild could be promoted after it accumulated a set amount of reputation, and the members of the guild would receive much better guild benefits such as bonus EXP when doing quests. "Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you today?" The blue-haired lady standing behind the reception counter asked Shifeng, a smile on her face. "I wish to establish a guild," Shifeng said. "Understood. Please fill up this application form." The receptionist passed Shifeng a guild application form. It was very easy for players to establish a guild in God's domain. Players only needed to decide on a name for their guild and designate a guild emblem. They were then required to purchase a guild certificate for 10 copper coins and have at least 7 independent players place their signatures on it. When all these things were completed, the guild would then be officially established. Newly founded guilds would all start out as 1-star guilds, and the only benefit available for the members of a 1-star guild were the availability of the guild quests. "Guild name, is it?" Shifeng hesitated as he looked at the blank space meant for the guild's name, wondering what he should write in exactly. After giving it some thought, he decided to stick with using the Zero Wing Workshop's name. In any case, along with the guild's development and growing fame, his identity would sooner or later be leaked. "Let's name it Zero Wing then." Shifeng then designed the guild emblem in the form of 6 silver wings. After purchasing the guild certificate, Shifeng sent Fire Dance and the others a guild signature invitation. Meanwhile, at the Black Wind Canyon, a level 20 to level 25 map, Fire Dance and the others were currently grinding on level 22 demonic bats. They had come to this place under the suggestion of Shifeng. The reason Shifeng had recommended it was because the demonic bats here belonged to the type of monsters that had high attack but low HP. Most importantly, the monsters here were concentrated in number. Normally, the demonic bats would appear in groups of 7 or 8, and any solo independent player would easily find themselves losing their lives here. However, to a party that had amazing AoE damage, this place was a holy land for leveling up. In the case of Fire Dance's party, Fire Dance herself was responsible for luring the monsters, as she had the highest movement speed out of everyone in the party. She would lure over 100 monsters every time, and afterward the Guardian Knight, Kola, would activate Protection Blessing and cast Devotion, a group aggro skill, to gather the monsters into one location. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud would be responsible for healing Kola, while Blackie would get rid of all the monsters in a single blow. Throughout this process, everyone's cooperation and grasp of timing was perfect. If other players were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked into a daze. Presently, the average level of players was only at level 12 or so, while professional players would be around level 13. Even the number 1 player on White River City's ranking list, Lone Tyrant, was only at level 15 right now. Yet Fire Dance and the others had long since passed level 15. Even the lowest leveled player in the party, the Oracle Gluttonous Mouse, was level 18. Meanwhile, Blackie, who was the highest leveled player in the party, was currently at 45% of level 19. Although there was only a gap of 1 level between the 2 players, the difference in EXP could allow a player to directly rise from level 0 all the way up to level 15. Huh. What is this message? While taking a break, Fire Dance and the others simultaneously received a guild signature invitation. As long as they agreed to the invitation, they would immediately become official members of the guild after the guild was established. Originally, Fire Dance and the others had intended to immediately reject the invitation. However, their hands unanimously paused when they saw the name of the guild. Zero Wing. Isn't that the name of our workshop? Blackie asked, curious. This is an invitation sent by Big Brother Yi Feng. Big Brother Yi Feng is finally going to establish the guild. Violet Cloud said excitedly when she noticed that one of the names inscribed on the guild certificate was Yi Feng. She then said with joy, great. We will have our own guild in the future. Isn't it still too early to establish the guild? We only have so few members right now. Brother Feng had also said before that we are lacking in members, and that we need to wait for some time before establishing the guild. Did something happen? Don't bother about this for now. We should put our signatures first. Fire Dance was similarly surprised by Shifeng's sudden decision. However, since Shifeng had decided to do so, he must have had his own considerations. Moreover, it wouldn't be a bad idea to establish the guild ahead of time. Immediately, everyone in the party clicked agree. They then received a system notification. System, congratulations on becoming a member of Zero Wing. System, this is your first time joining a guild. Activating guild system. On the other side, Shifeng had already left the Adventurers Association, returning to the Starstreak trading firm. At this moment, the Starstreak trading firm was packed with players. The trading firm was currently the most lively location in White River City, second to none. Hey bro, I see that you're here to buy those basic mana armor kits, right? With so many people lining up here, you would need to wait at least a week before you can even get one for yourself. However, I have here a way to help you save your time, letting you jump the queue to buy the mana armor kits in advance. A thinly built swordsman walked around the entrance of the Starstreak trading firm, chatting up the players lined up outside the building. Really? A player clearly grew interested. Of course. A basic mana armor kit costs 20 silver coins, while you only need to pay 2 silver coins to skip the long wait to buy it, the thin swordsman said with a smile. Alright, bring me there. It's just an extra 2 silver coins. Our party won't miss this little amount of money. Following which, the thin swordsman led the player up to the second floor, skipping the long queue on the first floor. Really, any sort of business goes, huh? Shifeng couldn't help but exclaim after seeing this sight. The basic mana armor kits were in high demand. However, the Starstreak trading firm only sold 50 pieces of the item each day, so only a very small number of players could obtain them. However, this couldn't be helped. Shifeng couldn't just focus all his attention on producing the basic mana armor kits. He still had many things he needed to do. The basic mana armor kit was simply an item for him to accumulate reputation. It was not meant to be a true moneymaker for him. Afterward, Shifeng arrived at the 4th floor of the trading firm and entered a forging room. He then started forging the Arclight shield. During this crucial period, many guilds were thinking of how they could obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. Naturally, the equipment of their MTs became the top priority in their considerations, especially the shields their MTs used. Meanwhile, an excellent shield like the fine gold-ranked Arclight shield would, without a doubt, attract the attention of these guilds. As long as Shifeng placed the Arclight shields up for sale, many guilds would definitely pay a huge sum in order to obtain it. Hence, the sooner he produced the Arclight shields, the higher the price he could sell them for. However, the success rate for forging a fine gold-ranked item was extremely low. A normal advanced forging apprentice only had a 2% success rate, meaning that out of 100 tries, they would only successfully produce 2 Arclight shields. In reality, however, they might not even be able to produce 1 out of 100 tries. However, Shifeng had both the Book of Forging and Blacksteel's insignia. He also had the Ice Blue Devil Flame and various other tools that increased his forging success rate. Even so, his final success rate at forging a fine gold-ranked item only sat at around 20%. In addition, Shifeng was not familiar with the forging process of the Arclight shield, so his success rate should be much lower than 20%. If he was promoted to a basic forger, his base success rate would increase to 5%. However, that still wouldn't make much of a difference. Only by becoming an advanced forger would there be a significant improvement. With the 10% base success rate of an advanced forger, in addition to the various supporting tools Shifeng had, his success rate for forging a fine gold-ranked item could reach up to 30%. However, Shifeng needed to invest a lot of time in order to become an advanced forger, and time was something he sorely lacked right now. He had no choice but to give it a try now. In any case, he had plenty of materials to experiment with. He could simply try again if he failed. Chapter 245, Target, Dark Gold. Before Shifeng started forging the Arclight Shield, he decided to first forge a few basic mana armor kits to serve as a warm-up. After God's domain evolved, the process of forging grew more complicated, greatly increasing the difficulty of producing an item. Unlike the advanced whetstones and basic mana armor kits, which were still considerably simple to make, items such as weapons and equipment had a much more complex forging procedure. It should be about time I give the shield a try. After Shifeng produced tens of basic mana armor kits, he finally retrieved the silver ore and gold ore needed to forge the Arclight Shield. He had also received the magic crystals from Gentle Snow in advance. Gentle Snow had wanted to obtain the Arclight Shields as soon as possible, so Shifeng required her to send him the magic crystals in advance. Shifeng had received a total of 200 magic crystals from Gentle Snow. Such an amount was sufficient for 20 attempts to produce the Arclight Shield. Shifeng only had a 20% success rate for forging the Arclight Shield. It was the lowest success rate he had ever had since he started forging equipment. However, if any other forger were in his shoes right now, they might not be able to produce even one Arclight Shield out of several hundred sets of materials. Those conceited guilds thought that they could easily produce the Arclight Shield after obtaining its forging design. However, if Shifeng had not won the bid for the forging design, by the time those guilds managed to produce a single Arclight Shield, the 50-man team dungeons would have long since been conquered. In order to gain experience, when Shifeng started his first attempt at forging the Arclight Shield, he went through the process slowly and steadily, carrying out each step to the best of his abilities. Before he knew it, Shifeng had spent over 20 minutes producing the first Arclight Shield. Compared to a normal shield, the Arclight Shield had a crescent-shaped design. The entire shield was colored in silver, and many runic patterns were carved on the shield's body. Although the shield looked mighty and powerful at first glance, it was still unknown whether it was a failed or successful product. Shifeng then chose to generate the shield's data. After 10 seconds of waiting, the identification process for the shield was completed. As expected, it's a failure, Shifeng sighed when he took a look at the shield's data. Although it was indeed an Arclight Shield, its quality was a rank lower than the original. It was only Secret Silver rank. Arclight Shield, Secret Silver rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement: Strength 90. Defense plus 330. Block rate, 31%. Strength plus 10, Endurance plus 20. Evasion plus 3. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Sound of Life. Every attack received will grant user with a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 2% and received healing by 1% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Refraction. Triggers once every 50 seconds. Becomes immune to one attack. From a general point of view though, it is not a bad result all the same. At the very least, it is still a Secret Silver ranked shield. I should be able to sell it for a good price even then. Shifeng was relatively satisfied with this failed product. After all, a Secret Silver ranked shield remained a rare item at this stage of the game. According to Shifeng's knowledge, a majority of the core MTs of second-rate and third-rate guilds were still using mysterious iron-ranked shields. If he sold this failure, he could still earn around 6 to 7 gold coins from it. Although he had failed this time, it was not a complete failure. At the very least, it did not turn out as a scrap item. This partial failure indicated that he must have made a mistake somewhere during the forging process. There shouldn't be any problems with the forging of the main body itself. I must have messed up when I was carving the runes on the shield, preventing it from reaching fine gold rank, Shifeng concluded after carefully reviewing his actions. According to past experiences, if a problem had truly occurred during the formation of the shield, then the Arclight Shield wouldn't just fall by a single rank. It wouldn't even be unusual for the shield to end up being bronze rank or lower. Afterward, Shifeng did not rush to start his second attempt. Instead, he carefully studied the runes he had carved on the arclight shield. The inscription of the runes were mainly done using the magic crystals. However, the process of completing these runes was not easy, as Shifeng did not truly understand their meaning. He could only make blind imitations of the drawings. Although he did not understand the meaning behind the runes, if he practiced drawing them over and over, it should still yield some positive effect. Hence, Shifeng started practicing drawing the runes 10 times. Every drawing took around 4 to 5 minutes to complete. However, as the number of times he practiced increased, he grew more proficient at drawing the runes. The runes he drew now also started resembling the original. This cost-free way of practicing was much more economical than learning through actual production. Shifeng naturally wouldn't mind more practice. This should be enough. Shifeng looked at the latest rune he drew, feeling extremely satisfied with it. This imitation of his looked practically the same as the rune shown on the forging design. Hence, Shifeng started his second attempt at producing the arclight shield. This time, the entire forging process of the shield flowed very smoothly. Shifeng had only spent around 10 minutes to complete the second arclight shield. However, his attempt this time ended in complete failure. Shifeng's 20% success rate did not stand on his side this time around. Following which, Shifeng consecutively produced 10 arclight shields. Moreover, with each successive shield he made, the time he spent producing them also decreased. His hands also moved with much more proficiency. Out of the 10 arclight shields he made, only 2 barely achieved the passing standard, 2 ended up as defective products, while the remaining ones were complete failures. As for the 2 defective shields, one was mysterious iron rank, while the other was secret silver rank. In general, the results were quite good. However, Shifeng was still unsatisfied with the quality of the arclight shields. Now that I am proficient at making the arclight shields, the next step would be increasing its quality. If I can let Kola use a dark gold ranked arclight shield, our chances at clearing the demon's castle would become much higher. Shifeng decided to take out the runic gold, the reward he obtained for his promotion to advanced forging apprentice. Not only could the runic gold increase his success rate by 10%, there was also a small chance for it to increase an item's rank by 1, up to a maximum of dark gold rank. Unfortunately, Shifeng only had 5 of these things, meaning that he only had 5 chances to produce a dark gold ranked arclight shield. The runic gold was a piece of ore that gave off a metallic glow and contained runic energy within it. After refining the runic gold, Shifeng poured the molten runic gold into the silver gold alloy. Immediately, a change occurred in the alloy. The originally bright red alloy turned dark red in color. Moreover, it also started greedily absorbing the energy of the ice blue devil flame. As the amount of energy it absorbed increased, the alloy started emitting many golden runes, slowly forming an array of runes. Knowing that the fusion was completed, Shifeng immediately retrieved the scorching hot alloy from the furnace, placed it on the anvil and started hammering on it. Slowly, the piece of alloy started taking on the shape of an arclight shield, and on the shield's surface, there was even a layer of naturally occurring golden runes. The shield looked incredibly holy. After hammering for several minutes, Shifeng finally formed the arclight shield. Immediately, he retrieved a black liquid and started drawing the runes on the shield. The black liquid was the liquefied product of the magic crystals. Shifeng concentrated his full attention on each and every stroke, afraid of making even the slightest mistake. When he completed the final stroke, the naturally occurring golden runes on the shield actually melded together with the runes Shifeng had drawn. Together, they formed completely new golden runes possessing no resemblance to the black runes found on the previous arclight shields Shifeng made. Please be a success. Shifeng timidly selected to identify the shield. Although the arclight shield looked absolutely perfect appearance-wise, whether it was a success or a failure still depended on the final data. 2 seconds. This time, even after 20 seconds had passed, the system was still unable to determine the shield's exact data. This situation caused Shifeng to grow slightly nervous. The longer identification time indicated that even the system itself was hesitant. In the end, is it a success or a failure? Feng had carried out the entire forging procedure perfectly. At the end of the day, however, his success rate was only 30%. Oftentimes, when the identification process took longer than usual, there was a higher chance that the result was a failure. Finally, after 30 seconds passed, the system returned the identification results. System: Arclight Guard has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 2 points. Obtained 80,000 EXP. Chapter 246. Neither weak nor strong. Success on the first attempt? It seems my luck really is good. Feng revealed a faint smile when he heard the system notification sound. Along with the Arclight Shield's promotion to Dark Gold rank, a change occurred to its name as well. Feng then started inspecting the silver-colored, crescent-shaped shield that was placed on the iron weave felt. He was extremely curious to find out just what sort of attributes the Arclight Guard possessed. Arclight Guard Shield Dark Gold rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement: Strength 110. Defense plus 550. Block rate 39%. Strength plus 21. Endurance plus 30. Evasion plus 10. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Sound of Life. Every attack received will grant user with a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 3% and received healing by 2% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Refraction. Triggers once every 25 seconds. Becomes immune to 1 attack. Additional skill dash. Time Arc. When activated, allows the user to save current state, and return to saved state 9 seconds later. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Isn't this Time Arc skill overpowered? No wonder there wasn't much of an improvement on the other attributes. Just this skill alone made the Arclight Guard deserving of being a Dark Gold ranked shield, Feng exclaimed. Saving current state, which was to say after 9 seconds, even if the user of the Arclight Guard died, they would still recover to their saved state. The cooldown of skills used after Time Arc was invoked would recover as well. Compared to a skill that provided invincibility, Time Arc was a much more amazing skill. The only downside to this skill was its long cooldown. However, when taking into consideration the heaven-defying effect of this skill, a 10-minute cooldown was considerably short. If the cooldown of this skill was any shorter, then the Arclight Guard would no longer be just a Dark Gold ranked shield, but an Epic ranked shield instead. Although Feng had already made 1 Arclight Guard, he was still not satisfied. He wished to make even more Arclight Guards. Deciding so, he used up the remaining 4 pieces of runic gold when forging the Arclight shields. However, the results were horrible. Out of his 4 attempts, 2 were complete failures. They did not even achieve bronze rank. As for the remaining 2 Arclight shields, one achieved secret silver rank, while the other achieved fine gold rank. However, such a success rate was already very good. He had used a total of 5 runic gold to forge the Arclight shields. Among them, 1 had achieved dark gold rank, 1 had achieved fine gold rank, and 1 had achieved secret silver rank. Out of the 3 shields, Feng would naturally save the dark gold ranked Arclight Guard for Cola's use. With the Arclight Guard, they would have no problems raiding the level 15 20-man team dungeon, the Demon's Castle. Just as Feng thought of carrying on with forging Arclight shields, someone knocked on the door of the forging room. "Come in." When the door to the forging room opened, a golden-haired beauty walked in. This person was none other than Feng's assistant Anna. "Your Excellency, an adventurer named Aqua Rose wishes to meet you. She says she has an appointment with you and she is currently waiting in the meeting room on the 3rd floor, Anna said respectfully. "All right, I'll be there in a minute." Feng nodded his head. Feng had similarly guessed that Aqua Rose should arrive right about now. After all, teleportation occurred instantaneously. Aqua Rose only needed to gather her subordinates, explain to them the situation and make some future plans. Inside the meeting room on the 3rd floor, Aqua Rose and her 100+ subordinates were seated around the room, having a small discussion about matters relating to Feng. These players all had relatively high levels. The lowest out of all of them was level 13, while the others were level 14. Even if placed inside a first-rate guild, all these players would be considered elite members. These players were all Aqua Rose's most trusted aides. Before they had arrived here, they hadn't dared to imagine that there would actually be someone willing to spend 300 gold coins to bring them to this place. If the organization this person belonged to wasn't extremely rich, then this person was just insane. However, after they discovered that Shifeng actually had a connection with such a large trading firm, their thoughts immediately changed. Not only did Shifeng manage to achieve something that no other guild had achieved, his fame in the entire Star Moon Kingdom could already be described as the sun in midday. It was especially true for the recently popular basic mana armor kit. This was an item that plenty of guilds could only dream of having. If they could be a part of the power Shifeng belonged to, then couldn't every one of them obtain their very own basic mana armor kit? This was definitely a treatment that no other first-rate guild could provide. Big Sis Aqua, just who is that Black Flame? Is he in the upper management of a super guild? A female swordsman curiously asked. Aqua Rose shook her head, a bitter smile on her face as she replied, I don't know either. He has always been very mysterious. However, I believe that we will be able to find out his true identity today. In truth, Aqua Rose was also interested in finding out the truth. However, now that they were going to join the power Black Flame belonged to, Black Flame would have no need to hide the truth from them. They could finally take a look at the giant hidden behind Shifeng. Sorry to keep all of you waiting. The moment Shifeng walked into the meeting room, everyone inside immediately fell silent. Everyone present stood up as they looked at Shifeng, deep veneration in their eyes. They were like interviewees standing up to welcome their interviewer. Some were nervous while some were excited. After leaving Twilight Echo, they were like homeless little birds. Although they wished to soar higher into the sky, they did not possess a home they could return to. Feelings of helplessness and disappointment constantly filled their minds as they wondered what sort of future awaited them. However, the situation was different now. They would be joining an even greater family now. At this moment, these ex-members of Twilight Echo rejoiced over the fact that they had chosen to leave Twilight Echo together with Aqua Rose, praising themselves for making a wise decision. After all, a bright future had already opened its doors to them. I am the one who should be sorry for making Master Black Flame wait for us for so long, Aqua Rose apologized. Since we will be companions in the future, stop referring me as Master this or Master that. Just call me Black Flame. Shifeng could sense the cautiousness behind Aqua Rose and everyone else's actions. However, this was to be expected. I have only asked you all to come here so that I can invite everyone into the guild first. Later on, Miss Aqua can freely decide how you all wish to develop yourselves. I won't set any restrictions for you. Right here is a copy of the White River City Guidebook. After you are done reading it, you should be able to familiarize yourself with White River City, Miss Aqua. Saying so, Shifeng sent a copy of the luxury version White River City Guidebook to Aqua Rose. Simultaneously, he had sent everyone present a guild invitation. Zero Wing. What is this guild? Why is it only a one-star guild? Wasn't it supposed to be some sort of hidden power? Everyone entered a daze for a long time after they received Shifeng's guild invitation. Ignoring the fact that they had never even heard of such a guild, just having status of a one-star guild showed how weak Zero Wing was. The reason being, even third-rate guilds at this stage of the game were three-star guilds, not to mention first-rate guilds. After taking a look at the member count of the guild, everyone was further dumbfounded. Before they had joined, this guild only had 9 members? What kind of guild was this? Zero Wing was the weakest guild they had seen so far, second to none. Even Aqua Rose herself was shocked by this revelation. The current situation was completely different from what she had imagined it to be. She had thought Shifeng would be bringing her to meet the many great characters of this guild, allowing her to get a grasp on the frightening background of the guild. Yet the truth that Shifeng revealed had far exceeded her expectations. The reason being, the influence of this guild could literally be determined in a single glance. You all must be very disappointed to find out that my guild is actually so weak, right? Shifeng looked at everyone's crestfallen expressions. Suddenly he said in a cold voice, "Let me give it to you straight. This is Zero Wing. It is neither weak nor strong. It is merely a home that you can stay in. As for how others are going to view us, it will depend on your own performances. Chapter 247, Seizing the Ranking List. Although they felt that what Shifeng said was logical, their disappointment still did not decrease by the slightest. Out of everyone present, only Aqua Rose's fighting spirit truly ignited. She was the only one who truly understood the meaning of Shifeng's words. Strength that depended on one's self rather than others. The best example for this was Shifeng, who stood right before them. His guild was clearly very weak. Yet he managed to achieve many things that not even many first-rate guilds and even super guilds could. As a result, he made everyone believe that there was a mysterious power secretly supporting him from behind. However, what was the reality of the matter? By depending on only himself, Shifeng had created a miracle. He had even overwhelmed everyone back at the Blackwing auction, causing a sensation. Since Shifeng was capable of such feats, why couldn't she do so as well? At this moment, Aqua Rose truly found it laughable when she recalled how she had intended to utilize the mysterious power behind Shifeng to prove herself to her parents and everyone back at Twilight Echo. Black Flame is right. How powerful a guild is not important. How powerful we are ourselves is the crucial point. Since we have joined Zero Wing, let us be the ones to change how others view Zero Wing. Aqua Rose explained loudly, in complete agreement with Shifeng's opinion. Everyone fell silent at Aqua Rose's words, but a fiery fighting spirit could be seen growing in their eyes. That was right. They had originally intended to start from the very beginning. Now that they had a wealthy tycoon like Shifeng supporting them, what more should they be afraid of? A guild's development mainly relied on financial resources. The remaining factors would be the presence of experts to lead the guild in raiding team dungeons and completing epic quests that were impossible to complete. They would definitely turn Zero Wing into the #1 guild in White River City. At this moment, Shifeng sent Fire Dance and the others a message. You can start now. Immediately, Shifeng received a reply. Understood. After seeing this message, Shifeng's gaze shifted towards everyone present in the meeting room. He then announced loudly, I know that some of you still have some worries, so I'll give you all a little surprise. I'll let you all get a better understanding of just what Zero Wing is. A better understanding of Zero Wing? Does this guild still have any secrets? Everyone grew confused at Shifeng's words. Everything about this guild was clear in one glance, so what secrets could there possibly be? The only thing that could possibly be a secret was the guild's frightening financial resources. With such a large fortune, they should have no problems getting their hands on the various welfare benefits that players would receive upon joining a guild. Moreover, Black Flame was the publicly acknowledged chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom. In the future, guild members would have no lack of weapons and equipment to use. However, this shouldn't count as a secret, right? Everyone can take a look at White River City's ranking list now, Shifeng said softly. Ranking list. Everyone promptly called out the ranking list to take a look. Is there something wrong with the ranking list? I remember that when I came to White River City, the top player on the ranking list was Lone Tyrant. At that time he was only at level 15. How did he suddenly become level 19? Did the system make a mistake? No, that's not right. Look at the player ID. It's not Lone Tyrant. It might not be a mistake by the system. Look, the top 8 players have all been switched out. Even the player at 8th place is level 18 now. Lone Tyrant is still level 15 and he's placed 9th now. How is this possible? Level 18. Isn't this level too much of an exaggeration? Even at the Storm Empire, the highest leveled player is only at level 16. How could White River City possess 8 players who have managed to surpass the top player at Storm Empire? Wait. These players all belong to the same guild and the guild's name is called Zero Wing. Everyone was dumbfounded when they discovered the changes in the ranking list. They trembled, not daring to believe their own eyes. These 8 players were actually their guild members. At this moment, nothing was more humiliating for Lone Tyrant than his position on the ranking list. His past glory was already worthless now. Instead, he had become the laughingstock of everyone in White River City. Guild leader, I've already investigated these players. Seems that all of them are associated with Yifeng. Moreover, I've also looked up Zero Wing at the Adventurers Association. The guild was registered only recently, and it is possible that it is a guild formed by Yifeng himself, a ranger said. Good. Very good. At first, I thought that he had hidden himself out of self-awareness after I placed a bounty on him. However, it seems he is taking me lightly. Since he has come out to slap me in the face and has even started a guild in White River City, I will make him regret his decision. Immediately find out all the members belonging to Yifeng's guild. I want his guild destroyed. Lone Tyrant bellowed as he announced a command to the entire guild. He had to destroy this guild and flatten Shifeng at all costs. Not only was he doing this for himself, it was also the command of that mighty personage. Chapter 248. Extraordinary starts out from ordinary. Lone Tyrant wasn't the only person who was enraged by the matter of the ranking list. The other guilds in White River City were similarly furious. The ranking list was a place for guilds like them to increase their reputation. Although such a method of advertising was not as effective as obtaining the first clear of a dungeon, if they could occupy the ranking list for extended periods of time, it would still bring about significant effects. Now, however, Zero Wing occupied 8 of the top 10 positions, and many guilds were disgruntled over Zero Wing's monopoly of the ranking list. These guilds couldn't help but wish they could invite Zero Wing's guild leader and give him a piece of their mind to relieve their dissatisfaction. At the level 18 map Pyroxene Mountain, a 20-man elite team was currently clearing out the level 18 six-armed stone monkeys here. The six-armed stone monkeys were monsters with large bodies. Although they were 2 meters in height, their movements were extremely agile. Their physical defense was very high, and their only weakness was their low magical resistance. Hence, using large-scale magic attacks against these monsters would be very effective. Moreover, the six-armed stone monkeys lived in groups on this mountain, and players could very easily lure a group and promptly kill them. Snow, the ranking list has been occupied by Zero Wing. Moreover, their levels are all very high. It would be very difficult for us to catch up to them. It really makes you wonder how they managed to level up so quickly. Zhao Yueru currently sat on a rock, resting as she replenished her mana. After receiving a report from her subordinate and promptly taking a look at the ranking list, she was immediately shocked by what she discovered. As a player who had originally ranked within the top 10 of the ranking list, Zhao Yueru knew very clearly just how large a gap there was between level 15 and level 18. At the very least, she would need to spend another week grinding before she could even reach level 18. This was equivalent to saying that these 8 players would remain on the ranking list for another week at the very minimum. However, this was assuming they did absolutely nothing during the entire week. If they were to continue grinding and leveling up at their current pace, who knew when there would be a change to the top 8 positions? As expected, they are very strong. That Yifeng has quite the ambition as well, even though he usually maintains a low profile. It seems that he has finally decided to take action now. Gentle Snow did not feel any shock when she looked at the IDs of the top 8 players. Snow, have you known all along? Zhao Yueru asked, confused. She had a very clear understanding of Shifeng's capabilities. Shifeng's strength, leadership ability, and observation ability were above average. However, these traits alone were not enough for him to establish a guild. Establishing a guild was not as easy as playing a game of house, since forming a guild signified one's intentions to compete for dominance with the other guilds. For a small guild like Shifeng's, maintaining a low profile would be more beneficial. If they did so, most of the large guilds would not have paid much attention to them. However, now that they'd done the exact opposite, they were practically telling the other guilds to come at them. After they decided to hide their levels, I figured that their levels were not that simple. Yifeng did not wish others to know, so he kept them hidden. Only, I never imagined that their actual levels would be so high. Gentle Snow was greatly interested in these talents. She inwardly lamented the fact that these experts could only stay holed up in such a small guild. If they joined Ouroboros, they would definitely shine with even greater brilliance. If they stayed in such a small guild, they would very quickly fall. After all, a guild needed financial resources to develop itself. Gentle Snow firmly believed that Shifeng did not possess a frightening amount of financial resources, especially gold coins. There was also the lack of manpower. It would be impossible to develop a guild in God's domain just by relying on several players. In addition, they would also have to suffer the oppression of other large guilds. Hence, Gentle Snow determined that Zero Wing would not last long at all. However, at the end of the day, Shifeng was still her friend. Hence, Gentle Snow sent a message to Shifeng, congratulating him on establishing Zero Wing. As to how he should develop his guild as an outsider, it would not be good for her to make any suggestions. On the third floor of the Starstreak trading firm, the situation was not as grim as Gentle Snow believed it to be. If Gentle Snow could see this scene right now, she would definitely be shocked. After all, not only did Shifeng possess enough funding, he had also managed to recruit a group of players who had recently left a first-rate guild, Twilight Echo. He had also managed to recruit Aqua Rose, who was once an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. As someone who had once managed a first-rate guild with over 10,000 subordinates, Aqua Rose possessed a wealth of experience. Hence, when placed in a situation where she had a large amount of financial resources but only a small guild of slightly more than 100 players to manage, she could carry out her tasks with little to no effort. Guild leader, I have received your intentions. I will increase our member count up to 5,000 to the best of my abilities. As for the matter relating to the guild perk system, for the moment, I will implement Twilight Echo's guild perk system as a temporary replacement. However, I hope that you can draft it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once some time passes, it would not be as easy to make changes to it. Aqua Rose now had a good grasp of Zero Wing's situation, and she felt very optimistic about Zero Wing's future prospects. Wealth, manpower, and fame. With all three things together, it would be very easy for them to recruit a large batch of new members. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Aqua with this matter. Plans could never keep up with change. Based on his original estimates, it would still have been a long time before he established his own guild. However, with the sudden addition of Aqua Rose, Shifeng could not afford to wait any longer. Even if his preparations were currently lacking, he still needed to establish the guild. Moreover, he had intended all along to deal with these guild matters as soon as possible. It was just that he still had other things he needed to handle. Now that there was a professional standing right before him, why wouldn't he make use of her? Guild Leader Black Flame, I am already the Vice Leader of Zero Wing. Please just call me Aqua from now on. If Guild Leader doesn't have any other orders, then I will start making the necessary arrangements now, Aqua Rose said in a professional tone. Maybe because she had received a new position, Aqua Rose had very quickly entered a superwoman mode. Shifeng could only take a step back in this matter. He then returned to producing the Arclight shields and basic mana armor kits. Later on, the members of the guild continuously increased. The reason being, Shifeng had set the exchange of basic mana armor kits as one of the perks available to guild members. This item held a fatal attraction to independent players, and if new members wished to obtain them, they needed to exchange for them using guild contribution points. Meanwhile, there were many methods for them to obtain guild contribution points. 1. Dungeon diving. 2. Exchanging bronze-ranked equipment or above. 3. Making a contribution to the guild. The upper management of the guild would reward players who made a contribution with contribution points. 4. Carrying out guild quests. Contribution points would be awarded by the system in this case. 5. Personal guild reputation received reaching a certain amount. Hence, with so many methods available, guild members would have no need to worry about not being able to earn sufficient guild contribution points. However, to prevent abuse by opportunistic players, further restrictions were added to increase the difficulty for guild members to obtain the basic mana armor kits. Above all, one had to contribute a set amount of reputation points to the guild before being allowed to exchange for the armor kits. Secondly, one needed a large number of guild contribution points to exchange for the armor kits. Meanwhile, the total value of these guild contribution points was no lesser than 20 silver coins. With these two safeguards present, there would be no opportunity for guild members to abuse the guild perk system implemented. Meanwhile, during the time Shifeng was producing the Arclight shields and basic mana armor kits, Aqua Rose had also arranged for her subordinates to recruit players at the Trade Area and Adventurers Association. After half a day of recruitment, Zero Wing's member count increased explosively. From the original 100 or so members, there were now over 3,000 players in the guild. Moreover, the tide of players wanting to join the guild showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Big Sis Aqua, the number of players wanting to join the guild hasn't decreased at all. If this situation continues, we can easily recruit double the target of 5,000 members. Should we increase the number of players we recruit? Follow the original plan. We won't be able to handle so many players right now. If we did so, it would instead force the guild into a period of stagnation, hindering our development. Increase the entry requirements for the guild. Raise the minimum level requirement from level 11 to level 12. Under Aqua Rose's management, the newly recruited guild members started taking on guild quests. Aqua Rose's direct subordinates had also split up and formed new parties to raid party dungeons, upgrading the equipment of the new members. Everything was flowing smoothly at Zero Wing, and it did not look like a newly established guild at all. Before he knew it, nighttime arrived at God's domain. After making a large number of basic mana armor kits and 3 fine gold-ranked Arclight shields, Shifeng immediately logged out of the game. The reason being, the Jin High Fellowship party that Shifeng had been looking forward to was being held today. He needed to make some preparations before he attended the party. Chapter 249, Gathering of Elites. The first rays of the morning sun pierced through the window, shining on Shifeng, who was currently working out in the living room. Currently, Shifeng no longer carried out the intense muscle exercises of the past few days. He quietly stood still for a long time before slowly lowering his body, entering into a horse stance. Closing his eyes, Shifeng relaxed his body. Suddenly, his chest expanded as he inhaled deeply. He then exhaled, a trail of white mist coming out of his mouth. Like a water pistol, the white mist that shot out from his mouth managed to actually reach a distance of over 2 meters before gradually dissipating. If any normal person were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked by it. The season right now was summer. Yet Shifeng had recreated a scene that could usually be found only during wintertime. After repeating this process for an hour, Shifeng stopped his rhythmic breathing. The effect of this 8-section brocade exercise is quite good. I've only trained in it for an hour and I can already feel my body becoming lighter. The exercise has also significantly cleared my mind. Shifeng clenched and released his fists. His entire body felt comfortably warm and his 5 senses felt keener than usual. This 8-section brocade exercise was something he had accidentally stumbled upon in the past, after becoming the guild leader of Shadow, when he visited an antique shop. Originally, he had planned to test the effectiveness of the exercise. However, after the company hired a martial arts master as an instructor at the workshop, Shifeng gave up on that notion. During those days, people were already going crazy over God's domain. In order to improve their actual combat skills, they would practice martial arts like madmen. Naturally, Shifeng was no exception. At that time, however, he was no longer young and his body was similarly no longer in its prime. The things he could do were limited and the most he could do was practice some Tai Chi and 8 trigram palms, training his techniques as much as he could. However, his current self was different. Not only had he started consuming nutrient fluids at a much earlier period than in the past, after undergoing several workout sessions, his current body's physique far surpassed the one of his past. There was a saying in martial arts: internally, spirit and breathing are practiced. Externally, muscles, bones and skin are practiced. Meanwhile, Shifeng related this saying to the 8-section brocade. Only he had not thought the exercise would yield such good results. Although the exercise did not increase his body's strength, it refreshed his psyche and allowed him to remain calm at all times. Such an effect was an unexpected harvest for Shifeng. After Shifeng had his breakfast, he received a call from Zhou Ruoxi. She said that she was going to give him a ride to the fellowship party. When Shifeng arrived downstairs of his apartment, he immediately discovered Zhou Ruoxi standing in front of a blue sports car. She wore a pure white dress today, while her hair was tied up into a double ponytail. Her pure and beautiful appearance attracted the attention of every man that walked past her, sending them into a daze as drool leaked out of their mouths. "Let's go." Zhou Ruoxi smiled sweetly when she noticed Shifeng walking over. "Is this your car?" Shifeng looked at the blue sports car before him, feeling somewhat surprised. Suspicion of Zhou Ruoxi's identity started growing within him. This blue sports car was a limited edition maglev Ferrari Z75, and it had a selling price of 6 million credits. One would not be able to find one even in the entire Jinhai city, yet Zhou Ruoxi actually owned one herself. Of course. What? Surprised? It's just that normally I don't like driving it to school. However, we are going to a formal occasion today, so I need to make an impression. Zhou Ruoxi nodded her head slightly in reply. Hurry up and get on. The venue of the fellowship party is quite a distance away. Although Shifeng was mildly astonished by this new revelation, he didn't attempt to delve further into the matter. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Hence he slid into the passenger seat. Soon after, Zhou Ruoxi stepped on the accelerator, and with a whoosh the Ferrari Z75 sped along the road of the neighborhood. Envy filled the eyes of the many pedestrians walking on the street as they watched the Ferrari Z75 speed down the road. They inwardly wished that they too could drive such a sports car one day. The trip, which should have taken over an hour by car, was reduced to just slightly over 30 minutes by Zhou Ruoxi. Are you carsick?" Zhou Ruoxi asked curiously, looking at Shifeng's pale complexion after she alighted from the car. Shifeng was a fighting expert within the school, and he was a person capable of knocking down a powerhouse like Zhou Yuhu in a single move. Yet he had actually gotten carsick. If others heard about this, probably nobody would believe it. "It's nothing. My body just feels slightly uncomfortable. It might be due to the breakfast I had this morning." Shifeng casually made an excuse. In truth, however, Shifeng really wanted to say, "You call that driving? That's practically attempted murder." However, since Zhou Ruoxi had brought him here out of goodwill, he naturally would not say such words. "Then have you taken some medicine?" Zhou Ruoxi asked in worry, blinking her eyes. Shifeng turned speechless. The Jinhai Fellowship Party was being held at a 5-star hotel. Although the event was organized by Jinhai University, the participants were not limited to the students and staff of the university. Other universities and elites of society would also be participating in this event, and it would not be an exaggeration to call this fellowship party a gathering of elites. The Jinhai Fellowship Party was an annual event held in Jinhai City. Even though plenty of people wished to participate in this event, not everyone received the chance to actually do so. Moreover, the fellowship party held today was unlike any other before it. Aside from having invited personages that participated in Jinhai City's fighting competition, the event organizers had also invited many experts from gaming workshops this time around. As to why they would decide to invite such gaming experts, it was mainly due to the growing popularity of God's domain. People could already see the limitless potential of God's domain. Hence, many wished to form a good relationship in advance with these gaming experts. The decision of the event organizers was undeniably the correct one to make, because several years from now, every single gaming expert that participated in this fellowship party would grow to become a famous celebrity in Jinhai City. Just as Zhou Ruoxi and Shifeng were about to enter the hotel, Shifeng was unexpectedly blocked by the security guard at the door. "I'm sorry, sir, but your name is not on the list of invited guests. You cannot enter this place," the tall and robust security guard leader said in a cold voice, looking at Shifeng with a sharp gaze. The security guard leader was a former member of the Special Forces, and he had experienced multiple battlefields before. The murderous intent he radiated could scare most of the people he met, and others usually did not dare to look directly at him. If a normal person was the focus of the stare of this security guard leader, their hearts would immediately palpitate with fear as they redirected their gaze somewhere else. Yet even after receiving this security guard's glare, Shifeng's expression still remained as placid as before, his lack of reaction confusing this security guard greatly. That's not possible. I registered Shifeng myself. Can you check again? Zhao Ruoxi's brows wrinkled. She had personally gone to the student council at the university, and had directly handed 2 persons' worth of participation fees to the student council president. How was it possible that she was registered while Shifeng was not? The security guard captain scanned Shifeng once more. In the end, the results he got still showed him as unknown, and that he was not allowed entry. To make sure that nothing was wrong with the machine, he tried it on other people as well, and the results showed that nothing was wrong with the machine. That's not right. I registered both of us together. I'll contact Yukai. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. I'll get him to fix it immediately, Zhao Ruoxi said. Sorry, but I have to do things according to the rules. Anyone not registered is not allowed to enter. Impromptu registrations are not acceptable either. These are the rules, the security guard captain said coldly. Who is the person responsible here? Zhao Ruoxi asked angrily. Shifeng was someone she had personally invited. Now that Shifeng was barred entry, how could she not get angry? Miss, please stop making things difficult for me. This is how the rules have always been. I can't change it just because of one person. The security guard captain could not help but soften his tone when he discerned that Zhao Ruoxi's identity was not simple. At this moment, several people walked out from the hotel. One of them was none other than the person Zhao Ruoxi was looking for, the president of the student council, Yukai. Walking beside him were people Shifeng were familiar with, Ling Feilong, Zhou Yuhu and Qin Shuyu. Meanwhile, it was Shifeng's first time to meet the student council president, Yukai. The person in question had a stout body and round face, and his voice when he spoke was extremely gentle. It was very hard to imagine such a person being able to actually become the student council president. Fellow student Zhao Ruoxi, what urgent matters do you have? Why are you looking for me so frantically? Yukai asked. Zhao Ruoxi then gave a short summary of what had happened. I am truly sorry about this, fellow student Zhao Ruoxi. I never would have imagined that such a mistake would occur in the registrations. I sincerely apologize, but since things have already gotten to this point, I am helpless as well. These are the rules that the school set long ago. Regarding your loss, I'll compensate you with double the amount you paid. Yukai sent a glance at Shifeng, a smile on his face as he spoke. Standing to one side, both Ling Feilong and Zhou Yuhu looked at Shifeng with mocking smiles on their faces. Even an idiot could tell that this matter had something to do with them. Chapter 250, Serious Inquiries Only. Helpless about it. Zhao Ruoxi's eyes widened in rage. Yukai, this is your mistake. You need to think of a way to fix this. At this moment, Ling Feilong stood out and interrupted, saying in a gentle tone, Ruoxi, you know that this is only a small mistake. Something must have gone wrong with the system, so you can't just put the blame on Yukai. Then what should Shifeng do? Since you already know something went wrong, does that mean Shifeng is allowed to go in now? Zhao Ruoxi completely ignored Ling Feilong, directly asking Yukai, in any case, you can prove that Shifeng has indeed registered for this event. Shifeng also has no problem proving that he is a student of our school. Don't tell me that this is still not enough? Fellow student Zhao Ruoxi, I can indeed verify that Shifeng has registered for this event. However, whether he can enter or not is not up to a student council president like me to decide. You have to ask this big brother security guard here. Yukai shifted his gaze towards the security guard leader, instantly pushing all responsibility on the security guard. Yukai then revealed a bitter smile, making the situation seem as if it had nothing to do with him. The security guard's mouth clearly twitched when he listened to Yotsai's words. Yukai obviously did not help Shifeng register for this event to begin with, yet Yukai was pushing everything on him now? If Yukai insisted that Shifeng be allowed into the hotel, what could a mere security guard captain like him do? Yukai had already made his intentions very clear. Absolutely not allowed. That was He Yotsai's answer. However, looking at Zhao Ruoxi, she too did not seem like someone he could provoke. Otherwise, why would He Yukai even bother making so many superficial excuses? Caught in a dilemma, this security guard captain did not know which would be the wiser choice to make. Currently, Zhao Ruoxi's wrathful gaze had already shifted to the security guard captain. She asked in a grim tone, "What do you say?" "Me?" Even though he had experienced many battlefields before, the security guard captain could not help but hesitate at this moment. In the end, however, he still said strictly, "I have my responsibilities. Miss, please don't make things difficult for me." "You." "Class monitor, it's fine. This matter can't be helped. If I can't enter, so be it." Shifeng held back the raging Zhao Ruoxi. He then beamed a smile towards He Yukai and the others who were really good at spoiling his good fortune. "It is great that fellow student Shifeng can understand my troubles. This was truly an accident. I guarantee that there will not be a similar situation like this the next time." He Yukai sneered. "Right. A situation like this won't happen the next time," Zhou Yuhu laughed loudly. Ling Feilong sent a contemptuous smile at Shifeng, before saying in a gentle tone to Zhao Ruoxi, "Ruoxi, let's go. Uncle Jianhua has been anxiously waiting for you for a while now." "Why is Uncle Jianhua here?" Zhao Ruoxi was clearly surprised when she heard this name. However, when she thought about how Shifeng's problems still remained unsolved, a sudden inspiration flashed across her mind. "That's right. Uncle Jianhua is one of the sponsors for the fellowship party. He should be able to get you in." "Shifeng, wait here. I'll ask Uncle Jianhua to come immediately. That way you'll definitely be able to enter." Shifeng nodded his head in reply. He then watched as Zhao Ruoxi frantically walked into the hotel. In the next instant, however, Shifeng noticed Ling Feilong sending a cold smile his way. Shifeng felt a bad premonition at this sight. Seeing that Zhao Ruoxi had left, He Yukai revealed a mocking smile as he said, "Fellow student Shifeng, please return from whence you came. This fellowship party is not fit for someone like you." He then told the security guard leader, "Remember, he is not allowed to set even a foot in this building. Otherwise you can just pack up and leave." "Understood." Finished speaking, He Yukai and the others walked back into the hotel, their laughter filling the air as they left. The security guard then fixed his gaze at Shifeng. As long as Shifeng dared come near this building, he would personally chase him out. However, Shifeng did not react in anger. On the contrary, he was feeling extraordinarily calm right now. "If you don't want me to go in, then so be it. In any case, I don't have to actually be in the party to do what I came to do." Shifeng turned around and left, the corner of his lips raised slightly. The Jin High Fellowship party held at this time was the perfect chance for him to recruit new members for his guild. If he were to miss it, who knew how long he would have to wait before another such chance arrived. The reason why a small guild like Shadow could survive in God's domain was mainly due to the group of people they had recruited at this event. This group of people had helped Shadow endure its hardest times. Otherwise, with the little manpower Shadow possessed, there was no way they could avoid annexation by a large guild. Although Zero Wing already had a powerhouse like Aqua Rose and also a group of elite players in its midst, a guild could never have an excess of powerhouses and elite players. Since he was not allowed to recruit inside the event venue, it should be fine if he did it outside, right? Hence, Shifeng visited a nearby printing shop. Soon after, he set up a large sign a short distance away from the venue of the fellowship party. Zero Wing Guild recruiting new members. Serious inquiries only. Although the color of the words on the sign was monochrome and looked somewhat shabby, it still clearly conveyed the meaning Shifeng wanted. As to whether or not others would recognize the sign for what it was, Shifeng was not worried about that one little bit. After all, Zero Wing's fame was not limited to just White River City, but the entire Star Moon Kingdom. On the official forums of the Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing's popularity had long since gone off the charts. Not to mention having 8 players occupying the top positions on the ranking list, the levels of these players had even exceeded everyone's imaginations. The lowest leveled player among them was level 18. This was a level that elicited awe in others. Even when ranked throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, these 8 players would still be the top 8 players. Not to mention a first-rate guild, even an apex first-rate guild could not achieve such a feat. How could people not yearn to join such a guild? Hence, many independent players wished they could join Zero Wing. There were even thousands of threads posted on the forums by independent players, all of them expressing their intentions to join Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing only recruited members at White River City, so not everyone could actually join the guild. Shortly after the sign was raised, it had already started attracting attention. Little How, look at that sign. It's actually Zero Wing recruiting members. Zero Wing Guild? How is that possible? That guild is very mysterious. I heard that the strength of the 8 great experts of that guild is several times more amazing than even the experts of first-rate guilds. How could they be recruiting members at this place? If it really is Zero Wing recruiting, I will definitely be the first one to apply. The passers-by who noticed this sign immediately started a discussion among themselves. After all, Zero Wing was simply too famous right now. They could only be described with words such as mysterious and strong. Meanwhile, in one of the lounges on the 10th floor of the hotel was an old man dressed in luxurious clothing. Although the man was already in his 50s, he had a keenness that belied his age, his sharp gaze capable of seeing through people's hearts. This person was none other than Zhou Jianhua. Second uncle, why have you come here today? Zhao Ruoxi smiled sweetly at this old man after entering the room. Zhao Jianhua was the younger brother of Zhao Ruoxi's father. He was also one of the board members of the Zhao group. However, Zhao Jianhua did not have any children of his own, so he had always loved Zhao Ruoxi dearly as if she were his own daughter, treating her like the most delicate flower in the world. Of course I am here to take a look at you. You're always staying at school recently, not bothering to even pay a visit back home, Zhao Jianhua replied with a doting smile. Second uncle, you're one of the sponsors for this get-together, right? I have a friend who wishes to join this event as well. Could you let him in? Zhao Ruoxi said sweetly, grabbing and shaking Zhao Jianhua's arm. Are you referring to that Shifeng? Zhao Jianhua's brows wrinkled, his expression sinking immediately. How did you know, second uncle? Zhao Ruoxi asked curiously. I was the one who arranged for him to be barred from entering. He is merely a mediocre person that came from an ordinary family. You shouldn't associate with such a person. You are the Zhao group's successor, an elite standing at the very top of the pyramid of society. Others will gossip about you if they learn that you are associating with this kind of person. I am very clear about people like this Shifeng. People like him will do whatever it takes to get ahead, and there is no limit to the amount of flattery he'll spout. He does not like you at all, he simply covets the assets of the Zhao group. I definitely won't allow him to continue tricking you. As for Shifeng's side of things, I will speak with him personally. Chapter 251. Great trees are good for shade. Zhao Ruoxi was silent for a long time after receiving Zhao Jianhua's lecture. Zhao Ruoxi never would have thought that her second uncle, who had always pampered her to the extreme, would say such words to her. Moreover, he had described Shifeng as such an ugly person. There was clearly a serious misunderstanding here. Someone had definitely worked on him. Second uncle, whom did you hear this from? Zhao Ruoxi did not immediately refute Zhao Jianhua. Instead, she wanted to find out just what was going on right now. It isn't important who told me about it. Ruoxi, in the future you are not allowed to associate with people like Shifeng anymore. This is also elder brother's wish. Zhao Ruoxi had already been corrupted by Shifeng, and nothing he said would actually change her mind. Hence, he needed to take decisive measures to end their relationship once and for all. Afterwards, he would approach Shifeng and have him completely distance himself from Zhao Ruoxi. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruoxi found herself stuck between laughter and tears. She knew that her second uncle was saying these things for her own good. However, she and Shifeng clearly weren't in the kind of relationship her second uncle thought they were in. They were merely classmates. Yet, judging from her second uncle's words, it sounded as if she and Shifeng's relationship had already reached the point where they were inseparable lovers joined together at the hip. Zhao Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh as she said, "Second uncle, since when did you start providing cover for someone? Let me guess. This person must be Ling Feilong, right?" "That's right. It is indeed Ling Feilong." Since Zhao Ruoxi had already guessed correctly, Zhao Jianhua did not contradict her. Instead he straightforwardly argued, "Shifeng is only a nobody. On the other hand, I feel that this child Feilong is not bad. Not only does he look good, he is also ambitious and possesses great skills in fighting. Nowadays, the popularity of God's domain has already reached never-before-seen heights, and I hear that Feilong Brat is even in the upper echelon of the Shadow Guild. He also has a very good insight towards the future. Yet, instead of choosing a youth with good potential like him, you chose to go with an incompetent person. I am sure elder brother would stand together with me on this matter as well." "Second uncle, you're really misunderstanding things here. There isn't anything between me and Shifeng." Zhao Ruoxi was utterly at a loss for words. Rather, she felt furious about Ling Feilong's actions. However, she was inwardly rejoicing as well right now. Thanks to Shifeng's appearance, she could finally see Ling Feilong's true colors clearly. "Misunderstand? Your second uncle possesses discerning eyes, and I very much understand your situation. In any case, I will absolutely not allow that brat to enter this event. I am still capable of that, at least." Zhao Jianhua did not believe Zhao Ruoxi's words. He knew how very sly Zhao Ruoxi had been since her childhood. In any case, he refused to be fooled in this matter. Zhao Jianhua was not some shrewd businessman, nor was he part of the Zhao Group's management. Instead, he was a fighter that loved martial arts. Only afterwards did he start handling the security department of the Zhao Group. The real boss of the Zhao Group was Zhao Ruoxi's father, Zhao Xian. Hence, Zhao Jianhua had always liked future professional fighters like Ling Feilong. After all, only a strong man could properly protect his own woman. Yet what was Shifeng? Zhao Jianhua had had Shifeng investigated, and he discovered that Shifeng was only a weakling who was constantly bullied by others. A person like Shifeng was simply too unreliable. Hence, Zhao Jianhua was adamant at ending Zhao Ruoxi's relationship with Shifeng this time. While Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Ruoxi were having their discussion, Ling Feilong, who was outside the door eavesdropping on their conversation, secretly felt delighted. Although he could not directly defeat Shifeng, he could still play Shifeng to death using a roundabout approach. In addition, he had also informed Zhao Xian about this matter in advance. With both Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Xian vehemently opposing their relationship, even if Shifeng had seduced and captivated Zhao Ruoxi's heart completely, the two of them could never be together. Hence, as long as he could develop himself in shadow, becoming one of the core members of the guild, Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Xian would definitely support his pursuit of Zhao Ruoxi. After obtaining the wealth of the Zhao Group, he could easily take control of the entire Shadow Guild. At that time, what would Shifeng amount to? What would Zhang Luowei amount to? What would Lan Hailong amount to? Yukai, you've done well this time. I'll put in a few good words for you when I meet up with Brother Zhang next time. After you graduate, just come to Shadow, Ling Feilong said with satisfaction, patting He Yukai, who stood beside him in a deferential manner. This is but a trivial matter. In the future, I will be relying on Brother Long for support, He Yukai said with a smile. Although He Yukai, as the student council president, was indeed an amazing character in Jinhai University, after he graduated from the school, however, he would only amount to nothing. Nobody in society would give a damn about him. Aware of this reality, He Yukai had no choice but to agree to Ling Feilong's request to remove Shifeng's registration for the fellowship party. Furthermore, Zhou Jianhua himself had even instructed him not to allow Shifeng entry into the event. Since he could satisfy both parties with just an action, killing two birds with one stone, why wouldn't he do so? Only neither He Yukai nor Ling Feilong knew that at this moment, the hotel's surroundings had become extremely lively. Originally, the Jinhai Fellowship Party was a well-known event throughout Jinhai City. Hence, many reporters and media outlets would show up to cover it. There was also no lack of onlookers hanging around the event venue. However, the outside of the event venue was much livelier compared to previous years. Instead of just a small crowd, there was a sea of people here. Young and old, tall and short, all kinds of people could be seen lining up on the streets. Some of the uninformed passers-by even thought an international celebrity had showed up at this place. It made them wonder just what these people were lining up for. Little brother, what's happening in front? Why are there so many people lining up here? Huh. You don't know? The Zero Wing Guild is recruiting members. Zero Wing Guild? What's that? Of course it is Star Moon Kingdom's most amazing and mysterious guild. What's Star Moon Kingdom? Crap. Have you even played God's Domain before? You don't even know that? Which hole did you crawl out from? The passers-by mostly consisted of office workers, and they usually worked from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Their lives were mostly taken up by their work, so how would they find the time to play a game? Naturally, they would not know anything about God's Domain. However, when these office workers looked at the hundreds of people lining up, many of them started feeling confused about the game called God's Domain. They wondered just what sort of game God's Domain was, to actually have such a strong influence on so many people. It was simply a guild from a game recruiting members. Yet there were actually several hundred people applying to join. Moreover, the numbers were still increasing without end. In a short moment, the number of people applying might even break through to the thousands. However, the most unfathomable thing was that even the reporters from television stations were running over to carry out a live broadcast on this situation. Just what sort of situation was this? Isn't it just membership recruitment for a guild in a game? You can't even earn a cent from playing a game, so what's the point of wasting so much time lining up? What foolish people, one of the passers-by who was a white-collared elite mockingly laughed. The instant this white-collar elite said those words, many of the people lining up immediately turned contemptuous gazes at him, as if they were looking at an idiot. What an idiot. He doesn't even know what membership recruitment by a guild in God's Domain means. No doubt he'll be in the rat race all his life. What are you minding him for? How would he know that when a guild is recruiting members in reality, they are also recruiting professional players for the guild's gaming workshop? A white-collar elite like him would be earning 4,000 to 5,000 credits a month. He would naturally look down on us part-timers who can only make 2,000 to 3,000 credits a month. What are you saying? That's the salary for an outer member of a guild. If we become official members, then we'll have a minimum salary of 5,000 a month. Meanwhile, elite members could get at least 10,000. Zero Wing is also recruiting quite a lot of members this time. They're recruiting 300 outer members, 100 official members and 20 elite members. With so many available spots, we might even get a chance to join Zero Wing. I guess you're right. I also hear that core members get a base salary of 50,000 credits. I wonder just how much the 8 great experts of Zero Wing are earning each month. I hear that their salaries are over 10 million. Previously, there had been a financial corporation that offered them an astronomical amount of 8 million, yet none of the 8 experts had even reacted to it. Zero Wing's wealth is simply unimaginable. The players lining up started a discussion among themselves. However, the white-collar elite was no longer as calm as he was before. After all, he had only managed to obtain a monthly salary of 5,000 credits after attending countless interviews and working for his current company for 3 years. Yet he was barely comparable to an official member of a gaming guild. Moreover, these gamers were only working part-time during the night. Suddenly, this office worker had the urge to join the queue as well. While Shifeng was interviewing player after player on the street, his actions had also attracted the attention of the guests participating in the fellowship party. It was especially true for the large-scale workshops in Jinhai City. Some of the professional fighters that planned to start their career in God's Domain also grew interested by this sight. Haha. Zero Wing has actually showed up at this place. Attending this fellowship party this time wasn't a waste of my time at all. Zero Wing Guild? Let's hurry up and meet up with that person. This is a great chance for our workshop. Who knows how many people and financial corporations are trying but failing to meet someone in the upper echelons of the guild. We are truly fortunate to be able to meet one at this event. Chapter 252, I Am a Coward. On the highest floor, the 36th floor of the Golden Bridge Hotel, the Jin Hai Fellowship Party had officially started. Most of the participants present at this event were well-known figures from various sectors of Jin Hai City. On the contrary, only a minority consisted of students who were about to graduate from Jin Hai University. The Jin Hai Fellowship Party held this year was the grandest one yet, and the number of people invited this year was also the highest compared to past occasions. As a result, the soon-to-be graduates of Jin Hai University were provided with more career prospects. This was especially true for players of God's Domain. Many people from all walks of life had an optimistic view on God's Domain's future, because aside from allowing its players to experience battles and adventures, God's Domain also allowed players to enjoy various lifestyles and forms of entertainment. The array of activities one could experience in God's Domain was much more abundant than in the real world, and this aspect of the game allowed many corporations in the real world to integrate and develop themselves in the game. Currently, there was an energetic old man in his 60s who wore a white tunic, sitting at a corner of the event venue. Meanwhile, surrounding the old man were some of the most influential and powerful figures of Jin Hai City. Zhao Ruoxi's second uncle, Zhao Jianhua, was seated among these powerful personages as well. "Are they not here yet?" the old man in the white tunic suddenly asked He Yukai, who stood beside him. "They've already arrived, but..." He Yotsai's expression faltered as he hesitated on his words. The elderly man before him was both the headmaster and chairman of Jin Hai University, Su Wenqing, and he was a very influential man in Jin Hai City. The reason being, under Su Wenqing's tutelage, many students had graduated from Jin Hai University with outstanding achievements, and such a contribution made Su Wenqing a well-known and well-respected character in the various sectors of Jin Hai City. Su Wenqing's influence was so great that he could easily send Jin Hai City into an uproar with his words alone. "Speak," Su Wenqing suddenly said in a cold voice. "They're outside right now." He Yukai answered feebly, the sudden pressure making the knees of an inexperienced youth like him go weak. "Since they're already outside, why aren't they coming in?" Su Wenqing questioned. "Don't tell me they want this decrepit old man to invite them in. Who do they think they are? They actually want Elder Su to invite them in? Do they think that, just because they're good at playing a game, they can disregard us?" Zhao Jianhua angrily said. "You few, go take a look at the situation and call them up. Tell them that I said so." Su Wenqing felt that something was amiss after light contemplation. Aside from the professional players from gaming workshops, quite a few well-known figures from fighting competitions were still absent from the event as well. "Yes." Receiving the command, Su Wenqing's bodyguards who stood by his side immediately took the elevator down the hotel. These bodyguards wore black suits and black sunglasses, and all of them had tall and robust bodies. "I don't understand what is going through these people's minds. What's the point of staying downstairs instead of coming up? Has something happened downstairs?" Zhao Jianhua felt furious at the absentees, and his view of professional gamers lowered even further now. In his opinion, no matter how good a gamer was, they were, in the end, still gamers. Without corporations supporting and financing them, they would only remain as small fries in society. "I too am curious. Just what sort of mentality do young people have nowadays? Maybe we old folks are no longer able to keep up with the changing times?" said a middle-aged man dressed in black martial artist clothing with a self-deprecating laugh. As if he was a great ocean, the man gave others a calm and gentle feeling, and one would not be able to find a hint of energetic spirit coming off this man. However, nobody present in the room would dare look down on this middle-aged man. The reason being, this man was Jin Hai City's well-known martial arts master, Qin Wu. Several years ago, Qin Wu was the reigning champion of Jin Hai City's fighting competition. He was the uncontested #1 back then. However, now that he was older, he no longer participated in any fighting competitions. Instead, he had started his own dojo in Jin Hai City, which was very well received. Master Qin Wu must be joking. Young people nowadays just don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It is only a virtual reality game. With Master Qin Wu's skills, if you entered that game called God's Domain, you can easily become one of the apex experts there, Zhao Jianhua said. The real world and the virtual world are different things entirely. Moreover, times have changed. The future belongs to the younger folk now. Qin Wu shook his head. As a martial arts practitioner, he was very sensitive towards matters that occurred around him. He could clearly feel the change of an era approaching quickly. It was especially true with the appearance of God's domain. Ignoring the fact that corporations all over the world were already investing in God's domain one after another, just the number of players the game had already surpassed one's imagination. Anybody could easily tell how huge a potential God's domain had. Moreover, there had to be yet another secret being kept hidden about God's domain. Although Qin Wu did not know what exactly this secret was, he did know that it was a secret capable of attracting the countless corporations around the world to scramble madly over. The virtual reality game known as God's Domain was definitely not as simple as it appeared to be. Meanwhile, although the various major corporations in Xianxia City had similarly invested in God's Domain, they were simply like stray cats that smelled the scent of fish. They had no idea at all what sort of secrets God's Domain possessed. After Qin Wu and Zhao Jianhua chatted for a bit, Su Wenqing received a call from one of his bodyguards. Elder Su, the people down here say that they have an important matter they need to do right now. They will need some time before they can go up. Important matter? What could be more important than the fellowship party this time? Don't they want the sponsorship and support from other corporations anymore? Su Wenqing's tone turned grim. Although he did not show it on his face, many who knew Su Wenqing's temper immediately realized he was angry. It seems that they are trying to meet with one of Zero Wing Guild's upper management. However, there are too many people lining up right now, so it will be some time before they are done. Zero Wing Guild? Is it a guild from God's Domain? Su Wenqing asked, curious. Wasn't it just a gaming guild? Was there a need for so many famous gaming workshops to try to suck up to it? Could this Zero Wing Guild be a very powerful existence within God's Domain? Although Su Wenqing did not play virtual reality games himself, he was still familiar with the well-known guilds within the virtual reality world. Even so, Zero Wing was not among the famous guilds he knew of. They say that Zero Wing is an extremely famous guild in Starmoon Kingdom. In certain aspects, Zero Wing is even superior to first-rate guilds. Many corporations are also wishing to meet the upper management of Zero Wing. However, due to Zero Wing being overly mysterious, nobody has ever found a chance to make contact, so none of them want to miss this chance right now. Putting it in such a way, this means that Zero Wing Guild isn't an existence that can be ignored. Su Wenqing grew interested in this Zero Wing Guild, especially since such a guild had appeared in a city like Xianxia City. To think that such an amazing guild has appeared in our Xianxia City without this old man knowing. Since it is so, invite this representative of Zero Wing Guild to come up and have a chat. This old man wishes to see just what kind of person this representative is. They then relayed their employer's intentions to Shifeng, inviting him upstairs. However, to these bodyguards' surprise, Shifeng immediately rejected the invitation. Mr. Shifeng, Elder Su is wholeheartedly inviting you to join him upstairs. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed, the leader of the bodyguards patiently persuaded Shifeng. I understand. However, I am still not done with the recruitment here. Also, even if I do agree, you'll have to ask the people lining up here if they'll agree to let me go. Shifeng smiled as he pointed at the long line in front of him consisting of over 1,000 people. He then continued, moreover, even if I am willing to go with you, someone inside will also chase me out again. I am a coward. That person has threatened me and said that I am not allowed to set even a foot in the hotel. I still have many people I need to interview, so please stop making things difficult for me. Su Wenqing's bodyguards were immediately rendered speechless. Wasn't this just blatant disregard of them? However, they had no choice but to report this matter back to Su Wenqing. What? Someone is threatening him from entering? Su Wenqing couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. He then said, then tell him that as long as this old man is here, I guarantee that nothing will happen to him in this fellowship party, and nobody will dare chase him out. However, he still says that he doesn't dare enter. He doesn't wish to be chased out for a second time, the bodyguard said helplessly. Chased out for a second time? Does that mean he was originally a guest of this fellowship party? Yes. Su Wenqing was stunned. However, anger immediately shot to his head when he finally reacted. Someone had actually dared to chase out a guest that he invited. Wasn't this just giving him a slap across his old face? Who dares chase away a guest I invited? At this moment, Su Wenqing's voice turned extremely chilling. Although he was not a martial artist himself, the pressure he emitted caused many of those present to become fearful. The bodyguard trembled as he slowly said, "He..." Chapter 253, 5 Demon Generals. Good. Very good. Although Su Wenqing was smiling, the tone he spoke with was as chilling as the winter cold. At this moment, even an idiot could tell that Su Wenqing was furious. Due to the conversation being held over the phone, nobody but Su Wenqing himself could hear what his bodyguard had said. However, based on the words Su Wenqing had spoken, the people around him knew that someone had done something to badly anger Su Wenqing. Where a matter such as chasing away an invited guest was concerned, neither Qin Wu nor Zhao Jianhua had such courage to do so, as doing so was equivalent to giving Su Wenqing a slap across his face. Everyone valued their prestige. Since this person had dared give Su Wenqing a slap, then this person shouldn't expect Su Wenqing to welcome it with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Jianhua, Qin Wu and everyone else started feeling pity for the person that angered Su Wenqing. This was practically bearding the lion in its den, a truly suicidal action. However, they were also very curious about the person that dared to chase away an invited guest. They wanted to know just who this daring person was. "Hiyukai, come over here." Su Wenqing looked at Hiyukai, who was cluelessly standing at one side. Confused, Hiyukai thought Su Wenqing had some orders for him to carry out, failing to notice that Su Wenqing's chilling intent was directed at him. "Go downstairs and invite that person up here. If he isn't willing to come up, then you don't have to come back either," Su Wenqing said coldly. "Headmaster, this..." Hiyukai was utterly confused about the meaning of Su Wenqing's words. "You'll naturally understand after you go downstairs." Su Wenqing sent a glance at the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard intuitively understood Su Wenqing's intentions, and he immediately grabbed Hiyukai and dragged him towards the elevator. "Headmaster Su, there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. I really didn't do something like that," Hiyukai shouted in a panic, the fat on his body jiggling. Even if he was given 100 lives, he would never dare kick out an invited guest. He was merely a student of Jinhai University, and nobody among the invited guests was someone he could afford to offend. If he had to name someone that he had really driven away, then the only person that came to mind would be Shifeng. However, Shifeng was simply a student that was not worth mentioning. He was not an invited guest at all. No matter how Hiyukai looked at this situation, Shifeng would not be related to it in any way. "This brat sure has guts," Zhao Jianhua said in an ambiguous tone. It was unknown whether he was actually praising Hiyukai or disparaging him. However, everyone else was in full agreement with Zhao Jianhua's words. The bystanders could clearly tell that this incident was caused by Hiyukai. This incident had truly given them a shock. Hiyukai was merely a student council president, an insignificant existence, yet he had actually dared to recklessly abuse the little power he was given. If Hiyukai did not deal with this matter perfectly, then his best option to save himself was to pack up and leave Jinhai City. Otherwise, only a tragic end awaited him. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's recruitment location had already become the most eye-catching sight on this street. Before he knew it, Shifeng had recruited many new people for his guild. Some well-known workshops in Jinhai City were even included among them. The members of these workshops were all relatively skilled. However, since they didn't have a top-tier expert leading them, they had a difficult time obtaining good equipment in God's domain. The reason being, a majority of the high-quality equipment could only be obtained from a dungeon, while a minority came from field bosses. However, to a guildless workshop, field bosses were simply an unattainable dream. This situation resulted in the workshops having a hard time making money in God's domain. Hence, many of these workshops wished to join a guild, a powerful guild in particular. If they had a top-tier expert guiding them, dungeon diving would become a much easier endeavor. Moreover, compared to groping in the dark by themselves, they could improve themselves with much greater efficiency by learning techniques from the said expert. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing Guild was undeniably the best option available in Jinhai City for these guildless workshops. Currently, none of the guilds in Jinhai City had officially become a rated guild. In the past, if Shadow had not spent a humongous sum of money to annex a large number of workshops and recruited some new members with great potential, it would have had no way to quickly become a third-rate guild. In such a situation, Shadow would have also fallen in the competition over White River City, as this was the brutality of God's domain. The 5 demon generals have yet to show up even now. Could they be uninterested in joining Zero Wing? Shifeng had already interviewed several hundreds of people. However, not a single one of the 5 demon generals were actually among those hundreds of people. In the past, the 5 demon generals were the most powerful experts in Shadow. If their growth had not been limited by Shadow, they might have been promoted to a Tier 4 class or above. These 5 people also played an indispensable role in aiding Shadow in obtaining the 10 city-states. One could even say that Shifeng's main goal in attending this fellowship party was to recruit these 5 people. Don't tell me they're afraid of taking the interview? Shifeng felt that there was a very high possibility of such a thing happening. After all, the current 5 demon generals were obscure existences right now, nobodies in God's domain. If they concluded that they would not be accepted into Zero Wing, they would naturally avoid taking the interview altogether, saving themselves the humiliation when they got rejected. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng felt troubled. It was very possible for these 5 people to be inside the fellowship party right now. Yet he had no way of entering the actual event venue. So how should he go about recruiting those 5? Just as Shifeng was feeling distressed over this matter, Hiyukai came walking over. "Why is it you?" Hiyukai was immediately dumbfounded when he discovered the person he had been sent to invite actually turned out to be Shifeng. In Hiyutsai's opinion, Shifeng was simply an ordinary student. His and Su Wenqing's statuses were worlds apart from each other, and it was impossible for Su Wenqing to actually send a personal invitation to Shifeng. Yet the impossible had actually happened now. Meanwhile, Shifeng couldn't help but shift his gaze to Hiyukai. Suddenly he asked with a smile, "President He, what brings you here? Don't tell me you wish to chase me away from this street as well?" "This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Fellow student Shifeng, how could I possibly dare to chase you away? All of this is simply a misunderstanding. Previously, due to an error to the system, your information was not properly registered. However, everything is fine now. Fellow student Shifeng, you can now participate in the fellowship party as well," Hiyukai said with a fawning smile. "President He, I am a very cowardly person. Previously you yourself, President He, had said that as long as I dare set even a single foot in the hotel, you would immediately chase me out. I truly do not dare provoke a personage such as you. I also feel quite comfortable staying here. If you don't have any other matters, then please return to your event. I'm still very busy right now." Shifeng smiled, shifting his attention away from Hiyukai. Hearing Shifeng's words, Hiyutsai's face instantly paled. Even an idiot could make out the meaning behind Shifeng's words. "You chased me away without any hesitation before. Yet now you wish to invite me back? Do you think it's possible that I will agree?" Hiyukai really wished to say it's possible. Hiyukai was merely a student council president. Now that Su Wenqing had already spoken, if Hiyukai did not deal with this matter properly, his future would be over. Moreover, with Su Wenqing's horrific reach, Hiyukai did not even dare to think about having a future. Noticing Su Wenqing's bodyguard coldly looking at him, Hiyutsai's body shuddered with fear. Immediately he did something that shocked even Shifeng himself. Hiyukai immediately knelt before Shifeng, hugging Shifeng's thigh as he cried like a little girl, saying, "Fellow student Shifeng, no, brother Feng, I was the one in the wrong. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Taishan too. I am deserving of death." How could I have been so blind to actually listen to the words of that bastard, Ling Feilong? Brother Feng, I apologize to you. Please, if it can help cool your temper, please beat me up as much as you wish. As long as Brother Feng is willing to go upstairs with me. Shi Feng wasn't the only one shocked by He Youcai's actions. Even the bystanders were dumbfounded by this scene. Did he really think he was invincible just because he was shameless? Chapter 254. The young will surpass the old. As expected, it was Ling Feilong plotting behind the scenes. In truth, Shi Feng did not pay any attention to an insignificant character like He Youcai. He only wished to find out who was trying to make trouble for him. Since he was able to ascertain that it was indeed Ling Feilong playing tricks on him, he no longer had any use for He Youcai. Alright, save your crocodile tears. I'll go up with you. However, my requirement is for you to clearly repeat the words you just said to Headmaster Su. Otherwise, pray for your own future, Shi Feng said calmly as he kicked He Youcai away. How could you do this to me? Instantly, He Youcai recovered his previous smiling appearance, making it look as if none of the embarrassing scene from before had actually happened. However, there was a hint of hatred hidden beneath his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. He Youcai had already embarrassed Su Wenqing. If he told Su Wenqing of this matter, then he would be adding Ling Feilong to the list of people he had offended. Moreover, Ling Feilong was supported by Zhou Jianhua, who was an even more frightening existence. Even if Su Wenqing were to forgive him, Ling Feilong and Zhou Jianhua would definitely not let him off. A wolf in front and a tiger behind, even if he did not lose his life, his future would be ruined. Shi Feng was simply too cruel for wanting him to do such a thing. Why can't I do such a thing? I am only asking you to tell the truth. Now tell me, what is your decision? Shi Feng smiled calmly, completely ignoring the poisonous glare He Youcai was sending him. What comes around goes around. After some contemplation, He Youcai took a few deep breaths before coming to a decision. He then shifted his eyes towards Shi Feng, a malicious glint in his eyes as he said, I can agree to your demands. However, you must allow me to join Zero Wing. It seems that you still aren't clear about your current situation. You wish to discuss conditions with me? Then let me tell you, you only have two options right now. You either speak or don't. In my personal opinion, it's best that you speak the truth. At the very least, you will earn the pardon of Headmaster Su. Shi Feng then raised his brows, stating, my patience is limited. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. Alright, I'll speak. He Youcai quickly made his choice. Compared to Ling Feilong and Zhou Jianhua, he was even more afraid of Su Wenqing. After all, Su Wenqing's influence was simply too extensive. Soon after, Shi Feng followed He Youcai and Su Wenqing's bodyguard into the hotel and took the elevator up to the 36th floor. Shi Feng's arrival at the event venue immediately attracted a majority of the participants' attention. Due to Su Wenqing's rage, many of the guests present had already found out about the incident concerning Shi Feng. They were very curious to see just what sort of person warranted a personal invitation from Su Wenqing himself. Under the bodyguard's lead, Shi Feng and He Youcai arrived before Su Wenqing. When an ordinary youth in black sportswear appeared before them, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. They started attentively evaluating Shi Feng, intent on discerning the secrets hidden behind Shi Feng's ordinary appearance. To their disappointment, however, be it Shi Feng's attire or aura, both were similarly plain and ordinary. Shi Feng, why are you here? Ling Feilong couldn't help but grow astonished. Originally, he had intended to use this fellowship party to form a deeper connection with Zhou Jianhua. However, he never imagined that Shi Feng could actually make it into the event. The current situation went far beyond his expectations. Everything has an exception to it, isn't that so? Shi Feng replied with a smile. Shi Feng, it's great that you made it. Originally, I planned to go down and look for you, but it seems that won't be necessary now. Zhao Ruoxi said excitedly when she saw the new arrival was Shi Feng. Were it not for Zhao Jianhua holding her back, preventing her from leaving, she would have long since left this boring fellowship party. Sitting beside Zhao Ruoxi, Zhao Jianhua immediately turned grim when he heard Zhao Ruoxi's words. Previously, Zhao Ruoxi had pestered him endlessly for him to let Shi Feng come up, angering him greatly. Never would Zhao Jianhua have thought that not only did this commoner not give up, he had actually entered the event venue now. Didn't I tell the ones below not to let him in? How did he manage to get in? Zhao Jianhua's mind was filled with questions. He failed to realize that Shi Feng was none other than the zero-wing representative that Su Wenqing had invited. Young man, come over here and take a seat. This old man is called Su Wenqing, the current headmaster of Jinhai University. Su Wenqing slowly stood up and formally introduced himself. Shi Feng, a fourth-year student of Jinhai University. Shi Feng replied softly. You are a student of our school? Indeed, the young will surpass the old. So young, yet you've already entered the middle management of the Zero Wing Guild, Su Wenqing said, slightly surprised. He did not believe Shi Feng had a very high position in the Zero Wing Guild. However, normally only those in middle management or higher had the right to recruit members. Shi Feng had yet to graduate from university, yet he had already managed to become a middle manager of a mysterious guild. In the eyes of commoners, this could be considered a great achievement. At the very least, Shi Feng was much more successful than most of the students present at the fellowship party today. Su Wenqing's amiable bearing and praise towards Shi Feng slightly surprised Chen Wu and Zhao Jianhua, who sat close to Su Wenqing. They never thought Su Wenqing would praise a younger generation like so, a plain and ordinary youth like Shi Feng no less. For a second they even thought that their ears were playing tricks on them. Even when faced with Zhang Luowei, the person with the brightest future in Jinhai University, Su Wenqing had simply said the words, not bad. Although they were shocked by the fact that a person like Shi Feng was a middle manager of a guild, an achievement like this did not warrant such praise from Su Wenqing himself. After all, Su Wenqing was a very influential character in Jinhai City. However, Su Wenqing held an optimistic view on Shi Feng's future. Shi Feng's temperament, which was as calm as the great ocean, especially solidified this opinion of his. This was not something a youth like him should have, or to put it bluntly, it should be impossible for a youth like Shi Feng to possess such a temperament. If not for the fact that Su Wenqing had met with countless people, and had seen all sorts of people throughout his life, he too would not have discovered this particular trait of Shi Feng's. Being capable of entering the middle management of such a powerful guild clearly showcased Shi Feng's ability. Before long, Shi Feng would definitely enter the upper management of the guild, hence why Su Wenqing was being so courteous with Shi Feng. Headmaster must be joking. Shi Feng laughed. After Su Wenqing exchanged a few words with Shi Feng, Su Wenqing shifted his gaze once more to He Yu Kai, who was currently trembling where he stood. Su Wenqing demanded coldly, speak. What happened? Although Su Wenqing's voice was soft, it was filled with oppressiveness. Frightened, He Yu Kai no longer dared hide anything from him. Ling Feilong was the one that told me to do everything. He said he did not wish to see Shi Feng entangled with fellow student Zhao Ruoxi. Hence, under his coercion, I did not register Shi Feng for the fellowship party. He Yu Kai immediately pointed towards Ling Feilong, denouncing him. At this moment he no longer cared about the consequences of his words. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to Ling Feilong. Ling Feilong instantly felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. At this moment Ling Feilong felt utterly powerless, his breathing faltering. He was at a complete loss for words right now. Anything he said would easily offend others. He also never imagined that Shi Feng would have Zero Wing Guild as his backing. Since you have nothing to say for yourself, then please leave this place. The Jinhai Fellowship Party does not welcome you, Su Wenqing said abruptly in a deep tone, the rage contained within his words clear for all to hear. Looking at Ling Feilong's expression, it was obvious what He Yu Kai had said was the truth. Following which, two robust bodyguards walked towards Ling Feilong, clearly intending to send Ling Feilong on his way. Elder Su, please wait a moment, Zhao Jianhua suddenly spoke up. Meanwhile, standing beside Zhao Jianhua were two of Shadow's major shareholders, Lan Hailong and Zhang Luowei. Chapter 255. There is only one protagonist. Zhao Jianhua's deep voice suddenly caused the splendorous and lively venue to go silent. Everyone present knew that once Su Wenqing made a decision, nobody was allowed to interfere with it. However, Zhao Jianhua actually stepped in and tried to interrupt Su Wenqing. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the event hall turned extraordinarily intense, like a minefield where a single misstep could trigger a massive explosion. In reply to Zhao Jianhua's interruption, Su Wenqing did not speak any words. Instead, he merely stretched out his hand, halting the two bodyguards from dragging Ling Failong away. He then returned his focus to Zhao Jianhua, his eyes carrying a questioning look. He wanted to know just what sort of reason Zhao Jianhua had for going against his decision. Zhao Jianhua was one of the main sponsors for the Jinhai Fellowship Party. He was also one of the directors of the Zhao Group, a major corporation in Jinhai City. Hence, Su Wenqing could not simply ignore Zhao Jianhua's opinion. Elder Su, I am the one who allowed Ling Failong to prevent Shifeng from entering this place. Moreover, I feel that I did not make any mistake in this decision. Please don't make things difficult for Failong. Zhao Jianhua then added with a laugh. As for the reason why I didn't allow Shifeng to enter, it was simply because I did not want him to continue associating with Ruoxi. Please understand my decision, Elder Su. Second uncle, I've already said that our relationship isn't what you imagined it to be. Zhao Ruoxi argued immediately, her crescent brows slightly wrinkled. Listening to the niece and uncle pair bickering with each other, Su Wenqing, with his many years of experience, instantly figured out the crux of the matter. Suddenly he laughed and said, "It is indeed good to be young. Since it is a matter between young people, then I will not intervene." Ling Failong immediately let out a sigh of relief when he heard Su Wenqing's words. If he were truly chased out of the fellowship party, then his reputation would be in tatters. Fortunately, he had Zhao Jianhua on his side. Ling Failong gave Shifeng a look that seemed to say, "So what if you received praise from Elder Su? Aren't I still completely fine right now?" Shifeng merely shrugged at Ling Failong's provocation, paying him no mind at all. Right now, his sole goal for coming upstairs was to look for the 5 demon generals. Ling Failong could do whatever he wanted for all Shifeng cared. However, if Ling Failong dared to actively seek trouble with him again, then he couldn't be blamed for responding in kind. At this moment, the elegant and handsome-looking Lan Hailong sent a glance at Zhang Luowei, who currently stood beside him. "Fellow student Shifeng, please wait a moment." Zhang Luowei stepped forward, hurrying to Shifeng as he shouted, "I have been looking forward to meeting with Zero Wing for a long time now. I never would have thought I would get the chance to do so at this fellowship party. I hear that Zero Wing has plenty of experts and each and every one of them has extraordinary skills. Fellow student Shifeng, as a middle manager of Zero Wing, I believe that you must definitely be skilled. Hence, I wish to seek some pointers from you. We can also take it as an entertainment for this fellowship party. I wonder what is fellow student Shifeng's opinion on this matter." Hearing Zhang Luowei's suggestion, glints flashed through Su Wenqing's, Zhao Jianhua's, Qin Wu's and everyone else's eyes. They felt that it was a good suggestion. However, they still chose to remain silent as this was a matter for the younger generation. It wouldn't be good for old folks like them to intervene. Among those who showed interest in Zhang Luowei's suggestion, Zhao Jianhua was the most eager for it to take place. Zhao Jianhua knew very well how amazing Zhang Luowei was. After all, even a martial arts master like Qin Wu looked favorably upon Zhang Luowei. Within a few years, Zhang Luowei would definitely become the fighting champion of Jinhai City. Meanwhile, if Shifeng embarrassed himself in front of Ruoxi right now, at the very minimum he could make Zhao Ruoxi understand how ordinary Shifeng actually was. Once she knew that they were people of 2 different worlds, she might even decide to give up on her relationship with Shifeng. Is this going to be a martial arts competition? Excellent. To think that I'll get the chance to witness Jinhai University's champion fighter exchanging moves with an expert from Zero Wing. The money I paid to join this fellowship party is totally worth it. Anticipation started filling the eyes of everyone present within the event venue. Haha. Fellow student Shifeng, see how everyone is looking forward to an exchange between you and Luowei. It wouldn't be good to disappoint everyone, right? You can rest assured though, since this is only an exchange of pointers, we won't go too far in this competition. We are only doing this to liven things up at this party, Lan Hailong chimed in with a laugh. He continued, I am also a board member of Shadow, and in regard to a guild as powerful as Zero Wing, I had always wanted to learn a thing or two from you all. I wish to take a look at the gap between us so that I can turn Shadow into a guild that would not lose out to Zero Wing. I hope fellow student Shifeng will not refuse this competition. The shrewd Lan Hailong was very good with his words. He had made the simple competition between Zhang Luowei and Shifeng sound as if it were a competition between Shadow and Zero Wing. Lan Hailong was clearly intending to use Zero Wing to raise Shadow's status. Originally, the protagonist for the fellowship party should have been Shadow Guild. However, that role had been hijacked by Shifeng midway and now Zero Wing had become the protagonist of the event. Moreover, Shifeng had also managed to recruit plenty of new members with good potential. Lan Hailong and Zhang Luowei naturally couldn't stomach such a scene occurring right before their eyes. Hence they thought of using Shifeng as a stepping stone. That way Shadow's fame at this event would instantly surpass Zero Wing. Moreover, Lan Hailong's plans weren't limited to just this one point. He also intended to publicize Shifeng's loss, allowing everyone both inside and outside of God's domain to know that an expert from Zero Wing had lost badly to a player from Shadow. At that time, Shadow's reputation would not lose out to Zero Wing by one little bit. As for Shifeng himself, he would definitely be expelled from Zero Wing after turning the guild into a laughingstock. This could be considered Lan Hailong's revenge on Shifeng for stealing Shadow's limelight at this event. Also, now that the event had become so lively with so many people cheering and calling out Shifeng's name, Shifeng would not have an easy time declining the competition request. How could you say such a thing? Zhao Ruoxi asked, dissatisfaction in her tone. Shifeng is a gaming expert, not some fighting expert. What point would there be for the two of them to have a match with each other? Immediately, many people among the audience came to a realization. Although Shifeng was amazing inside a game, that did not mean he would be equally amazing at fighting in real life. Even if Zhang Luowei defeated him, that did not prove that Zhang Luowei was strong inside the game. Fellow student Zhao Ruoxi, you must be joking. God's Domain is a virtual reality game and every aspect of the game is extremely realistic. I believe that anyone who has experienced combat in God's Domain would know this. Although being good at fighting in real life does not necessarily make someone good at the game, the same cannot be said for the opposite. If one is good at the game, then it shows that they are equally skilled at fighting in real life. In fact, I know just how amazing fellow student Shifeng is. After all, he was able to defeat Zhou Yuhu, the student who placed third in Jinhai University's fighting competition. With such strength, it would be a pity for the two of them to not compete against each other. Lan Hailong smiled calmly. Contrary to his words, he had absolute confidence in Zhang Luowei obtaining victory. As for Shifeng, although he was relatively powerful himself, he was definitely not a match for Zhang Luowei. The reason being, Zhang Luowei had already reached the standards of a professional. He was on an entirely different level when compared to Zhou Yuhu. What? That Zhou Yuhu was actually defeated by Shifeng? No wonder he managed to become a middle manager of Zero Wing. As expected, Zero Wing is powerful. Many of those present in the event hall was shocked by this revelation, their anticipation towards the competition between Shifeng and Zhang Luowei growing even more intense. It seems that I really can't underestimate young people. To think that he would choose to keep himself hidden despite possessing such skills. It is truly rare for a youngster like him to have such a humble heart, Su Wenqing commented, his evaluation of Shifeng rising even higher now. With such a temperament, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Chief Zhao, don't you think your requirements are a little too high? You should just let the younger folk handle themselves. It wouldn't be right for us older generations to constantly stick a hand into their matters. It can't be true, right? He managed to defeat Zhou Yuhu with a small body like that? Zhao Jianhua looked at Shifeng suspiciously. He had a good grasp on the standards of the fighting competition held in Jinhai University. It was also the reason why he admired Ling Feilong's achievement of obtaining 9th place in the competition. Alright then. Since everyone is looking forward to it so much, how could I bear to refuse? Shifeng laughed. Lan Hailong was still as good with words as he had been in the past. Shi Feng had a very clear understanding of Lan Hailong. Lan Hailong was also the cause for his decade of hard work going to waste. Shi Feng remembered this point very clearly. Originally, Shi Feng had not intended to seek trouble with Lan Hailong in this life. After all, those matters had all occurred in his previous life. Hence, Shi Feng decided that as long as Lan Hailong did not provoke him in this life, he couldn't care less what Lan Hailong did. Yet Lan Hailong just had to come looking for trouble. Since it was so, Shi Feng would not remain courteous with Lan Hailong. It was also a good chance for him to rid himself of past grudges. Chapter 256 Ooh Demon. The brat actually agreed. Seems he still has some courage to him. Zhao Jianhua's opinion of Shi Feng changed slightly. Zhang Luowei was reputed to be a genius at fighting, and his mastery of Luo Hanquan was very high. Many professional fighters were not even his match. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was only a gamer. Although his achievement of defeating Zhou Yuhu was indeed praiseworthy, when compared to Zhang Luowei, they were still on entirely different levels. Standing beside Zhao Jianhua, Zhao Ruoxi grew panicked. Why is this Shi Feng acting so foolishly? Zhao Ruoxi was inwardly speechless at Shi Feng's decision. Lan Hailong merely flattered him a little, yet he's already acting so cocky. Doesn't he know that Zhang Luowei is a real martial arts expert? Meanwhile, Ling Faiong stood at a distance, sneering at Shi Feng. He had personally witnessed Shi Feng's fight with Zhou Yuhu, so he knew Shi Feng was pretty skilled as well. However, he still had a long way to go before he was Zhang Luowei's match. Moreover, Zhou Yuhu had taken Shi Feng lightly the last time, resulting in him being caught off guard and losing to Shi Feng in one strike. If Zhou Yuhu had paid more attention to the fight, the final result definitely wouldn't have been so decisive. Currently, Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei were no longer fighting as individuals. Instead, they were representing their respective guilds in a competition. As long as Zhang Luowei defeated Shi Feng, in addition to Lan Hailong wantonly spreading the news about it, Shi Feng would definitely bring great shame to Zero Wing. This was also the part Lan Hailong was brilliant at. Death by overpraising. First, he endlessly praised Shi Feng and spoke of how amazing he was in front of everyone else. Then he made Shi Feng sound as if he was representing his guild in this competition, turning this normal exchange into a contest between two guilds. Finally, once Zhang Luowei defeated this amazingly powerful Shi Feng, Lan Hailong would use this piece of information to showcase just how amazing Shadow was. Even if Shi Feng was a middle manager of Zero Wing, he would definitely still receive a heavy punishment. After all, this matter concerned the reputation of the guild. Lan Hailong's means were indeed cruel and decisive. As the audience started cheering and discussing the competition, the staff members of the event went ahead with preparing a fighting ring for the competition. Who do you think will win? Of course it is Zhang Luowei. He's my idol. During the university's fighting competition, he obtained first place with great ease. None of the contestants could take 3 moves from him before being defeated. Although Shi Feng is also very strong, he doesn't have much of a presence. I can feel nothing from him at all, as if he doesn't even exist. Zhang Luowei, on the other hand, is like a cruel and ferocious beast. When I stood near him, I could feel a heavy pressure bearing down on me. When his eyes landed on me, I even felt a shiver go down my spine. I agree. Shi Feng might be an expert in God's domain, but this is a real-life martial arts competition. It would be good if he could survive 10 moves from Zhang Luowei. If this fight was held in God's domain, however, it would definitely be an interesting duel. While everyone was feeling pessimistic about Shi Feng's chances of winning, Zhou Yuhu, who was resting at a corner of the event hall, walked up to Zhang Luowei's side. Brother Zhang, you have to be careful when you are going up against Shi Feng. I've fought with him before. Although he doesn't have remarkable strength and his physique is no good as well, he is very experienced in combat. He has a very good grasp of when to take action, and his fists and feet are extremely nimble, Zhou Yuhu said. Little Hu, you're overthinking things. Even if Shi Feng has reached the level of a professional, I can likewise defeat him with ease. Don't worry, I'll return the shame he brought to you. Zhang Luowei laughed as he clapped Zhou Yuhu's shoulders. He was completely unaffected by Zhou Yuhu's words. When one reached his level of skill, one's determination would be as hard as steel. Certainly Zhang Luowei was not underestimating Shifeng. He had simply reacted this way due to the arrogance of an expert. He would have confidence no matter what kind of enemy he faced. Brother Zhang. Zhou Yuhu knew that his advice had fallen on deaf ears. However, only those who had personally exchanged moves with Shifeng would know how frightening he truly was. Zhang Luowei was described as a ferocious beast, then Shifeng was like the great ocean. No matter how powerful a person was, they would be helpless in the face of Mother Nature. In truth, Zhou Yuhu had wanted to dissuade Zhang Luowei from having a competition with Shifeng. Only after taking into consideration Zhang Luowei's prestige, he had instead chosen to warn him to be careful. However, his words had clearly been in vain. The staff members had very quickly enclosed an area for the martial arts competition. Although the fighting ring was somewhat smaller than one in an official setting, there was still a space of 100 square meters available. It was sufficient for 2 people to exchange punches and kicks with each other. Meanwhile, Su Wenqing, Zhao Jianhua, Qin Wu and several other well-known figures in Jinhai City sat in the section closest to the fighting ring. Everyone else could only stand several meters behind them to observe the fight. In the ring, Shifeng and Zhang Luowei stood 5 meters apart from each other. The former was an ordinary man who had no presence whatsoever, while the latter was like a muscular beast that looked as if he could swallow a man whole. The imposing aura Zhang Luowei emitted could cause others to tremble in fear. A great battle between these 2 men could happen at any moment now. Meanwhile, the audience around the ring started tensing up, their eyes locked on the 2 fighters' every movement. Unlike a fight between ordinary people which would take a long time to finish, an exchange between experts would end in an instant. Hence, they were deeply afraid of missing out even the slightest detail of the brilliant exchange between the 2. In contrast, Su Wenqing and the other influential characters were currently talking cheerfully with one another. Master Qin Wu, as an ex-professional fighter and a martial arts master, which of the 2 do you think will win in this competition? Su Wenqing asked, a small chuckle escaping his lips as he caressed his beard. I can't say for sure. In a martial arts competition, strength and luck are both equally important. If I were to judge solely based on presence and physique, then Zhang Luowei is clearly a cut above Shifeng. However, I have never personally witnessed how skilled Shifeng is, so I can't make a clear judgment. Qin Wu shook his head, not providing a definite answer. If it was anyone else, even if it was the first time for Qin Wu to meet them, he could still determine the person's strength based on the presence he felt. He would then further evaluate the person's physique and make a rough evaluation. In Shifeng's case, however, Qin Wu could sense nothing from him. Shifeng's presence was so weak that Qin Wu might overlook him. If Shifeng were just an ordinary person who had not defeated a combat expert like Zhou Yuhu, then Qin Wu would definitely conclude Shifeng was a harmless white rabbit, an insignificant existence. Yet, defying all expectations, this little white rabbit had actually defeated a ferocious tiger like Zhou Yuhu. Hence, Qin Wu could not help but re-evaluate his opinion of Shifeng. After all, if a little white rabbit could get rid of a ferocious tiger, who would believe that it was still a little white rabbit? Even if Shifeng was a little white rabbit, he was still a rabbit demon that was capable of killing a tiger. If Shifeng had truly cultivated into a demon, then his presence was merely a facade. If one had cultivated into a demon while the other was still an ordinary animal, the 2 would be on entirely different levels. However, experts capable of cultivating themselves into a demon were extremely rare existences. The so-called cultivating into a demon did not refer to one becoming a demon physically, but spiritually. It also referred to wisdom. When an expert reached this realm, the martial arts they practiced would no longer be something inanimate. It would start to take on life. However, a youth like Shifeng should not be capable of reaching such a realm yet. Hence, Qin Wu could not determine Shifeng's degree of mastery. Master Qin Wu, how can your keen eyes fail to make a judgment? Both Shifeng and Zhang Luowei are just youngsters. Although both of them can greatly improve in the future, you should have some indication of who will win, right? Zhao Jianhua refused to believe Qin Wu's words. After all, it was clear at first glance who was stronger and who was weaker. Hence, Zhao Jianhua believed that Qin Wu was simply leaving some face for Shifeng. Unfortunately, Zhao Jianhua did not know that martial arts practitioners were usually forthright in their actions, even more so for a martial arts master like Qin Wu. He was always straightforward with his words, and he would never do something like twist his words around. He would only speak whatever was on his mind. While the few of them were having their cheerful conversations, the referee in the fighting ring sent a glance at both Shifeng and Zhang Luowei, before abruptly swiping his hand down between the two fighters. Immediately he shouted, "Begin." Chapter 257, Extraordinary. The moment the referee gave the signal, Zhang Luowei took action and immediately charged at Shifeng. However, Zhang Luowei did not rush forth like a normal person would, as attacking in a straight line would be too plain and predictable. Instead, he zigzagged as he moved, his footwork constantly changing as he swiftly weaved his way towards Shifeng. If it were any ordinary person faced with Zhang Luowei's footwork, they definitely would not know how to react to it properly. They would be enthralled by Zhang Luowei's erratic footwork and allow him to close in on them. Aside from placing emphasis on footwork, Luohan Quan practitioners also stressed fast, accurate, and fierce punches. If one failed to block a punch from a Luohan Quan practitioner and received a hit to the chest, the battle would end right there and then. Meanwhile, as a person of this modern era and also as a professional fighter, Zhang Luowei had an arm strength of over 100 kilograms. Receiving a punch from him would be no different from being smashed in the chest with a hammer. Humans were also not made out of metal. Even if they were, after receiving tens of smashes from a hammer, they would still turn into scrap metal. Needless to say, what would happen to a body made of flesh? With Zhang Luowei's physique, it would be no surprise if he broke most of Shifeng's ribs with a single punch, sending him flying back 1 to 2 meters away even. However, Shifeng was no ordinary person. Instead of retreating, he chose to advance and face Zhang Luowei head-on. Shifeng utilized the swimming dragon steps as he strode forward, his feet moving as if the ground was completely frictionless. Shifeng immediately slid towards Zhang Luowei, catching the latter off guard. Zhang Luowei never thought Shifeng would actually know such nimble and irregular footwork. Right now he could not find any way to land a good punch on Shifeng. Shifeng had over a decade of campaigning in God's domain. The combat experience he possessed far exceeded the imagination of an ordinary person. After all, there had been no dearth of martial arts masters and powerful boss monsters to serve as his opponents in the past. On the other hand, Zhang Luowei did not even possess 1,000th of Shifeng's combat experience. Although Shifeng's current physique was no match for Zhang Luowei's, Shifeng made up for it by using the agility and fast reaction speed he gained from his years of battle. When fighting bosses in God's domain, even the slightest mistake could cause players to lose their lives. Among the countless boss battles Shifeng experienced, there was many a time when he had to rely on his body's instinctive reactions instead of his eyes to make decisions. Such instinctive reactions were done under an unconscious state. If one wished to train themselves to this level, they needed to experience plenty of battles, regularly treading the line between life and death. However, one would rarely encounter such conditions for training in real life, even as a professional fighter. After all, when faced with a life-or-death situation in the real world, there was a high chance of losing one's life, and once dead there was no second chance available. On the other hand, players could experience these life-or-death battles countless times without any risk of actual death. They could simply try again once they died in the game. This was also the reason why many professional fighters were obsessed with God's domain in the past. Only when one was placed in a life-or-death situation would one be able to display one's full potential. As long as they survived the battle, the insight they received from the battle could greatly increase their strength. Why did so many experts in the real world train at precipices? It was to experience the feeling of having their life hanging by a thread. They wanted to use the threat of death to stimulate their innate potential. However, taking such a course was extremely dangerous. Normally, only experts dared to do such a thing. If ordinary people tried it, 10 out of 10 they would lose their lives. Meanwhile, when a player died in battle in God's domain, they could just revive with an intact body. An expert in 100 battles. After experiencing 100 battles, even an ordinary person could become a combat expert. Meanwhile, in regard to the countless battles Shifeng had experienced in the past, even an idiot could become a demon. Not to mention Shifeng had learned plenty of martial arts in the past. He had been a top-tier sword king in the past as well, and he had only been a thread away from being promoted to a tier 4 sword emperor. The reason he could not become a sword emperor, however, was not because his techniques had been lacking. After all, Shifeng's combat techniques had already achieved perfection at that time, and he could easily adopt many techniques to his battles, not limiting himself to just a single style of combat. Although Zhang Luowei's footwork was nimble, Shifeng was clearly a cut above him. Be it a punch, a chop or a hammer strike, Zhang Luowei sent fist after fist at Shifeng. Zhang Luowei's hammer strikes were especially deadly. If a bull received this strike, it would immediately fall to the ground and would not be able to recover within a short period of time. Unfortunately, every strike Zhang Luowei sent at Shifeng would always rub past the edge of his clothes. Meanwhile, Shifeng was constantly drifting around Zhang Luowei's side, revolving around him like a true dragon. No matter how Zhang Luowei tried to move, he could not escape from Shifeng's shadow. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Zhang Luowei's heart grew panicked. Never had he imagined Shifeng to be a martial arts expert as well. When Shifeng executed the swimming dragon steps, he was like a true dragon traversing the 9 heavens, advancing and retreating with ease. However, Zhang Luowei also knew that Shifeng did not dare take him head-on. Yet if Zhang Luowei continued his successive attacks, he would sooner or later exhaust himself completely and definitely be defeated. Scram. Zhang Luowei decided to use his finishing move, fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, springing at Shifeng like a hungry tiger. Shifeng immediately moved his feet, effortlessly dodging Zhang Luowei's attack. Zhang Luowei took this chance to twist his body around, planting one of his feet forward as he swung his fists around, executing twin peaks piercing the clouds at Shifeng's side. The moment Zhang Luowei's fist struck out, those close to the fighting ring could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling. If Shifeng was struck by this move, he would be either dead or crippled. Contrary to expectations, Shifeng reacted calmly and unhurriedly. He simply smiled and replied to Zhang Luowei's vicious attack. Putting strength into his toes, Shifeng immediately did a flip in midair. He then executed the move Swimming Dragon Stable Strike, using his body's momentum to redirect Zhang Luowei's fists away, letting them strike nothing but air. Immediately afterwards, Shifeng's fists opened up, and utilizing the centripetal force of his body's rotation, he struck the major artery on Zhang Luowei's neck with his palm. Before Zhang Luowei could properly react, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, his breathing becoming difficult. Due to his brain receiving a shortage of blood, Zhang Luowei's limbs started to stiffen. However, Zhang Luowei was no ordinary person. He instantly knew he had received an attack from Shifeng, causing the response of his 4 limbs to lag. As a last resort, Zhang Luowei rammed his head at Shifeng, who was currently full of openings as he hung in midair. Zhang Luowei was fully intent on ending the battle in mutual destruction. If Shifeng wished to attack him in this situation, Shifeng would have to receive the ramming attack from him. Good. Shifeng first felt surprise, then joy. Contrary to expectations, Shifeng did not choose to retreat and give Zhang Luowei a chance to catch his breath. Instead, Shifeng executed the move Dragon's Palm, taking advantage of the situation to send another palm strike at Zhang Luowei's neck. With this strike, Shifeng immediately redirected Zhang Luowei's all-out charge, completely neutralizing the latter's attack. In addition, Shifeng's attack was further fueled by the force of his body's rotation. As a result, Zhang Luowei's body spun uncontrollably in midair after receiving the strike, just like a rotating arrow that was let loose. Right after that, Shifeng planted his palm on Zhang Luowei's chest and abruptly struck down. Zhang Luowei's body landed heavily, a web of cracks appearing on the marble floor beneath him, At this time, Zhang Luowei fell flat on his back, blood spewing out of his mouth. Shifeng's attack had fractured many of his ribs, and at this moment he did not possess even the strength to speak. Zhang Luowei's eyes were filled with disbelief as he lost consciousness soon after. Although this series of complex actions sounded slow when described, in reality, everything had happened within an instant. The audience was stunned into silence. Every one of them looked at the fighting ring with dumbfounded expressions. The two in the ring were clearly locked in battle before. Before anyone could react, Zhang Luowei's body was already falling to the floor, his body not even twitching as he landed. He actually defeated Zhang Luowei? My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Zhao Jianhua rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. However, the fact that Zhang Luowei lay on the floor, unmoving, proved that he was not imagining things. A plain and ordinary person that did not possess the presence of an expert had actually defeated a combat genius. Who could believe such a thing? Second uncle, how are Shifeng's skills? Zhao Ruoxi proudly asked Zhao Jianhua, who was sitting beside her, her tone making it sound as if Shifeng's victory was her own victory. Strong, very strong. However, I still feel strange when I look at him. Even though I myself am a martial arts practitioner as well, I couldn't tell what kind of technique he used to defeat Zhang Luowei, Zhao Jianhua said, his heart filled with questions. He then asked, Master Chen Wu, do you know what kind of technique he used? Chapter 258, Increased Backing. Zhao Jianhua's expectant gaze made it difficult for Chen Wu to respond. Previously, he did not have a clear grasp on Shifeng's actual strength. He had merely felt that it was possible for Shifeng to have already reached that realm. However, now that he had actually witnessed Shifeng in action, shock was the only word that could describe his current state. Chen Wu had not dared to imagine that a young man in his early 20s could already attain such a high understanding of martial arts. If Shifeng's understanding of martial arts had merely achieved perfection, Chen Wu could still attribute it to him being a genius. Yet when Shifeng executed his moves, his actions were like nature itself, alive and full of spirit. Such actions were impossible with theoretical understanding alone. One needed to experience extensive combat, and also undergo countless life or death experiences in order to attain such a level. Even Chen Wu himself had only recently reached such a level, and he was already 45 years old this year. Ever since he started practicing martial arts at the age of 16, he had participated in hundreds of battles, both large and small. He had even entered actual battlefields before. He could only achieve such a level today after undergoing the baptism of these fields of blood. Chen Wu found it hard to believe that Shifeng would possess so much hands-on experience. Even if he started participating in life or death battles in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to achieve such a degree of perfection in only 20 years or so. As he isn't limiting himself to a single style of combat, I can't make a good judgment. In Jinhai City, however, there probably isn't another youth like him who has cultivated his martial arts to such a level. Chen Wu sighed, a soft chuckle escaping his mouth. It can't be, right? Master Chen Wu, aren't you appraising him too highly? Zhao Jianhua was shocked by Chen Wu's words. No, my evaluation is not high at all. Although Shifeng's physique is on the weak side in terms of actual combat strength, he would have no problem entering the top 10 of the provincial fighting tournament. Chen Wu shook his head, refuting Zhao Jianhua's words. Chen Wu's words instantly shocked Su Wenqing and Zhao Jianhua. Although the champion fighter of Jinhai City could be considered a top-tier expert on the provincial level, he would not amount to much. After all, there were tens of cities within a single province. Not to mention the top 10, even entering the top 30 in a provincial fighting tournament would be a difficult challenge. Yet a martial arts master like Chen Wu was confident that Shifeng could make it to the top 10. The listeners could not help but raise their evaluation of Shifeng. In the past, Chen Wu had personally entered the top 3 in a provincial tournament, so he had a very good grasp on the standards of the fighters at that level. If Chen Wu said so, then Shifeng did indeed possess the strength to enter the top 10 of the province. There were hundreds of millions of people within the province, and the number of fighters participating in the tournament was in the hundreds of thousands. If Shifeng was capable of entering the top 10 out of so many participants, then his value would far exceed even that of the champion fighter of Jinhai City. In regard to a combat genius like Zhang Luowei, Zhao Jianhua and the others only treated him as one of the younger generation. Although they looked favorably on him, it was not to the degree of placing actual importance on him. In Shifeng's case, however, not only was it necessary for them to consider him someone of consequence, they also had to treat him as an equal when dealing with him. Seems that I have misjudged that little brat. He held such strength in his hands, yet he actually chose to keep it hidden. It is no wonder Ruoshi is placing such importance on him. At this moment, Zhao Jianhua no longer looked at Shifeng with anger and contempt. On the contrary, admiration filled his eyes. He then shifted his gaze towards Ling Feilong, who sat beside him, thinking in rage, this brat on the other hand actually dared to use me as a hatchet man. It seems he needs to be taught a lesson. Previously, Zhao Jianhua had a favorable opinion of Ling Feilong. He was also clear on the fact that Ling Feilong was trying to pursue Zhao Ruoshi. However, he did not block Ling Feilong's actions, as the boy was indeed excellent. He had the qualifications necessary to pursue his beloved niece, Ruoshi. Now, however, Zhao Jianhua only felt loathing for Ling Feilong. At this point, even if Zhao Jianhua was an idiot, he could still tell that Ling Feilong had been using him all along. Previously, Ling Feilong had many a time commented on Shifeng's shortcomings, his family's poverty, and how Shifeng was constantly stalking Ruoshi. Ling Feilong had also mentioned that Shifeng was often bullied by others, that he was a mediocre person, and so on. Now, however, it would seem that the situation was completely different from what Ling Feilong had made it out to be. In reality, Ling Feilong had no chance of being compared to Shifeng, hence why Ling Feilong slandered Shifeng, giving Zhao Jianhua a bad impression of Shifeng. Placing 9th in the university? That might be an impressive feat in Jinhai University, but against the backdrop of Jinhai City's fighting tournament? Ling Feilong would only amount to the standard of a fresh contestant. Meanwhile, there were hundreds of such new contestants participating in the city's fighting tournament every year. If placed in a provincial tournament, not even a hint of Ling Feilong's shadow would be found. As it were, the gap between Ling Feilong and Shifeng was like the gap between heaven and earth. Seems that my eyes are really growing bad. Indeed, just like Elder Su had said, young people should be left to deal with their own matters. Zhao Jianhua no longer planned to interfere in the matters between Shifeng and Zhao Ruoshi, intending to let nature take its course. As for what the final result would look like, that would depend on Ruoshi herself. Soon after the martial arts competition ended, Shifeng had undeniably become the main protagonist of the fellowship party this time around. Many students from the university came over to greet Shifeng, hoping to form a connection with him. By contrast, although Zhang Luowei clearly lay unconscious on the floor, not a single person bothered to check up on him, not even his associate Lan Hailong. Although Shifeng had long since known about Lan Hailong's personality, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Such was the fickleness of human nature. However, Shifeng did not sympathize with Zhang Luowei because Zhang Luowei was also such a person. In the past, Shadow had recruited plenty of new players with good potential. Just when they were about to enter a period of rapid development, a sudden dispute occurred between Zhang Luowei and Lan Hailong. As a result of that dispute, the two had broken off all relations with each other, and Zhang Luowei had chosen to leave Shadow for good. To add insult to injury, Zhang Luowei had also drawn away a significant number of experts from the guild when he left to join World Dominators. Shadow received massive damages due to his actions. If such a split had not occurred in the past, Shadow would not have lagged behind in its development and remained a third-rate guild. Only after Shifeng had taken over as guild leader did Shadow gradually start to develop into a top-tier second-rate guild. Yet in this life things were completely different. Originally, Shifeng had planned to pay a huge price to compete for talent against Shadow. Now, however, it would seem that all his plans were unnecessary. Zhang Luowei had suffered an overwhelming defeat, causing everyone's opinion of Shadow to fall significantly. By contrast, Zero Wing had become the sole target of the audience now, and Lan Hailong could do nothing but gnash his teeth at this development. If Lan Hailong had known from the beginning that Shifeng was so powerful, he definitely would not have agreed to Zhang Luowei having a match with Shifeng. At the very least, he could still have recruited some experts or new players with good potential. Now, however, he had lost all drawing power in this event. He could only choose from the leftovers of Zero Wing. Fellow student Shifeng, do you think I can join Zero Wing? Even an outer member of the guild is fine. Hello, I am Yi Wumian, the president of Jinhai City's #1 workshop, Green Leaf. I wish to let my entire workshop join Zero Wing. I wonder if Brother Shifeng will be willing to accept us. We don't need many positions, only 10 official member spots and 50 outer member spots. Just as Shifeng restarted his guild recruitment, the elite students of the university quickly surrounded him. There were also plenty of workshop representatives and professional fighters trying to meet with him. Among all these requests to join his guild, the most shocking one was the request from Green Leaf Workshop. In the past, Green Leaf Workshop had completely ignored Shadow's attempts at recruiting them, and they had instead established their own guild. After doing so, they had managed to obtain the aid and sponsorship of several corporations, becoming a third-rate guild in God's domain. At that time, however, the number of guilds being established in Jinhai City was growing by the day, which resulted in the dilution of available funding. If the Green Leaf Guild had not been lacking in funds at that time, without a doubt, they would have been a powerful rival for Shadow. Besides that, Shifeng had finally managed to locate the 5 demon generals of Shadow. By the time the fellowship party ended, the number of people he managed to recruit had exceeded the quota he previously set by more than 100. Just the number of potential experts he recruited had already exceeded 50 people, as well as 9 future top-tier experts. Among those 9 were the 5 demon generals, while the remaining 4 were core members of Green Leaf Workshop. After recruiting all these people, Zero Wing Workshop instantly became a huge existence in Jinhai City's virtual gaming world. Compared to other third-rate guilds, Zero Wing had a much more powerful backing now. As long as Shifeng could turn these players into the backbone of Zero Wing, he would not falter even if he had to start a war with a second-rate guild. Following which, Shifeng spent the remainder of his day signing contracts with these newly recruited members. As for the management of Zero Wing Workshop, Blackie had long since dealt with it. Moreover, most of the people Shifeng recruited were originally members of other workshops, so they took no time at all to adjust themselves to a new environment. In addition, these people could also contribute significantly on the management side of things. However, Blackie was truly shocked when he found out about the amount of people Shifeng managed to recruit. The influx of over 400 people had instantly filled up Zero Wing's workplace. Suddenly, the entire workshop was much livelier, no longer as empty and quiet as before. It was a fitting atmosphere for such a large workshop. Only when night arrived did Shifeng finally arrive back home. He then cooked a casual meal for himself and downed a bottle of nutrient fluids, before starting a new day in God's domain. Also, this new day was fated to be extraordinary. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.